up as if it's a point to speak of. Who cares? A lot of people suck at math. But the point is, you've been told a story about what the earth is and how it's laid out to you. And so you, for as long as you have been thinking about like this argument or the earth being a globe, you've never really put any thought to it. So everything you've taken for granted was that the earth is already a globe. Why are we talking about this subject? And it's pretty silly that we are even discussing it in this forum. But what I'm doing right now is engaging with your critical thinking. And it's just like you're starting to realize, at least I hope you are starting to realize, that you don't have the answers you thought you did.
Oh,
And that's good.
yeah.
That's good.
I mean, I'm a fallibilist or whatever. I could be wrong
Doesn't
about
matter what
anything.
you label. Yeah, honestly, Quinn, it doesn't matter what you label yourself. The only thing is you don't know what you're talking about because that's how the system is designed, Quinn. It's designed so that you're not able to know the answer, just so that you can like be in a state of always questioning. And then of course, you're taught in other ways to think that you can't know anything. Because that's how science works. It doesn't deal in
So,
absolutes.
what's the intention?
The intention is so that people can never know the truth about the world that you live in. Now,
But what's the
it's simple.
what benefit is there?
It's simple. The product of the benefit would be the individuals who are in full belief of this narrative. So the narrative controls your mind in a way that you come in blindly, like a person that has faith. You have faith in this narrative, but yet you don't know why. Like as I'm talking to Quinn right now, he thought he was going to tell me about Mars, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know how to explain it. He's the product of this lie. And so therefore the lie controls him. So the outcome is whatever narrative is being spoken to him about heliocentrism and planets and Mars and all that, he believes it. Now, to what extent? Well, that means that if any narrative is being spoken to him about, killer asteroids or, the Earth is dying, it's a dying planet, whatever it is, he will be happy to capitulate to that information because he doesn't know the information. He's just like a, I don't know if you want to make it redundant, like a dumb animal. Like he's only subject to being, whipped into a pen, just like cattle. And you guys, you are all free thinkers. You just don't know it. And all you have to do is think about things critically. How do I know what I know? Do I really know this information? That's all you have to do, and your mind can be free. And you don't have to keep subjecting yourself to this like castration. You don't have to say, I'm not good at math. I suck. I'm not a scientist. There are
So what
these
you're
pillars of knowledge. Like everybody here is able to know and research and be inquisitive, right? But they have like made you guys feel so inferior that you just discredit yourself immediately, and I think that's a travesty. I really
so
do.
who's they?
Well, the ones who perpetuate the lie, whoever it is that you heard it from. Now, it could be your school teacher, your parents, it doesn't really matter. It's almost like a script that's running. So whoever tells you, that's the person I'm speaking about. They
Can
are
I
telling
ask
you
you
this information.
one question
Okay, but how
about
about the people that claim they've been to the moon?
So what? How can you verify such information, Yunder?
No, I'm not verifying it. I'm
No,
saying
I'm asking you. How can you, if somebody tells you it's like a big fish story, or me telling you, dude, I got a Lambo in my
you're
garage.
misunderstanding my question.
No, I'm not. I'm actually
Yes, you are.
understanding it very clearly.
No,
It's like me
I'm
telling you
saying
I have a Lambo in my garage. How can you verify that I actually do if you don't come over here and see it for yourself? How can you
Sound
say
like a guy that would own a Lambo.
AV. I haven't even answered. I haven't
possibly?
even asked my question.
Go ahead.
My question is who? Okay, so who told Buzz Aldrin to tell people that he's been to the moon?
Who told Buzz Aldrin? What do you mean?
Toy
Who
Story.
told Buzz Aldrin to tell people that he's been to the moon?
Why should I know such information? I don't care about how the information gets to you. The only thing that you need to be concerned with, sir, is that the information is not true. You can't validate the information. So who cares who and where? I don't give a shit if it's the Illuminati, the Skull
Isn't that
Club, or
Schrodinger's cat?
I don't care who it is, right? The only thing that we are subjected to is the information. yonder.
Right, and but
Who
I'm
cares?
curious about your personal opinion about who
I
you
don't.
believe
I'm
is.
not. I'm not.
No.
I'm not really. I don't care about that. I don't see why that's a bone of contention.
No, yeah.
I don't
Uh,
see why that's a see to you guys that seems to be like really high on your burner. Like you have to know the motive. Like why did they do this thing? Why are they talking about? Who cares? Because the information reached your ears and now you know this misinformation. So that's the only thing you need to undo is that whammy that's on your brain right now that you think the earth is in a solar system flying around and doing all kinds of crazy stuff that you can't verify. Feel
Could
me?
I ask you, like,
What?
so like Elon Musk, right? Like, so he's lying to everyone.
Well, here's how I'll put that.
He's
What is he
definitely
telling?
yapping.
What information is he telling you?
Well, I mean, he is like, as
He's
you guys will
talking.
put it, right? He's following the narrative, right? Like he's telling everyone that.
Right. So
The-
if he's saying anything to you, then like in a public forum, he's like, "Hey guys, we're launching the new Dragon rocket or whatever," and he's saying
Mhm.
they're going higher than they have ever gone before. That's great that information reached your mind. But what are you going to do with that information? Is that truth or is it not?
Well, he would have to know the
but
truth
just
to be
answer
able
my
to
que-
like
yeah,
do
but
the
answer my
mathematics,
question.
right?
Kabutor, answer my question. Is that truth, what he just told you about rockets doing something in space? Or is it just some narrative that you believe in?
I wouldn't know. That's why I'm asking. Like, is
That's
he
why I'm
like
that's why
lying
I'm
to people?
putting well, who cares about that if he's lying or not? How can you verify what he's saying, Kabutor?
But that's exactly what I'm asking. Like, is he lying to people?
So
I'm
how
not
can
asking
you-
why. Just like,
I
is he? Would you think he is
Would-
lying to
no,
people?
I'm-
Then
that's irrelevant. Honestly,
Nobody is
at this point.
perfect.
It's not about being perfect. It's about being irrelevant. Who cares if he's lying or not? If you can't verify it, how can you know that he's saying something that's true or not?
that's what he would think is true,
It
unless he
doesn't,
is
it
lying.
doesn't matter. Listen, science
Right.
and the science and the things that are done on this earth should be able to be verified by every person who's being told a narrative. So if somebody tells you something and you can't test it, it becomes unfalsifiable. So if he said there's rockets doing cartwheels in space and you're like, cool story, bro, I believe you. Well, that's on you. But if you say like, well, shit, how can I check that out? There's no way. I can't verify what he's saying. So I guess I just have to believe him.
I get what you're saying.
That's
So
your
like,
choice.
I got one
That's
question for you, right? So like, do you believe in God?
Why? What does that have to do with all the tea in China? sir?
It's just a question.
I
Like,
know, but it doesn't have any relevance to what we're talking about.
okay,
It does.
So no, it doesn't. You guys think it does, and you're building this whole other narrative about this
So let's see it
questions that
if
you're
it
asking.
does.
It's nothing to do with anything that we're speaking of.
I'm
as
just
far as truth
asking
can
you,
be
like,
understood.
does it need to have relevance? I'm just
Yeah,
asking you.
it actually does.
I want you to know
don't
as
think
as a
it does.
person, do you believe in God?
Yeah, but my belief in God is irrelevant to what you're asking. So
No, I just want to know.
for what? You're gonna write a story about me or something? Like what do you need to know for?
You-
I'm gonna go to sleep
just wants
in a
to-
while.
That sounds good. You should probably do that.
He just wants to know your personal opinion.
Why is that so important?
Does it
Why?
matter why?
Yeah, does it matter why?
Yeah,
Why
it
can't
does. It does because
Well-
if he's
well,
doing a
just
story on
because-
me, I want him to get it right.
Well, just because you don't want to hear other people's personal opinions doesn't mean we can't.
Yeah, but this forum isn't designed or built or here to. Oh, by the way, what's your opinion on mozzarella? You like it? You don't? What's your opinion? Like nobody gives a shit, dude. We're here because a bigger purpose. The elephant in the room. People are being deceived. They're getting hoodwinked, and that's why we're here. We don't give
Yeah,
a
but-
shit
but I'm
about opinions,
curious.
brother.
I'm curious why you.
Well, then you're gonna
you-
take your curiosity and probably go ask someone else in
Well,
another forum. We're only
can't
here dealing
prove
with
that
It's
God
looking
is
for
real.
links.
Just
Aren't you?
like-
Just be straight. Just be straight up. You're looking for links. You're looking for something. There's a kink in the chain somewhere. I want to find it. I'm gonna relate it to something which I can falsify or find fault in. Have a differing opinion about, right?
Yeah, it's a
No, you're
lost
re-
cause
you're-
if you that's your goal.
No, you're reading it wrong. I'm a flat earther.
Well,
But
good
my
for you.
question is,
You know,
my question is, Like, so you
What?
just want to open people's minds to critical thinking. Like, you just want people to realize they're being deceived. Is that it?
I want people to realize how to think, not what to think, Yonder. That's a very big difference. I don't want to teach people what to think. I don't want to say, "Hey, man, this is the flat Earth. Just believe me." I want them to think, "Hey, let's challenge your mind. Can the Earth
Yeah.
be what you've been told, or is it something else?" Because if what I'm saying is, bollocks, then you're going to be able to know for sure.
But you like to dismantle the globe narrative, like one person at a
100%.
time, if you
Yeah,
can.
if
Yeah.
I can, I'll do it every day, all day.
But you're personally, like, you don't give a shit about like
What?
the intention and the logistics behind like who's
Yeah.
the source
Who's
of these
pulling the
narratives. Like, you
strings?
don't. Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah,
that
exactly.
that could be a conversation for a relaxed day when we're
But
not
that's not
having.
your. But that's not your
Oh
focus.
no, dude! My focus
Gotcha.
is I'm gonna invite people to actually think about what they think the Earth is, and if there's any evidence. Because as I said to Quinn before, this is not a debate. Absolutely, 100% not a debate. This is an interrogation, and it will always be that. Never gonna change. Ever.
Think about it like this, right? Imagine if you grew up in a wheelchair and your parents just told you you couldn't walk, and then one day said, "Look, I'll prove to you that you can walk. Follow me like this." And your entire life changed because you now get to have a new experience. So it's like working out how to think. The amount of experiences you can have when you apply critical thinking are unlimited.
Yeah, and I think what happens too is the mind realizes that it's been held down in chains. And once it feels that freedom of being able to investigate, research, find out for yourself, it's like it's so eye-opening, man. Like I think everybody should really think about critically thinking about things. And so that's what I'm saying. Most of the people that are here have already been through that process. But it's kind of a doozy, right? Because everybody thinks that it's just like, oh, critical thinking, I do that every day. No, you really
Everyone
don't.
wants to. Yeah.
No,
really
you
don't.
don't. Yeah. No, you don't.
You really don't. And so when you actually start to, you kind of like when somebody hasn't. So you have a different conversation with those people. Not like for the newer flat earthers, right? In the forum, if you're having like 5-hour conversations with people because you're trying to, I don't know, give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, present to me your globe Earth. I'll present to you my flat Earth. You're doing it wrong. This isn't a agree to disagree genre. This is we're right and they're wrong. And that's sad to say because, you want to make it a debate, but it's not. I put it to you this way. If there was any evidence that the Earth is a globe, I would not be here. Period. I wouldn't exist here in this forum. There would be no flat Earth and globe Earth debate, but the idea of it anyway, it would just be all truth. Earth is a
Is
globe,
Quinn still here?
unequivocally.
I thought your position was that you don't know, so you can't be sure. So like
No, I
you
do know.
can think whatever you want.
I told you the affirmation of the 3 points why I understand the Earth is a flat stationary plane.
Okay, yeah.
Were you not here for that?
No, I think I was. Yeah.
Ah, well
I
then
think
yeah.
I just joined
that's-
in between. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. That's my affirmation. Now,
Okay.
the way that people think it's a globe, yeah, that's not true.
Mhm.
So
Have you ever considered AV like a YouTube channel or in-person advocacy or no?
I do. I have I'm running a show on X and well here I'm a mod, but I do. I mean, I've been thinking about doing something. I had a show called the Flat Earth Initiative back in the day. It never really came to fruition. I had like real life work, to do and stuff, so I got busy
So
with that.
do you think that the Flat Earth Convention is a clown show?
No, it's really just a dog and pony show. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's too
Yeah.
much. We're doing too much. I think the way information should be spread is in forums like these. Because like here's my take on things, right?
Discussion is important.
Yeah.
Let me
So
tell you that, yeah.
the hearts and minds of people are at stake here. So damn the circus. You know what I mean? Like I don't give a shit about selling T-shirts and all that. I want to talk to you about how you think and the reason why you think what you think. That's the most important thing
Right.
right now.
Critical thinking is really important. Yeah, you're
It
right.
is. And it doesn't matter. Like we put so much emphasis, I guess the royal we, put so
Mhm.
much emphasis on the idea that intellect is hallmarked by studies. Somebody who's a janitor, a lowly janitor, couldn't know information such as scientific scholar. We put like a pecking order or hierarchy of whatever you want to call it to like the way we look at life, and so we dismiss people who can come into chat and just have a conversation that could be even more intelligent than the guys in academia. So it just depends who they are, right? But we're very dismissive because we're like, well, what kind of where you how long you been in school? Like that's kind of
Academics, yeah.
yeah, and it puts so much.
Yeah, I mean,
Listen,
source bias is such a big plague, you know.
well, and that's
Einstein might have been wrong, and the janitor from Net Survival Guide
yeah.
might have been right. Who knows?
So a lot of people who are the most brilliant people on earth are dropouts. Do you guys know that?
I am.
But I
A
don't know if
large
you
percentage of the
understand.
billionaires are illiterate.
Are illiterate. Yeah. But that's
I think truly the most brilliant people the truly most brilliant people like they don't play the game. You know what I mean? Like all these people
well,
like, oh, he went to Harvard and he's an academic. It's like, bruh,
Mm.
yeah, he's still
Or
playing.
or they play a different game.
it's a different one. I would
Mm.
say B2 is correct. It's a different game. But just having memorization and recall from memory, I think that's a gift. And so some of the mostly the academics have that. The ones who can they study on tests, and you're like, dude, for the life of me, I can't do what this guy does. Like he has a memory
What is
like
called
an
a
elephant.
photographic memory, right?
Yeah, he can eidetic, but yeah. So the thing is, like, people have the idea that you can be smart if you just memorize and then you recall. You know what I mean? Like that's a brilliant person.
It's a
No,
gift.
that's
It's
they're
genetic.
gifted for sure.
I
They're
have
gifted
that
for sure.
exact neurodivergence actually. Like I suffered a lot of head trauma before I was like 5 years old, and my developmental disability turned into like higher memory retention and
Yeah.
information, like pattern recognition. I basically threw off their scale of how smart kids should be. I can provide evidence for that if you need
Yeah,
it at a later time.
But let me just say this. Let me not be dismissive, right? Those guys are smart in their own right. Okay, those guys like doctors and lawyers and all these guys.
Yeah, but
these
they're not
academics,
smart
they are.
enough to critically think and see the truth.
There's different types of like intelligence, right? Like you can categorize like how people
It's
are.
like Einstein said, right? Everyone's brilliant in their own way. Everyone's a genius in their own way.
Yeah, because I mean, the mechanic, the master mechanic is brilliant in how he disassembles.
Yeah, but are they
like,
really
a motor.
smart if they are like I would say that's like a cognitive skill, right? Like memorization, that's a measurable cognitive skill, but I don't think it's intelligent. I mean, they're spending their whole lives defending lies.
Yeah, you could say that academia or
Lies
the
they believe in, I guess.
yeah, the Rockefeller system has set people up for failure. And I'm telling you this because that's exactly what it is. They defend misinformation. And it's just the way it is, man. Like
And they dedicate their lives to do it. This is something
course.
that like trips me out is like the astronomers, right? Like that like spend their life like getting a degree in astronomy and like spend their whole life like looking at telescopes and like believing that they're observing something that they're not really observing. Like that kind of makes me sad for those people.
we had a guy, his name is Itier, and he's studying to be an astrophysicist. I don't know, he's like in his last 2 years of school, but he would come in here and have conversations with us. Some of the Globers didn't like him because he just spoke truth, and he really didn't have a bone of contention when it came to this. I mean, he had something. I debated him when you call it a debate, but on the subject, right? That's on my YouTube channel, but
Sorry, what's your YouTube channel?
I'll drop it in the link here
Alright, cool.
in the chat room in a little bit. But yeah, I was just talking to him about it, just openly, just like as people talk. I wasn't trying to get him on this intellectual level of like what he knows, but just saying like, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Same questions I was asking Quinn just a moment ago, and him being an astrophysicist or studying to be an astrophysicist, he didn't have an answer to the drop over distance. or and because I asked 3 questions separate to the ones I was asking him. So the 3 questions I usually ask are the curvature of the Earth via drop over distance, and you got the spin of the Earth, axial rotation, and also the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe, having an uncontained environment where the gas could expand into the void. That kind of. I was just asking him 3 questions about it, and he wasn't able to reconcile that. He started going to planets, and kind of like what Quinn was doing, and so it's to me the system is setting people up for failure, and it just seems it saddens me too, like the gentleman was saying, because I feel like there's no escape from the ways that the script only allows people to think, because there's only a few answers you can say, and some of them are just cop outs. Like when you get somebody to actually critically think about the answer, they're like, "Well, I'm not a scientist," so and then I could be discussing with somebody, arguing with them for over an hour. At the very end of that, they'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist." I'm like, "Dude, then why did we spend a whole hour having this conversation if you could have just told me that from the rip? Why did we have to go through this rigmarole?" You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
So
the
Yeah.
problem, isn't it? You're relying
Yeah,
on other
absolutely.
people's knowledge or experiments to be able to
Mhm.
prove that something is or isn't.
Like a religion.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you're defending
It's hard to
something.
prove that the one guy did prove that like 100 years ago or whatever, like
Well, not
generation on
even that
generation.
though, Kabutor, because like if that was evident that the person a long time ago did something, there would be a method left behind that you could
Mhm.
verify, you could test, you can find out for yourself, and that's where
Right,
I'm
so
coming
there
from.
is like something like an objective truth you can strive towards, right?
Yeah, I mean saying like that's why I'm always asking very specifically. The thing that I ask for is okay. So when I talk about
Experiments and proof,
yeah,
yeah,
so
evidence, yeah.
and a lot of people have a misunderstanding like in this specific forum we get hyper specific on words, we have to be semantical, it's just the way things are. Like
Obviously, yeah,
if you
especially
say
nowadays.
if you say like the word science, do you know what it means? Is it natural science? When you say the word experiment, do you know what that means? Like there's a lot of things where in this forum those words do have these like uh root meanings. So if you don't know their
Eccentric,
meaning,
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, no, go ahead.
so if you don't know their meaning, you're not able to expound on why you say you know what you know based on like you saying that this thing is an experiment, right? So if I question you and I'm like, well, what's an experiment? You don't have an answer correctly to how you know the thing you're talking about is an experiment, then you don't really know what an experiment is.
How do you know it's intrinsically true?
Well, yeah, but the term itself, it carries a definition. The definition is an agreed upon term that we've all you said. Well, I know what an experiment is because you look it up in the dictionary and it'll be like this is what it means, and we all jive with that. So
That's
unless
the
you
problem
think
with words, right? Like you don't like it's never like a
they're
set
fluid,
definition. It
yeah, they're fluid.
changes over
I
time,
know
right?
there's fluid, but what I'm saying is it has to come from a fundamental root. So if it doesn't have that, it's discombobulated from reality.
People need
So
to
if let's say like
yeah,
this,
go ahead.
if you say experiment means me taking my dog for a walk, like obviously that's not an experiment, that's just you doing something that you plan to do. So if I say, well, that's what it means to me, and I don't know what it means to you, but you could use your definition if you want, but that's what it means to me.
It's a useless definition at that point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So then it becomes discombobulated from reality, and it doesn't have the actual meaning it should to substantiate any meaning that you in context, right?
People need
So,
to agree what a definition is of a certain word or whatever to
of
be able
course,
to communicate.
right? Otherwise, there's a breakdown in communication. Wouldn't you agree?
Of course, yeah.
So then, if we're saying like all these words we're using, well, that's not what it means to me. Then what kind of conversation do you
Subjective,
think we're gonna
fuck
have?
you.
Yeah, what kind of conversation can we have? Probably not one that's
None.
gonna make any sense. So this is the issue. Okay, so in this forum we have people that will like to take everything down, like break it down to a regression. Oh, okay, let's break down the root
Semantics.
words. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go to the Latin and the Greek, and you know what I'm saying. Like, well, that came.
You know what I mean? Like, let's
Yeah.
just talk about it. You know what I mean? Let's not get semantic about it. Yeah, I know what
Yeah,
you mean. Yeah.
it's hard. It's really hard, man. Like so, um, we try to we strive to keep it to where it's just like people having a conversation that we can understand each other. But when it gets to the point where we have to talk, because like I think a lot of times people are just coming in here believing
Bad
that the words,
faith.
yeah, there's bad faith, believing words already have the connotation like, how can I put it? Okay, let's put it this way: the people who think the Earth is a globe, right? We use one word, the word level. What does that mean to somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe? I would ask you guys the word level, only that word. Just focus on that word. What do you think it means to a glober? Somebody who
Well, I'm a
thinks the Earth is a
gamer,
globe.
so but I know what you mean. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Go ahead. Yeah.
so level and the definition, if you follow this one specific place in Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the first adjective would describe it as no one part being no higher than the other, following
Yes.
the curved part, the liquid parts of the Earth. You can look it up for yourself. That's what it says there. And there's only one place that it says that, but in every other place, level means on the surface, you know, flat. It means like even,
Two
level.
levels
Yeah.
something, right?
So it actually means the way we all understand it. But only in one place with one adjective in Merriam-Webster dictionary has it been changed to follow the idea that a globalist has kind of used it to support the narrative. But and nowhere else does it say it. So what we have here is a conflict of understanding. So we have to derive it from a much deeper meaning. Like, okay, so we have to find out what level means. Does it mean curved? Does it mean flat? Like, what is level? Right?
Doesn't
I'm
mean
using
one definition. No, it doesn't.
Well, the thing is though, if you're starting to say that it means curved and flat, that's a contradiction in terms. It can't mean it's a paradox. You can't say that it means two things at once. It can only mean one thing or the other.
Like
So
a
it's
married
either
bachelor, right?
yeah, it's either flat or it's curved. Level can't be both. So this is why I'm saying for the person who gets to the point where they speak, and I brought this up just to elucidate the fact that when we talk about words in here, sometimes we do have to talk about the context, the contextual meaning of saying like the word level or experiment or any other like atmosphere.
You have
Like
to
there's
establish definitions before communicating.
yeah,
Otherwise,
I
there's no point really.
I mean, for the sake of moving things along, we could just say, okay, I'll grant you the word because you probably don't, you're not.
I will
I
use
don't.
that word as that definition. Yeah, you have to establish it.
Yeah, everybody's capacity to like have a conversation in here, it varies. Some people can carry a conversation. Some people are just like, nah, fuck you. Like they don't want to have it.
No, I
So
feel like you're a really good debater. I feel like you're a really good debater. Like we need more guys like you.
No, he's a good. He didn't debate. Did
yeah,
you
I
debate?
told B2.
Well,
No?
I mean, he's a good communicator at least.
I try to
We're talking about
deconstruct.
definitions.
I try to deconstruct the thought process behind why somebody thinks what they. So it mostly has to do, and I'm gonna get a little philosophical. It mostly has to do with psychology. So a lot of people in here come in with a different epistemology than the next guy. So you have
Yeah.
to see where they're coming from because I don't know until I have the conversation. So once it begins, I can understand your demeanor. I can understand your cadence. I understand what you're thinking. Like all in the time that I spend talking to you, I can unravel a little mystery that you probably didn't know. You're using suggestive language. You think that things are a foregone conclusion. All of these things can be uncovered just by a simple conversation with me, and then I'm able to hone in on the problem. And it's usually what I find out mostly is it's rooted in it's deep rooted. I wouldn't say it's just rooted. It's deep rooted as a fundamental belief that you've been carrying this whole time, and you don't know why you think that way. You just do. It's just the way it is, right? So
A thing of circumstance.
yeah, and I don't really fault the person because you're just you're just a victim of
Environment.
circumstance. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. But the thing is, we still have work to do. We have to unravel the reason, and most of the time, people don't like that process. So if
No,
you're in here,
people
as
don't. They
you're
don't care about it anymore. They're like, I don't care that much, so I'm gonna just move on with my life. So,
Yeah, what's the
fuck this
next thing?
conversation.
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, it's difficult, right? So there's like I was saying, hearts and minds at the very beginning. That's what I'm here for. I'm here.
The
and I
very
don't,
beginning. When was that exactly? Because I only joined like an hour and a half ago, and you're still going, so I respect it.
Well, I've been doing it for years, dude. Like I jump in here.
I mean, oh, I
Every
mean,
mind is
you mean
different.
that kind of beginning? I thought you meant the
Yeah.
beginning of today.
No, I mean today. I mean I just jump in here, but I
Okay.
just listen. I'll listen for a little bit, and I already know exactly where the conversation is, where it's going, why people are saying things that they are, and like what's needed in the conversation. Certain things aren't needed, like as in, okay, so let's say a gentleman produces some kind of image or whatever, and he's talking about that. It's high on his burner. He really wants to talk about that image. I have to deconstruct the reason why he thinks that way, and then ask him if he wants to engage in thinking why he's bringing
There's
this
a
forward.
lot of psychology going on
It
there.
is.
Yeah.
There is. It's a lot of. It's more. It's a lot to do more underneath the surface than you can imagine. So
When people think psychology, right? They're like, "Oh, that's like beyond my brain. I can't think how people think." You know, like it's they think that they're not able to be able to understand these people's psychology. But you're like, yes, like it's not that hard, as you're saying.
no,
Like
it's not because like I was saying
I mean,
before.
I'm not
Kabuto,
trying to downplay it. You know, I'm just saying like people think it's harder than it is, and people
Yeah.
just don't want to think about it that much. That's what you're saying,
So
right?
yeah, the years I've been doing this, Kabutor, it's more of a script that's been running. It's an ongoing script that, and they say, "Well, you guys are
Since
on the
ever.
script,"
Right?
and I was like, "I don't think so. You guys don't realize." And I have there's a
Wait,
clip.
they're saying you're on a script.
Yeah, the flat earthers.
You're on a script. I have 0% confidence in you having a script right now. Like you're going free for all. You
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have any. I'm just looking right now. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm looking at my giant screen TV while I'm talking to you guys. I'm looking at your chat bubbles. That's
just
I'm
like
being
most
honest.
people. Yeah.
I'm not. I don't have anything in front of me. This is all coming from experience, like that. I've been doing this for a long time.
And that's what I respect. You know, like it's not scripted. Nothing. It's just like you're saying what you want to say. You're saying
Yeah,
how you
because
think it is.
most of the times people. I mean, I know. I get it, Quinn. You hide behind your voice changer and that. And most people like the anonymity. That's fine.
She's still here. I don't want to say she,
Yeah,
because it's
Quinn's
definitely
still
he.
here.
So
Quinn's still here.
No,
but
it's
what I'm
he,
saying-
she.
most people.
no,
most
it's
people,
he.
Yeah, most
Let's be
people.
honest.
Most people like the anonymity. That's fine. But what I
That's fine. Yeah.
the thing I focus on is the purpose and the meaning of somebody being here. Because sometimes people, their bravado is more like, "Well, I'm in
I
here,
get
but I don't give a shit." You know, I don't give a shit either way.
I don't
you
give
know?
a shit, but I really do give a shit at the
Yeah.
same time.
I tell them though, I'm like, that's cap, bro, because you're in here right now, and you're in this like forum.
But
and
I think
I know you want to
Sorry,
ask
go ahead.
questions, and and it seems like when you're in here, like you're listening, so obviously you're curious. So there's no way you're gonna tell me that this doesn't mean anything to you because you're here. Like your presence
what I
here
hear
says
what I
otherwise.
hear when I think Quinn is a YouTuber. That's the only thing I think about because I couldn't
fine.
explain it any other way.
That's cool. He can
And
be
I'm
a
not
YouTuber.
saying that it's wrong or something. Like it's a way to like explore these communications, I guess.
But I would just like, and I'm telling you, man,
Discussions.
it would surprise you. I've had, I don't know, I'd say thousands of conversations at this point.
But
like,
you've
over the
been here
years I've
for
been doing it.
years, so I can believe it.
Yeah, like I've talked to like the big guys that you think in Glober
The
side.
big guys.
Yeah, the
Kim Jong Un.
No, he's something. He's not even a big guy. He's an actual.
He's a pretty small guy.
Physically, he's probably a chubby dude, but like that's not what I'm saying.
Chubby
I'm
and
talking about
small. Yeah.
the guys who think themselves wise in the eyes of like Globe Earth, so they have their arguments and
Man, who would be like the big guys in the global earthers? Because like the way I see it, like a lot, like
You know,
pretty much everyone is a global earther nowadays, right?
yeah, but the ones who actually are staunchly advocating for that position, who made YouTube
Or
channels and
discussion.
that,
Yeah.
I
yeah.
would say is you probably look at like Simon Dan, and you look at like those guys. Okay, so if you're talking about the Globers, it'd be those guys. They're the ones who are looked up to. The,
Well,
you know,
like, just a question, like, how would you, sorry, how would you rate like Globers versus flat earthers, like like as a percentage on a global scale?
yeah, what do you mean, like in their style of arguments?
Like,
or
who
what?
believes that the Earth is globe versus who believes is
Oh,
the
the
Earth is
percentage
I got
flat?
a
is
much.
definitely a lot
I got an
higher on the globe side.
interesting. Like, there's a really good context for what percentage it should take to create change, right? Like, most people would probably tell you we need 60% of people in the world to believe it's flat in order to affect change. But see, because of other things I do, I've been studying for a long time how societies change, what causes them to change. There's a
Mhm.
catalyst phenomena known as the magic percentile. It's about
Yeah.
3.4%, and that's all that's required of any population to push through on all the fence sitters, who will make up your 60% of people who vote with a strong enough core group that only has to be about 3% of any target population. And I'm saying this is something that different people arrived at by different investigations of how many people in what country had voted for the rights change, before
Wait,
before
could
the
you
vote,
explain
like
that?
how many
I'm
people
not
were in the
following. So
movement.
like 3.6% plus 60%,
Yeah,
or
but those numbers.
No,
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Hold on. Statistically, those numbers. I mean, they're just numbers, right?
well,
Validation of
yeah,
those numbers.
I'm fine with that. Just
Yeah, validation of those numbers can't be solidified in any way testing forward. That's just probably a gauge in which maybe he came up with, but that's in no way
No,
verifiable.
it's not something I came
No,
up with. It's like
I
different
don't.
research looked at how many people in any target population were pro the social change before the vote came in. And it's
Yes.
generally
Yeah,
only,
but
it's
that's
under
not even.
5% universally.
Yeah, that's still not
Okay.
even.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Okay.
you
Okay.
can't get the. There's no solidification in those numbers. There's no way you can garner. There's no. It's just. You can't do that.
It's just
It's,
not
it's
That a
guess.
lie?
It's a
able
guess.
to be
It's
proven.
just
Is
an
Yeah.
that
Okay. I
a
get what you
lie?
mean. Yeah.
It's an educated guess. That's all it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's all. It's.
I
I
get
mean,
it.
a lie would be straight up like not true. This is just an educated guess. That's all.
Yeah.
So, but back to what we're saying here. It's like we invite people into this forum, right? We want them to actually come forward and, test to see if they actually have the knowledge they think they do about the Earth being a globe. So,
Mhm.
I'm gonna pose this out to the audience, because I always do. Does anybody in here believe that the Earth is a globe? And if you do, can you tell me what evidence you have to demonstrate that it is? So that's to the audience. If you guys are listening right now on YouTube or on X that you have right now, go ahead and tell me, or come in here, click on the politics Discord, and then come into the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, and then you can talk to me. Let me know if you think the Earth's a globe.
Is this on YouTube or
Yes.
X Twitter?
24/7. Yeah.
Oh, shit, I'm famous now. Like
Maybe.
maybe
You have to be here doing
in the
it
future.
a while,
Yeah,
then.
come around. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what we got. Alex in the room, B2's in the room. I'm gonna just announce to the people that I haven't seen in here. Welcome. We're inviting you guys to actually critically
That's
think
pretty
for
funny
yourself.
you say that. Like I've been hearing you
How
rant
many of us
for like
is here
2
and,
hours. I didn't know
and
this for
it's
like
quiet? Wow.
What happened? What'd you say?
It's a lot of us here and it's quiet.
And most people have this on like a podcast, so what it is. It is what it is.
oh, you do too, right?
No, I am the one on the podcast. So we have Alex. Alex, are you there? Seeing you here, bud. Think the Earth is a globe? It's not. Yeah, I'm the party pooper, man. Every time I come on, I start talking. Like the first engagement I have, everybody just like starts dropping out of the chat like flies, because they don't have. It's not the same kind of it's not the same flavor of like show you get when you go to one of the other flat Earth forums and they're talking about ice walls and domes and laser penguins and all kinds of shit. This is something that's meat and bones. You know, like you're gonna actually have substance or not. So
Mm.
that's scary.
I got the same thing going on, man, with like
Cool.
Hollywood movies, kind of like Deadpool 3. Like I'm the pretty much one of the only guys saying it's really fucking badly written, and then like people are like, oh, I fucking loved it. Well,
Are you a
in years'
professional critic
time,
or what?
people are gonna be really critical of it. I guarantee it.
Are you a professional critic?
I am not a professional critic. No, I only.
Amateur.
Amateur,
Sorry, what?
he says. Are you an amateur critic?
Amateur critic, yeah. I guess I could call myself that. I guess I'm just a like movie
you-
critic enjoyer, the average movie critic enjoyer.
You
Yeah,
like content like a YouTube and
I do watch YouTube. Yeah, I don't have TikTok. I don't have all that stuff. No, I just watch
Oh.
YouTube.
all right. Well, that's cool.
I do try to be like neutral with it. You know, like you try to not see the or not see, just not try to get any biases in your opinion. It's really hard, you know, to not get any biases from anywhere. I guess it's just the human condition, you know.
Yeah, that's who we are, man. We like shit.
We like shit and we don't like shit. But if you don't like shit, that people don't like that. You don't like shit. But if you like shit, people like that.
People want to
I mean,
analyze
you
why you don't
could
like
say-
shit. Why don't you like that shit? I
Yeah.
want to know. What's your opinion? Like,
If you don't like it, you have to explain yourself. If you
Yeah.
do like
I
it,
think,
doesn't
uh,
matter.
Some biases are healthy, right? Like I have a compassion bias. I try not to take an action unless I can reason that it's a compassionate action.
Hmm. But that's bringing in reason, right? Gotta like explain yourself logically and all that, and that is because you don't like something. If you do like something, it doesn't matter. Like, why do you like it? Well, it doesn't matter. I like it.
hey, let me
Feel
say
what I
what's
mean?
up to the guy who just jumped in here. Killian, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you.
Yo, good day, Miggy. Good day, everyone. Hope all is well, everybody.
Hopefully everything's going well on your end, man.
All good. So trying to find that 6,600 foot drop over 100 miles seems to escape.
We got a lot of people that are in their shell right now, so they probably wouldn't want to answer that question. They'll poke
I
their
mean,
head out
it's
as
just
soon as-
the
Slash
just the idea.
sleep.
it's just the idea of getting that observable drop over distance in order to reinforce the actual sphere model claim. But
Yeah.
if we don't see the drop over distance, then it gets thrown out the window, unfortunately.
So you've been trying to over the last couple of whatever.
Okay.
Bro, I've been
Right.
looking for the curve for 30 years. I've been in
Yeah.
the construction industry for 30 years, and I have yet to find a substantial drop over distance that reinforces a globe claim of a 3959 radius. Go ahead,
So are you like
We-
a construction engineer?
architectural technologist.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have many people in different trades, like on Flat Earth side. So we have a Apocryphon who used to do some iron work and never had a building construction that included the curvature of the Earth in their schematics. So yeah,
No?
you could say most people in the trades already know that information is true. No curvature was taken into account when the construction of any building.
Okay.
And if it was said in any article, that article was only something that an author wrote, but they don't have the information privy to the ones who actually built it. They're just saying that they had to do such a task. So, you
So
always gotta
they
go back
would
the
have to-
source. So like
go ahead.
Killian's a source. Killian's a source, right? He's the guy who actually helps build things. And Apoc's a source because he's the guy who actually helps build things, and so they'd have to do everything
Practically.
plumb
right?
level straight. So the
They would
practical
have
side
to
of
do it, like otherwise it wouldn't work.
Right. So if they had taken curvature into account, that would be something to say. But they haven't done that, so they can't speak on it. Yep.
And to and to back that up, the principle, right? The PRINCIPLE that we observe, that we build to, again, observation, not a measurement, not a calculation. Observation that we build to is level. And that is something that everybody in this call all has in common right now. But you're all hostile witnesses. You all got your hand in the cookie jar saying, I observe level locally. So then the burden gets split to say, how does your spheroid show up when everybody's observing level? Thanks.
That would be an interesting question, wouldn't it? Like, if you're in construction and a lot, like, probably the majority of people saying, like, it is this way mathematically, but, like, you're saying, like, no, like, this is, like,
Yeah,
locally
it's just the way it is what they
observing
build.
this thing, and then, like, how do you build it, right? Like, how is it ethically, like, you know,
That's where it really
fuck
counts, isn't it?
English.
Isn't it, Competor? Isn't that where it really counts when stuff gets built and when it goes from the architect's
Responsible.
hand to the actual builder that's gonna make
Yeah.
it happen on the surface? That's when it really counts. Like not
Because you're gonna be responsible if something happens, right? So you want to get
Yeah.
it right.
It has to be, to specs. So
We need to have a
within tolerance,
time
of
and
course.
place.
Right.
The right time and place, not the wrong.
Yeah, we're dealing with the practical use of like how people build, and if it was true that the Earth was taken into account as a curved surface, I mean, the Earth being a globe, then that information would be privy to the guys who built. They
But
would
wouldn't
know.
I argue, if I was against it, wouldn't I argue that like people like the Romans or the Greeks or whatever would have to like take into account mathematics and like the curvature of the globe to be able to build like these insane huge structures, right?
No, no, because like they were only building on a local level. So most of the things that they had to deal with weren't having to take that into account.
Right.
Nobody does so nobody
Like,
does.
What,
and
what,
that's
what
the
about
thing.
like? I mean, I was gonna say like the Great Chinese Wall, you can see from space, but like even that one is like, like I guess like
No, it's built on top of land topography. So if you can,
yeah, and it's like you can build it up that high, and then like okay, like you can get up to that height, and then you can just expand it.
yeah, but the
like-
elevation change they're accounting for are just a natural topographical progression. So
Mhm.
it's nothing to deal with the actual.
It's
curving
what
Earth.
works and what doesn't work. Like if they build it
Yeah.
too high, it doesn't work. Like okay, fuck, like this doesn't work. Let's do it again. Like okay, this height, okay, this works. Like okay, let's go.
So it has to do, like I said, they're building on top of the land topography. As it stretches out, they're just accommodating for that surface elevation change. So of course that has to deal with like just a natural land topography. It has
So
nothing
could
to
I
do with the
ask to the guy who
curving
joined,
surface.
like, if you're gonna build a wall, like the Great Wall of China, right? Does it go higher on a hill, or like, does it like is there like a limit? Like in Minecraft, like a limit.
Well, I mean, if you were to like, the first thing I wanted to mention is you mentioned like early civilizations built. A lot of these early civilizations were built close to water, and that was actually a natural. Or I wanted to ask you about a natural law of water, or the state of water. Do you think that water seeks its level continuously?
No, it doesn't. It's that's why people call it the water level. Like it's water leveled. Like it's
Right.
it's an
So if you
universally
had
agreed. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. So if you had a township or cityscape that was developed alongside a waterfront, and then you had maybe 100 miles away another city township that was developed, do you think that their level locally would change as they move down that waterfront?
So do you mean like they would have to like kind of settle between that like potentially like
Well,
height
it's the idea of
limits and the water level?
Well, brother, it's the idea that you've got a body of water beside you, right? And you want to have access to that water, whether we need access to water, right? So you build your civilization close enough to the water source so you can get water and then bring it back, things of that nature. And then while you're building the floors, the roofs, all these different things of the township that you're building to observe level, right? And then another city is being developed maybe 100 miles away from you, right? They're along the same body of water. They're developing their city township to level as well. right? So the idea being that we're observing the whole time is we're observing level, right? We know plumb is perpendicular to level. So at that point, question becomes like, how do you then reinstill or maintain this aspect of a globe?
Well, I might not have heard you. I might have not have heard you that well, but like, isn't that how aqueducts? Not aqueducts, but like, well, also aqueducts, but the water wheels work, right? How water wheels bring up the water to a certain level, and that's the way they bring the
That's
water to the
manipulation.
aqueducts. Yeah, but I mean, like a city. If a city is gonna like try to build their city on like a kilometer above water level, they're gonna have to like bring their water up with a water wheel all the way up to like a kilometer on a hill or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, no, I mean, brother, getting into the structure and what's required, I apologize. I didn't want to muddy the waters at that point. I was just,
I'm not an engineer, right? Like, I don't know.
No, it's cool, but I was just really instilling or trying to reinforce the observation of level and how water, right, a medium, seems to continuously show us these ideas of, or this observation of level everywhere we go. Gonna withdraw.
All right. So does anybody in here believe that the Earth is a globe?
Hell no, man. Those days are over, man.
CB,
Hell no. Mickey, man, what's up, bro?
getting up for work or what?
Nah. Something else, but we don't have to talk about that.
I got you. Man, you don't even have to say less, dude.
Unlike China.
You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Nah, we're just
CB's in the building. What's up, CB?
You know what's so funny, Kiwi, bruh? You know, talking about level, we can always bank on that, man. So shout out to you.
What up? Bro, level, 90 degrees, we got plumb. You want to check a wall? Check if it's plumb. I haven't lied to you.
Mean.
You can double check it yourself.
And most of my shit isn't even water levels. Fuck me.
Kind of cool, huh?
I mean, just imagine saying level is curved. I mean, what kind of crazy mental gymnastics do you have to do to make that fit your worldview?
We were talking about that just a while ago. I was telling these guys, I was like, you know, a lot of people, they come in here and we have to get into semantics because of the fact that they believe level being the idea that level is supporting the curvature of the earth in some way, like in Merriam-Webster. You know, they always go that one adjective in the definition where it says that there's the level means one part being no higher than the other, and it's following the curved liquid parts of the earth.
Yeah, water hill.
The curve, the curved liquid parts of the. Yeah, that's how it.
Just the level that the water is at that moment in that particular area of the world. That's what they mean with water level, right?
That's not what they mean, bro.
Yeah, but
yes,
brothers. That's right. Yeah, brothers, I just want to say right quick, right? Like, let's not even pull out the white paper's definition of what level is. Let's just strictly use a tool called a level, a bubble level, right? In order to observe. We can just look at it. We don't have to talk about it, define it, nothing. We can just look at it and say, yeah, I see it. Go ahead.
Well, you know what you mean by water level is like one meter, like a 1 meter. I'm from Europe, right? So 1 meter, kind of.
Here we go.
I was just asking, like the 1 meter. What is it called? Like fuck, how you measure things? The 1 meter measure thing. It has a water level.
Meter, centimeter, kilometer.
Yeah. Wait, no, like a 1 meter like measurement tool, right? With which you with which you measure the water level.
There's no set distance or a set length of these things.
So it's like
curved. The whole point is it's not curved. It doesn't matter how long it is. Bro.
It isn't curved. Exactly. Yeah, I know. Like it's 1 meter, and then like you can see like it's perfectly straight, right?
Facts.
But brother, we're not even bringing in a measurement or a calculation, right? We don't even have to complicate it. That's all I'm saying to you.
I was just asking the guy who works in construction, like, so he has to do that,
That's
right?
him.
Like, it's his job.
I think he means the spirit level.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're talking to him. He was the guy that just responded to you.
I thought it was the other guy.
No, he's the one talking to you.
Yeah, you know the answer, so why would you ask the question?
So it's like you get You get those toy levels on Amazon. You buy maybe a TV wall mount, right? Those things have those little tiny toy levels that are like an inch big.
Yeah,
But then you go to
everyone.
you go to a construction site and they've got a 12-foot level, right, with a big ass bubble in the middle of it. So, bro, we're not even, again, there's no unit of measurement administered to these levels, right? You don't measure off of a tool. Sorry, I apologize profusely. You don't measure off of a tool called a level. You check, you observe to see if what you're building is actually level with a thing called a level. Then you get a measuring tape in order to verify the measurements. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
B2
me?
said something.
I thought.
No, B2 said something. I didn't hear him. What'd you say, B2?
I just said that they do it with their hands. So they have to do it with their hands. They can't just imagine stuff.
W.
You know?
So, I don't know. We have people believing that the Earth in some way has to conform to this curve, but Killian's just demonstrating that the bubble level is referencing a horizontal plane. That's what it's referencing. That's flat Earth. The bubble level.
Just to be clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. Did you need to say something between what I was?
Oh no, I just wanted to be clear about this, right? So like,
What?
he is trying to measure it with his own hands, like if like 12 meter.
No. Listen, he's talking about a bubble level, spirit level.
Yeah.
You seen one of those? Do you know
Like
what
a bubble,
spirit level
bubble level. Yeah, you can see like it's perfectly straight, right?
Okay, that's what he said. A 12-foot bubble level. Yeah. You know what that is?
Well, I'm European, yeah. I think what you mean, but like the perfectly straight bubble, yeah.
I don't. It's just like a long measuring device with a bubble, two little. There's got probably three bubbles levels in there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's simple because people in construction use this device.
Yeah.
What it does is that what it references is flat Earth. So
Yeah, it's horizontal, perfectly.
Yeah, so the horizontal plane that it references is flat Earth.
Facts.
That's flat Earth. It's referencing flat Earth.
Can I ask, like, how long is that exactly?
What, the flat Earth?
In the measurement tool.
It doesn't matter how long. It can be any length.
It can be any length. Like, what is the longest length it's been?
What does that matter?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just curious.
Well,
I mean, it's not like
it's not like, where is this going? Like, where is this?
Yeah,
it's not like if you make it longer, then the curve starts happening or anything like that.
No, like, what is a record? Like, people like records, right?
What's the record? It's like asking, like, what's the largest hammer ever made? Like, what is it? What is it? It's a hammer is a hammer.
I'd be curious about that one.
Let me jump in for a second.
Okay, we're going into like red herring, bro.
Dude, they always do this, Mickey, bro. It's so
fucking
funny,
red
bro.
herring. Like, doesn't
Slow
no
down.
one cares.
All right, hold on, boys, gentlemen, please. So, if you can please, brother, consult with the side chat. I posted two GIFs, a cartoon GIF of a guy going up and down in a mixer. The guy beside him is playing with a level, and then the GIF beneath that is a guy using an approximately, I would say, 18 to 24 inch level to observe level on his windowsill. So my question to you, brother, is: do you think that we could all collectively get a level and carry out this exact observation that this brother is carrying out in this GIF that I posted?
I'm sorry, wait. Let me just get to the computer.
It's way too easy.
Thank you for the space. Well, that's just it. I appreciate the space. I just want to walk out this point for a second, and I'll mute up after this.
W Kiwi.
Thank you, brother. Right, so this is just a basic GIF that this guy's, again, setting down a bubble level on his sill, right? And he's going to go look at his neighbor. His neighbor's going to do the same thing. The neighbor next to that guy's going to do the same thing. And I'm going to just keep asking every single neighbor to keep doing this, basically forcing this observation of level, i.e. force the line, which everybody's all seems to, they want to carry out this experiment or this observation of forcing the line. Well, bro, how about we just force the observation of level everywhere and realize that we all have windowsills. We all have level sills in common. Again, the question being, if we keep doing this, right, where does your curve show up? Because you're asking for where does it end? Brother, it goes infinitely. As long as we have a built form, we're observing level. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say like I'm not saying
Well, you
like
need
where is the end. I was
information,
just gonna
right?
ask like where's the limit? Like that
What's the
Oh my
limit?
god, dude.
human engineering has
That's like
reached,
asking, like, what's
right?
the limit of the size of a
You
hammer?
need the
So-
life information.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
it's
just
like I said, like
bypassed-
what is it? What is the limit of a size of a hammer, right? Like I'm just
No,
curious.
that's a stupid question, bro.
Kabutor, you just bypassed everything he just told you. You
Facts.
bypassed it.
That's
You
a dumb
walked-
question, bro.
You just like whistled past the graveyard, man. Like literally.
No, I get what he means. Like it's infinite,
No, I don't
right?
think you
Like,
do. I don't
No, you
think you
don't.
do. You
No, he
just
doesn't.
finished asking him what's the biggest level after he told you everybody
Even
can have a
the
level.
biggest level has a bigger one, dude, and the
Yeah.
yeah,
smallest
wait,
level
that's
has
what
a
I mean, right?
smaller one.
It's infinite, right?
What's infinite?
Bro,
We did, that
why
infinite
do you
was not
care?
even-
What is this leading to? Like,
so
shut
like
up.
infinite was not even a part of this conversation until you just mentioned it right now. The only thing that we're saying is that everywhere people are, that's what Killian was saying. Everywhere people are, if they have a bubble level, it's going to be measuring to the horizontal plane that it's referencing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah, I ran you through an inverse of using a tool to determine level, right? You can use a protractor, hold up in front of your eyes, and try to plot the curvature of the horizon through the clear protractor.
Yeah, but the bubble level that Killian was mentioning it's pretty damning for the globe.
Now that's the proof of something. Yeah.
Facts.
You don't need to
Same
get
thing.
like a 10-mile long spirit level, dude. Like there's no.
Well, actually, if you want to talk about holding up a protractor to your face, right? You want to make that claim or that paint that picture. You could actually just go to the use of a sextant, because a sextant would literally do the same thing, right? You're observing the celestial body up in the sky. You're developing a tangential relationship, right? Height over distance, and looking at that celestial body in order to figure out what its elevation angle is. I hope my audio is still okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I feel like most people don't understand how sextants work, but everyone knows how to look through a protractor and see where the curve of the ball is matching the curves on the protractor.
That's a very
I play old school RuneScape.
Yeah,
Like
like,
nobody knows what a
agree with
fucking
that one.
sextant is.
Bro, I'm just gonna say this: the globe is so dead, bro. There's nobody even here even defending it. There's
What are
no
you watching?
the globe. It's over, bro. It's dead.
Yeah, but what are you watching?
What we're watching? We're just doing victory laps. That's about it.
Yeah, but why you
We're
didn't
watching
mention
the
the
globe die.
globe? You know,
We're
Why
watching the
mention
globe
the
get buried.
Why did I mention the globe? I think it's education. Like every science class teaches it, right? So that's
Yeah,
why people talk about the globe.
No, people believe it's a globe for sure.
It's dead. So
I got a globe.
Go ahead, Neil.
Does anybody in here and listen? I want you guys to at least do the best you can to demonstrate that you have some kind of knowledge of the Earth being a globe, if you think it's one. Does anybody in here have any evidence for it? Because it sounds like I don't think it's possible. We're
No,
not
it's
going to get
definitely-
globe evidence.
There is evidence, dude. You know,
where, bro?
old,
Why are we
the
talking
old
about?
evidence, the old one,
Which one? What do you mean?
the old evidence
What old evidence? What is this
left
old evidence?
by people
Left
What are
by
you talking
people?
about?
doing stuff.
What? That's so ambiguous, dude.
What is he talking
Okay,
about,
so
dude?
people left behind some evidence of the Earth being a globe. Those people, those guys. Which guys?
Yeah,
Who?
they. And who are they?
Yeah. Who are they?
You knew that answer. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay then. That's not weird at all.
Next.
Mic check. Just want to make sure I'm coming through. Circumstantial or direct evidence? I'd love to know.
No,
Go ahead.
He said I knew. I don't know who the fuck people are. You know who they are. Like really? When did I ever say I knew somebody that?
No, you knew the answer for the who's they part. You know.
that the Earth is a
People.
globe.
Yeah, people is the part.
I didn't say they know. I said they believe. They're telling other people they.
No, they
"Hey,
left
man, Earth's a globe."
evidence.
No, they didn't.
How did they not leave the evidence, dude?
Okay, can you point to some evidence as proof that what you're saying?
Go
is
and go and
go on what?
walk around and You'll find
Walk
the
around.
evidence.
Yeah, I'm walking
Yeah.
around on my flat Earth. Where is the Earth as a globe? Where is it?
Well, it's not
Walking around
there.
flat Earth. It's not there. That's right. Not a globe. Okay. Where's the evidence? You said some people left it behind. I know, and I'm telling you, I didn't. I never said I knew that. I said they claim to. They believe it's a globe. There's no evidence, and it's not a debate.
On the grind.
But I mean, if you think there's evidence, go ahead and present it. No?
No.
Okay. But it's just like I thought, though, because really nobody does have evidence. And I said it before. No evidence for the Earth being a globe as long as I've been doing it. And I give you guys a floor. Go ahead. Give it to me. Tell me how you know the Earth's a globe. Demonstration, evidence, whatever. Justify it. I don't care.
Did you say demonstration?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. Yeah, okay. No, it's just like I've seen a lot of demonstrations, which
Really?
I think were ridiculous.
Oh, ridiculous. Oh, I thought you meant like.
I've never seen a flat Earth in protestation. Demonstration. Sorry.
Yeah, you have. Your everyday experience of the Earth outside. Now, let's put it this way. If you
I was talking about a protest. Sorry,
A
demonstration.
protest?
It's kind of like the same in Dutch. Demonstration protest. It's kind of like the
like
same
a
thing.
protest for flat Earth?
Yeah.
Whatever do you mean? Like somebody protesting, "Hey man, the Earth's flat." With the protest?
Yeah, someone trying to tell the truth. Like someone
Well,
giving the truth.
we're doing that in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm surprised. I've never
Then
heard
be the
anyone
sport.
say it like.
Don't
Well,
be the
you're seeing it
protest.
now in here.
Because obviously, like you guys know, right? Like in science class or whatever the fuck, like people have always claimed that the Earth is round. They always like
They tell you that the Earth
presented it as a truth.
I'll say it this way: you're not being taught that the Earth is a globe. You're being told that it's a globe.
You're
And
being
that's it.
taught and
So,
told.
No, taught is
Yeah,
not
taught
no,
and
no,
yeah.
no,
You're being taught lies, dude.
No,
it's
no,
the same
no,
thing.
no, it's
you can be
not
taught
told-
lies and
It's
taught
semantics,
No,
like you
yeah,
told me
and that's why-
before.
listen, that's why it's important. You're not being taught, because if you were being taught, you could then teach it to somebody else, which I actually expose in this channel. You can't do. So when I ask you, tell me how the Earth's a globe.
I
and
can
you're
do
just
it
like,
because you will
"Oh,
disprove
I
me."
don't know.
You can teach
yeah, I know.
someone the wrong
And
thing, and they can teach it to someone else, right? So that's
I like what he
being
just said
taught.
right now. But yeah, it's true. I ain't gonna say that I'm not. I will. The moment I hear you stake a claim, it's on. It's game time. But you gotta get that energy up if you're gonna go ahead and substantiate it. Because just being apathetic is not really. I don't want to chase you around if you're just. Oh, I don't really know. Well, that's fine. Go ahead and have a seat. I want the guy who's got that bravado that comes in here like, I know the Earth's a globe. That's the kind of guy. That's spirited,
Yeah. You want someone to discuss, like you want someone to give counter arguments. You want someone to be able to prove that you're telling the truth because of their arguments. Yeah.
Right. So through the exchange, you as the third party listener can actually understand the mindset of those who have the staunch belief.
Because you don't want to tell people that they're wrong. You want people to think for themselves and people to be able to say that, like, okay, like I hear all these arguments. I hear the arguments from both sides, and I think this. I want people to be able to give their own conclusions to things. Like that's not the right sentence, but I'm
I get what you're saying,
not
but that's
an English speaker, so it's fine.
Correct. That's correct. So in other words, why would I tell you what to think when I can teach you how to think? And in doing
provide people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's important, dude, because like if you're in here sitting here and I'm like, dude, the Earth is flat. This is how it's flat, and then you're just like, okay. No, I don't want that. I want you to be like, you know what? That's crazy. How is that true? Let me figure it out, and I'll just.
You want people to think for themselves and be able to figure out the arguments and just get to a conclusion themselves.
Fuck yeah, dude. Then we got an army of critical thinkers, and fuck, dude, no one can stop that shit. No
I know
one.
exactly what you mean.
Once you're free, once you're out, and you're just looking back at like, dude, I was such a apathetic fucking scrub, you know.
I have always thought this, right? But then I was always thinking like, okay, I'm right about this one thing, but then there's so many other things going on in life, right?
Yeah.
There's so many things to think about. There's so many things.
That's good.
Like,
but if you
yeah,
have
but
that,
okay,
if
that's
you have
good. But like,
Capricorn, if
how
you
does
have a
that? Like,
critical, I'm gonna tell
yeah,
you
go
the
ahead,
benefit.
go ahead.
The benefit is because I'm 10 steps ahead, bro. I know which way you're gonna go. The way that your critical eye is gonna initiate your mind to generate like positive thinking is that you're now in the driver's seat. You're gonna be able to forecast like, okay, this person told me this. Now this is how I'm gonna analyze it. I'm gonna use research. I'm gonna start to think about it critically. And so there's days that you're gonna feel like, okay, now I'm gonna just turn my critical thinking off for just a moment so I can relax. But
like
then
a Marvel
when
movie.
yeah, like you just want to relax, right? But you don't have to have it on all the time. You just do have to have it on when it's game time, right? So it's just like when
At the
you're ready
right time.
yeah, when you're ready to think about stuff and you're just like, oh, let me hear what you got to say, and then somebody gives you some information, you're like, okay, that could be true, that might not be, but I'll look into it, you know. And so it's not going to be like, okay, I believe you, that kind of thing. If you're doing that, that's no bueno. I mean, you just
That's a lot of things nowadays, right? Like people just hearing some stuff and then it's like, oh, but I'm so right about this stuff, and I'm just gonna be like giving it to everyone. I'm just gonna say it to everyone, like, because I've heard something about it, and I didn't even think about it that much, but like it sounds right. So like,
So what I put out into the ether, yeah, I say ether. What I put out into the ether is something for you to actually be able to contemplate. I don't want you to be like, okay, you know, just think about it, right? And if it's something that jives with you and you're like, oh shit, you know what, that makes some sense. Let me look more into this. And then you can come back and you're like, fuck, let's get this, you know, fucking thing going with the truth. And you're in here like everybody else, then you'll be armed with like a critical mind, and it doesn't matter what topic we're on, you'd be able to assess the topipic. It's
yeah, it doesn't even matter flat Earth or not. Just you just want people to think
Just
for
make more
themselves,
channels.
right?
yeah, that's it. So yeah, the homies in
Don't
here.
just believe what everyone tells you. You gotta
Yeah.
think for yourself.
Yeah, the homies
Sometimes
in here, like
I lie.
go on.
Sometimes I need to.
Everyone lied. Everyone's a hypocrite. Fuck me. What is English? Everyone's hypocrisy. Fucking hypocritical.
Hypocrite.
Everyone's a hypocrite. So sometimes, you know, because like, there's some things that are more important than being hypocritic. It's like surviving. You know, like sometimes people gotta say stuff that's not true. And even though they know it's not true, you gotta say it just to survive, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It depends on the situation. And what's the situation here?
This isn't
Obviously, I'm in Belgium, so it's not that bad. Like, I'm not like in some kind of Middle Eastern country where I have to, like China. Fuck China, I guess. Like everyone is not from China, right? So I can say this.
I don't think
Fuck
I've
China.
only seen maybe one person in the whole time, maybe two, that were from China, and they were not scared to be on the internet, but they weren't on here like, you know, but for a moment.
They can cancel the fuck out of me. Fuck China.
There's probably a drone headed to your house right now.
Everyone acknowledges the importance of matriculating an education system, right?
Mm.
I mean, that's the point, right? Like, you've not matriculated the basic understanding of reality, and they've told you that you've been given an A+ because you can repeat things. But matriculating means, like, being able to explain it to someone who knows nothing about it, and they can never do that. Hence,
That's
they
a
can never
hard
provide
thing to do.
even a strong reasoning of why they have these beliefs.
You can tell it to people, and people are like, "Oh yeah," but like, can they explain why? Can they prove why?
Well, I mean, that's the point of matriculation, right? If you know what the answer to 6 times 7 is, it's different to explaining how multiplication works.
Yeah, just get it to another level. Like, 2 + 2 is 4, and then everyone else says 5. You're like, but wait a minute, that's not. Wait, my fingers say otherwise. It's
like people think there's somewhere to go or there's some goal that they're going to be given when they've been run through everything that we all hold to be self-evident. And it's like finishing high school, man. You're not told what job to do. You're given hints, maybe like advice, but it's up to you to decide what to do with your matriculated knowledge, right?
All right, so is it today, AJ?
It's up to you and your surroundings.
Nathan Oakley show?
Yeah, it is, yes.
It happens, what, in 2 hours? So you guys, there's a special treat for you if you've never heard Nathan Oakley. He's going to be on this channel in 2 hours, I think, or an hour and a half, something like that.
Yeah, what's time now?
5:30 my time. Usually he's on at 7, I think. So I'm just making people
Yeah,
aware.
that's about right. Hour and a half.
He'll
Hour
be
and
in
a
here
half,
in an
yeah.
hour and a half. So
A little bit earlier, actually.
it's a special treat
About
for you
15
guys.
minutes.
So if you're in here, stick around for that. But yeah, what's up, AJ? Just
Not much.
in here doing my thing.
Sitting here watching Bitcoin.
Making them profits, huh?
Yeah, trying.
All right. It was a good conversation with you guys. I'm gonna go Netflix and chill. So,
all right.
catch you guys later. Yeah, I'll talk to you later, AJ.
No worries, man. Have a good one. Thanks. Yeah. Crit, you there?
It seems like it's just you, so you're gonna have
Just
to
me, yeah.
carry it.
Matrix, you around?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
I was going to say Nathan's expecting a staged show tonight, but we couldn't arrange it because of what happened
Oh, right, yeah.
with Aurora.
Swapping
So,
our phones over.
yeah, and I haven't been able to talk to him about it yet because we just sort of sorted it out this afternoon. So I'm going to let him know, but what we're going to have to try and probably do is run the room as a stage anyway, and just have people speak one at a time until the conversation's over, and then somehow keep an eye on who wants to speak, maybe in the chat. Call the next person up that we, or whoever interjects that we have to moot.
Yeah, use the chat for a call up, so people put their names up in order. You just scroll back through it and tick them off as we go through.
Yeah, we've done this. The other way I've done this before is if someone does butt into the conversation and they have to be muted, then that'll be the first person revisited to say, "Hey, all right, you're next, buddy. You are interjecting. What do you got?" It's the other way as I've done.
So let me ask you, which one is like the text channel for this one?
You'll see if you're on the computer, it'll be up in your right-hand corner.
Oh.
There'll be a speech bubble there.
No, I mean like what text channel is this? Is this voice chat?
Top right-hand
Oh, it'll be in this channel here.
Yeah. I couldn't find it before.
You can't see the text chat attached to this call. Is that what you're
Are
saying?
you on your phone or on your computer?
I'm on my computer right now, yeah.
Okay, so you can see all the icons in the middle with everyone's pictures on it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, top right-hand corner.
Right.
There's a little speech bubble.
It's open chat.
It says show chat. If you click on it, it'll drop down. That's the chat channel for this channel, my friend.
I mean, I thought there was like a whole thing, like you could, especially on my computer, you could put it like on the middle of your chat, because for some reason it's only like showing on the right hand side of my computer.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
normal.
that's where it shows on mine. You get the screen with everybody on it, and you get the chat on the right hand side.
Right.
You may be able to I think you can reorientate your screen as well.
If I drag it or something, yeah. I've never seen this before on Discord channel. It's just why I was confused. Normally the chat is in the middle, and then the rest of them is on the right. Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah, like it's good enough. Yeah. So the guy who just left said that there was someone coming on, or that's not happening anymore, right?
Yeah, no, he's coming on.
Oh, okay, he is.
He's a celebrity.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I couldn't resist. My word for celebrity is celebrity.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if he's like Jeff from Community, like it's fine. Yeah.
No, I'm just messing with you, dude. I'm looking forward to it actually because I haven't heard the Oakley before.
Does nobody know Jeff
Maybe
from
I have,
Community?
I don't know.
I know Jeff from Community.
Okay,
Community's
thank
a great
you.
show.
Yeah, okay.
Plus, if you haven't seen the Nathan Show before, you're in for a treat because it's basically people being really calm and having like rational discussions without resorting to screaming at each other.
Oh, that's new.
Oh, something new then. Yeah, something different. And now for something completely different.
Wait, that Jeff on YouTube or? Was it on YouTube or what are you saying?
Yeah, he's on YouTube.
Jeff who?
So no, he was talking about a character from a show called Community.
Yeah, that was me. But I was talking about the guy coming in.
He does like flat Earth debates and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Tends to get a bit heated. I just grab the popcorn and listen to people shout at each other.
I mean, any debate I listen to is heated. It wouldn't be a debate otherwise, wouldn't it?
Mm. But I think this. I agree. And then you're like, well, where do we go from here? Like, what next?
Well, I mean, the problem is agree to disagree, right? That's where you're like at a roadblock. It's like, okay, like we're back to level 1. Can't we just talk about this? Like, no, like I agree to disagree. So like, okay, yeah.
I mean, people don't really do that. Look at our track record as a species. How much agreeing to disagree have we actively engaged on in more than the person-to-person level? I'd say almost negligibly.
Mean war, like on a political level, right?
No, like on every level of social expression, people do not agree to disagree. Between each other, as two people, they can. As a room full of people, far less likely. But as a species, almost negligibly.
As a species, no, not definitely not. Yeah.
And that's why it's important, see, because that's what people want to say. Let's all just believe what we want, right? And
that doesn't work at all. Go ahead. Yeah.
We're pretty much.
But I mean,
a minor disagreement.
I believe really crazy things about the nature of the Earth, and like I'm very careful at how much I leak that out and where I do. But just today, I've formed new connections which add more weight to my theory that the Earth is not what even we have thought it is for a long time now. Something vastly different. But anyway, I'm just dropping little hints here.
Just a little teaser for Jeff to come on.
More just stuff I'll leave for Sunday, and like I'll do a week's worth of research and then present like what I've got to with this week. But it's 3 weeks in, and I'm pretty far into it at this point.
That's the interesting part about human beings, right? Like, we don't believe the same stuff that we do, like, through our whole lives. Like, it would be boring, really, if, like, we believe the same thing for 70 years straight. It's like a whole...
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd agree and I'd disagree. Like I said before, some things are quite positive to have a bias towards taking compassionate actions. So if we had a common agreement and a common goal for our species, that'd like disincentivize the idea that one nation has to be ahead of another nation, one class of people has to be better than another class of people. This is the problem, is that we prefer to be in disagreement so it can be a competition that one person can be better off in. I mean, this is the whole problem with humanity. We care more about who's right, about who they listen to, you know, rather than like what's a practical goal that we can have from forming an agreement. Like even the practical goals of heliocentrism, they don't exist. It became a space race and then an arms race. It didn't solve anything. It made the problems far worse. But if everybody believed that you could just walk and you'd eventually get to everywhere, suddenly it seems ludicrous to keep us in one nation with an invisible wall on it, just called a national border, that the people who told you you can't get off this ball, you know, therefore you shouldn't ever have to leave your nation anyway, because I've told you everything about reality and provide for every stage of your life. And if you play ball a little bit better than other people, then you might actually get to go and see another country. Other than that, you're in prison, and you're in a prison for your mind with bars created by your own mind. That's why it's important.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. Yeah. It's really fucking complex to be able to get human beings to work together towards a singular goal, right?
Yeah, and again, we're drifting slightly off center here, but someone brought it up the other day that back in the time of Babel, maybe we were all together and we all knew what everything was, and we all spoke one language, but we used that ability to piss off God, so we smashed it apart and split the nations. I mean, yeah, maybe that was on Hyperborea, we don't know, but it's not Sunday yet.
Is that a sign of God? Is it not? Like, at this point? Because there's a lot of things that happened, right? Like, even in recent years where people are questioning, like, is this like a sign of God? And what does this sign of God mean? Even, like...
Well, it's like labeling yourself as a truth teller, right? If you label yourself as a truth teller rather than a truth seeker, all you're doing is providing people information. You're not telling them that, like, your role is to find information, you know, to discern things. You're just presenting
Like, this is the truth, and you gotta listen to me because I know what's happening, but you don't really because I know you don't, but, like, you want to know, so, yeah.
Right, like if you go to any authority, what you'll find is a truth teller, and they'll tell you that they're a truth seeker, but if you say, can I get in on the seeking? They'll say, well, where are your priestly vestments and robes? And have you donated 3 years worth of your, like, resources to the state? No, so you don't get to be a truth seeker, you get to be a truth hearer because I'm your truth teller. Yeah, it's all positions and authority.
It's like I said, it's fucking complex, you know, like... There's so many questions I have about humanity. Like, I can't just, like, say these things in Discord because I know a lot of people have their own opinions on this, but, like, it's just a continuous thing, isn't it? Throughout all humanity. It's pretty arrogant, you know, to know what the fuck is going on at the moment. Like, I'm not saying that people are wrong about things. I'm just saying, like, it's hard to know what is the truth and to be able to see the truth of what it is. Like, it's kind of arrogant, especially if you're, like, comparing it to, like, some kind of god. Like, if you believe there is a god, like, is it, like, arrogant to know, like, or to say that you know what is going on? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's more like you're raised in a wheelchair and told you can't walk, so you never try. But one day someone tells you, you can probably walk if you tried, and I'm going to show you how. and then you find out you can walk, and you realize that the pursuit of knowledge was dependent on you being able to get there to begin with. So your pursuit of knowledge being in a wheelchair is like, as soon as you reach a flight of steps, you can't learn what's at the top of that flight of steps because they've convinced you not to climb them. You believe that you can't climb them. It's the 100th monkey experiment.
Yeah. And like, even there is a truth like that, like I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying, like, how do you convince other people of, like, at least not at least, but how do you?
It's quite simple, right?
Convince the majority of people that it is like that,
Different people use different ways of explaining it, but I refer to telling them that everything that they think they know, they're simulating in their heads, whereas everything that they carry out that simulation against with their senses outside of their heads tells you something else. So if you want to live in a simulated reality, you can make it whatever you want. That's what you do when you dream at night. You think about like everything that happened, all the thoughts you had that day, your brain puts them all together and creates some imaginary thing where physics doesn't work, and like observations that you carry out in reality make no sense because you're in a dreamscape. You're in a simulation, a mental construct. That's
how
the
do you know
universe.
you're not? Yeah.
Well, that's my point, right? You can know the nature of the world through your empirical senses. You can't know the nature of the universe through your mental simulations, right?
I guess my question there was like, how do you know that you know?
Well, it becomes the point of reference that you're using to form the idea, right? So it can be on paper, and you say, now that I get the math, what I'm seeing in the photography and the videos makes sense, or the simulations, right? But these are all simulations.
Evidence.
Math on paper is a simulation you carry out in your head, and it's just a visual marker. Some people are so clever they don't need to write down on paper. They can just mentally calculate it all, right? Because math is a simulation. I mean, you can say, here's 3 apples, right? But if I tell you that like 2 + 3 = 5, and you've got to like simulate that in your head, you might do it differently than me showing you with 5 apples. So it's really hard to contend that there's 6 apples in front of you if you're saying that 2 + 3 is somehow 6 in your head, right? So that's the difference.
I said that
between,
like more than an hour ago.
Like,
you weren't here yet, I think. Like, yeah, but I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, inner and outer reference points. That's the distinction.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny, man, because people hate being accused of being solipsistic, right? Solipsism means that, like, internally you define the external reality. And, like, you can say the sky is green, it just appears blue to everybody else. And you might be lying when you're telling people that you think it's green, or, like, that you see it and you see it as green, because you really see it as blue. But in your head, that's green to you. And all other blues might be blue, but the particular sky one is green just because your solipsistic mind has created a simulation that backs it up. And then you don't have to rely on this outer reality because the inner reality is more fun. You get to define the rules of it. That's what solipsism is. And it's sadly what all of the philosophy of heliocentrism comes down to. Very sad. I mean, if we could all go to space, it'd be a different story, obviously, wouldn't it?
What do you mean?
I caused a ruckus in the fucking wrong chat, so now I'm in the Flat Earth chat. How y'all doing?
I just mean if I can look at the Earth, that's different to me simulating the Earth based on looking at an image of the Earth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. You mean like that? Okay. I get you.
Right.
Question though.
Go ahead. Like, think about a ruckus.
Oh, okay. So my question is basically this, right? What other planets are flat? That's the only question I got.
Well, there's no evidence for it, I guess.
Well,
they all
first of all,
appear to be.
First of all, you're asking what other
appear,
planets.
yeah.
Well, that would be assuming that the Earth's a planet to begin with.
Okay. Well, planes. What other planes are flat? You know what I'm trying to say? Like other bodies are flat.
We don't know. We all see the same thing when we look up, yeah? We just see a light in the sky. There's nothing that we can verify really about it.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, like,
we'd have to be on this subjective ground plane that you're saying is in the sky, and then make the same observations we carry out on this ground plane to make that comparison.
Well, no, what I'm basically saying is this, right? So let's just say Mars. We all know where Mars is. Is Mars, if the Earth is flat, right, then this would naturally mean that there has to be other bodies of which that are flat, correct?
In the universe, I guess, yeah.
Yes, not even
Yeah, why?
not even the universe, in our own solar system. So
Is that a fact? Like, I mean, you know what I mean, right? Like,
Sounds like you're saying, I saw a purple flower, therefore all flowers should be purple flowers.
no, I'm saying we should come across another one again at some point.
right, yeah, in
Why?
the universe, in the solar system. I don't know, because it's only like 10. Yeah, it's not 10.
So then the
I'm
question I have
uncultured.
is, how come we have never observed a flat object the size of Earth ever? Then
Okay, yeah, in the universe, yeah, yeah.
everything we have found, we've flown satellites around it. Voyager 1, 2. We've flown around.
They claim to fly satellites around it.
Oh, so it's a claim.
Yeah, it's a violation of natural laws, the way that what they explain.
So wait, so you're saying that satellites can't exist because of it's a violation of natural laws?
Saying satellites themselves. I'm saying what we are explained, satellites apparently do, yeah?
Yeah.
And orbits and etc., then this is a violation of natural laws. You would have to prove a sphere in the first place for it to be orbiting.
Ah, that's actually a banger right there. That is actually a banger. No, I wasn't thinking about that because that's actually a very good point. I fucking hate that it's a good point. Because you can't orbit something that's not a circle. I mean, not a sphere.
Correct. But in the second instance, really in the first instance, it's a violation of natural laws. It's a violation of gas laws and thermodynamics laws.
Well, okay. Barring orbiting something, right? What do you mean I mean, we're in space. There's nothing in space. It's just space.
Yeah. So can you have gas pressure without containment? The antecedent to gas pressure is a container for the gas particles to press upon.
Well, I mean, yeah.
They're elastic collisions. So where would be an example of gas without containment being it's the antecedent requirement to pressure?
I mean, that's how we live here on Earth. There's pressure pushing, not even from a flat Earth perspective, but there's pressure from gravity pushing down on all the atmosphere. But there's no container.
The claim is that gravity is pressing down upon the atmosphere. Can we demonstrate this on the Earth?
Yeah, go ahead and drop something right now. You'll see that it falls directly downward.
No. Gravity, which we can get into, having an effect on gases. So gases are released at ground level and don't have a downward bias. They travel in all vectors and will fill available space, yeah? Low pressure.
Oh, okay. Yep. I hear what you're talking about.
So we can't demonstrate gravity to be affecting gases the way that you're claiming. And secondly, it says we need a physical container for them to bounce off.
So if gravity does not affect gases that are not contained, is that correct?
Gases, when released, are released at ground level, yeah? This is where they're not created, but transformed, yeah?
Correct.
So gravity is supposedly strongest, closest to the center of the Earth at ground level. Now, these gases travel in all vectors.
Correct.
And they fill the available space. So then, where can we demonstrate gravity containing gases and pressure?
By our atmosphere. If you've ever flown,
that would be begging the question.
What do you mean you'd be begging what question is there to be begged?
Okay, so it's just fallacious reasoning. So there's two there. One, we're trying to prove the Earth is a sphere. So by claiming a sphere, yeah, or hemisphere.
Not even that. It's
you're begging the question. But sorry, go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is the one that we're basically getting at here is I'm basically saying, or you're basically saying that gravity is not holding down the gases to the Earth because it's not contained. Now, the reason why I brought this up was because, well, it was because of orbiting, satellites, whatever. Basically, the reason what I'm bringing up is we can already demonstrate this with balloons. We can already demonstrate this with helium, and hell, we can even demonstrate this in water. The more water that's above you, the more pressure is put on your body. So if we can do it with water, why can't we do it with air?
So what happens as we go up in the atmosphere?
Yes.
We have a pressure gradient, yeah?
Yeah, it gets lower and lower as time goes on.
It's low, but we don't see gases containing gases either. Yes, we have higher pressure down low. However, exactly the same as water, but we don't see gravity acting upon gases the way it's described.
Sorry, I'm really trying to think how this works. How do you demonstrate that gravity can't hold gases downward?
How do you demonstrate it can?
By one, there being any sort of gas pressure on the face of the planet Earth. Secondly, I can demonstrate that gravity affects gases by smoke. I'm sorry, what?
Again, that's just begging the question.
Also,
we're trying to find out whether it's gravity that's holding it down to the Earth. With the claim that it's gravity holding it down to the Earth, you're begging the question. So
So if gases aren't being held down to the Earth, but water and solids are, correct? There has to be a state in which it's a balance. There's an equilibrium. There has to be like a membrane it goes through from being able to be held down to not being able to be held down. If gases aren't subject to gravity restrictions, but water and land are, why is that? Why is gas not subject to gravity restrictions, no matter how heavy the gas?
Well, that means
it's quite simple.
All right, go ahead.
We need to go further into gravity at that point. But can you demonstrate gravity having the effect on gases anywhere other than what's claimed as the atmosphere?
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this question. Why can't I hike all the way to the top of Mount Everest without an oxygen suit, or at least a supplemental oxygen?
Because we have a pressure gradient, and the key word there is pressure, which is obtained by gas particles bouncing off the walls of their container.
Okay.
So again, we need some type of containment.
Okay. Correct.
So if we were, let's go this way. If we were to have a box, yeah, let's say we pressurize something on the Earth slightly, and then we were to open the box or open a valve. What's going to happen to the gas that's in that box? Is gravity going to contain that? It's not going to be contained by gravity. So again, when gases are transformed at Earth level, where gravity is supposed to be at its strongest, these gases all vent out in different vectors. There is no downward bias. They're affected by temperature, they're affected by wind, etc. All the things that are going on in the atmosphere. We've got a dynamic atmosphere. We have a pressure gradient, but at the end of the day, you still require containment to have pressure. And the second law that it breaks is thermodynamics laws, which is in regards to irreversible changes. One of the most widely cited irreversible changes is the free expansion of gas into a vacuum. Right? So this means that without containment, we have 14 psi on the Earth, and we are next to a near perfect vacuum. So if this was the case without containment, the pressurized system, the pressure air that we breathe is going to vent into the available space until the pressure is equalized.
So here's the issue though. What if gases keep getting introduced? So basically, let's say I have a valve that just keeps feeding gas into the open air. Like, sure, the gas is just going to keep leaking everywhere, but as long as there's gas coming through the pipe, you're still going to see gas coming out of the pipe.
So what happens with gases when they're next to a vacuum air, when they're venting, it's an explosive vent until the pressure is equalized. Entropy
Correct.
will also always increase, yeah? So you would have to be creating a hell of a lot for this not to be venting off into space, and we wouldn't be breathing the air that we're breathing. Yeah?
Well, you have to
High
remember,
pressure always fills low pressure, especially next to a vacuum.
this is fucking damn. I love. Hey, are you Australian, by the way, man?
AJ, you broke him.
No.
Yeah, I'm Australian.
It's just I love the flat Earth community because they have such big brains. They literally will they have such big brains about shit that's already been disproven. But it's so nice because they still will, to the end of time, walk you. It's almost like if I told Einstein E equals MC squared does not actually mean anything, and he'll sit there and be like, "Man, no, listen, right? E equals MC squared does mean something. Let me break it down for you." It's just so nice how you guys do this. I appreciate the craft. Me, I'm a globist. I'm a globalist, if you know, or whatever it is.
It's proven these thermodynamic laws and gas laws. I mean, just laughing and saying, "Ha, these have all been disproven so many times," means absolutely nothing. I can cite for you all of these gas and thermodynamics laws in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, correct, but they're fundamentally wrong because gravity can hold down a gas.
Can that be demonstrated?
Yes, it can.
Where?
Want to know why? Want to know why? Okay, what is the heaviest gas known to man right now? The heaviest gas. Let me look on the periodic table real quick. Actually, hold on. Periodic.
Probably uranium gas. I'm gonna take a guess and say uranium gas.
No, I mean like the
on the table.
Yeah, you can take over for a minute, man. I'm gonna go outside and have smoke.
No worries.
All right.
Hold on.
I mean, can you answer me one simple question that's been bugging me for about a fortnight? Why is helium the only gas that gravity flatly ignores?
What do you mean? It doesn't flatly
I
ignore it.
mean, no, this is what NASA tells you, right? There's a shortage of helium in the world because helium vents into space, and it's the only gas that's doing that.
Yes. It's the helium's the second lightest element there is.
Okay, but you just told me a little while ago that helium sinks with gravity in like a vacuum chamber or something. Did you not say that? I thought you did.
Yes, it would sink in a vacuum. The problem is...
Well, no, it doesn't. See, if you put helium in a balloon, the balloon will sink. If you make that balloon out of any structure, it's got a connected molecular structure, which causes things to sink through the non-connected molecular structures called the gas.
Helium is lighter than every other element besides hydrogen. So for you to keep helium in...
So why is Earth trapping hydrogen and not helium?
Because hydrogen is only a one atom particle. It's a element with only one proton. It is very easy for hydrogen to click onto other things. For example, H2O makes water. Why would hydrogen, which is unstable in its natural form, not want to naturally click with other elements? Hydrogen naturally does not exist in nature.
Not gravity. That's not gravity. That's weak force that you're describing.
But no.
So we have strong force, right? Molecular bonds.
Hold on, huge ass. Let Delio speak.
We have strong force, right? They're called molecular bonds. This is what gives things weight and causes them to sink through things that don't have molecular bonds, called gas or atmosphere or whatever you want to say.
No. Hydrogen is a gas de facto.
The bonds are
it doesn't
weakly
become
connected.
A gas. It already is.
Strong force. Okay, all right. Do you see the point I'm driving at or not?
So is the point
you keep providing information and then saying because gravity, and the last one you said, well, hydrogen bonds to other things. Yeah, that's called weak force. It's not gravity, and no one says it's gravity.
Yes, what I'm basically saying is this: the reason why the atmosphere does not just dissipate into the void of space is because gravity is purposely holding down the heavier gases to the Earth. For example,
purposely holding down.
You just contravened your last statement. You said hydrogen doesn't do that. You said hydrogen's the simplest and lightest atom, but because it's highly active, it doesn't have to be affected by gravity. So you're saying that hydrogen that doesn't choose to, for whatever reason, hydrogen that's not reacting with anything else, it will vent into space. Is that what you're telling me?
It won't vent into space. I just want you to make rise above the rest. Air
just
right now, air is 80% nitrogen.
It makes things so much easier, dude.
No,
There's
listen,
no
listen.
consistency
Right,
with
listen
your
here.
model.
Air
So
is
at the end of the
80%.
day,
Air is
you changed
80%
your answer,
nitrogen.
yeah?
Air is 80% nitrogen. That is the sixth densest element there is. It's actually the seventh. Hydrogen is number one.
Right.
It's the equivalent of putting dish
we've
soap
just
and
shown,
oil.
dude, force
What?
it. Regardless, we've just shown you that gravity is not containing gases, yeah? And you haven't been able to demonstrate, other than begging the question, where it does. All you've done for an answer is laughed at us, told us you love how flat earthers have this.
Oh, I just love how.
And said that, you know, this has been disproven. That these laws of thermodynamics and gas have been disproven many times.
What?
So where have these laws been disproven?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Where have these laws been disproven? I mean, all over the place. First off, to think that first off, everything in the universe is affected by gravity. Everything is. So for you to claim that it's not affected by the Earth's gravity is simply false. Everything in the universe is affected by all the gravity that is in the universe.
This is an assumption based in metaphysics, not science.
No.
What the causation
You're
of
affected by
gravity
all gravity
is.
that is in the universe
You don't even
right now.
understand what the causation of gravity is. When and where have these laws, natural laws, been proven to have been broken? Because they would no longer be natural laws if this was the case.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean that? When did these? The theory that all objects in the universe are affected by gravity is just a natural law. You can't break that. What are you trying to say here?
No, that's not a law.
No, it is a law. Everything in the universe
No, it's
affects
not.
everything else in the universe.
What's
I'm
gravity?
trying to remember what it is, but it's
What is gravity?
Gravity is gravity is a force in which when mass is coagulated against when a big mass is first off, everything has mass in the universe. So for you to say that these gases don't have mass, is simply false. But also to say gases don't get affected by gravity is also false because
He's
everything
asked you what gravity is.
Gravity is the force of which occurs when enough mass gets together. It wants to pull other stuff towards it.
That's incorrect.
No.
So that was
Okay, then tell me what gravity is.
That was debunked.
Jump in, Jedi. You're right, dude. Go for it.
Jump in, Jedi. Come on.
That was debunked in 1915. Einstein, general relativity, superseded this notion that mass, the amount of substance in the space which is hard to move, attracts the amount of substance in the space that is hard to move. You're 109 years out of date, dude.
Okay. First off, that's equals MC squared. That's equals MC squared. That's just talking about energy. That's not talking about gravity here.
It is.
Okay.
The bending and warping. You need to shush.
Okay.
The bending and warping of space-time due to the displacement of mass, which is why objects fall into gravity wells. It most definitely is gravity, you fucking idiot.
Okay. So then if things can fall into gravity wells, why can't gas fall into gravity wells?
Because observably, because the natural law applies that gas expands indefinitely, we don't observe gravity acting on gas.
Okay, so then why does it act on liquids and solids then?
At the moment, you've got to prove what it is, and you've given me the one that's over 109 years out of date. You need to
what I'm asking you is this.
Hold on, I haven't finished.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You need to provide the observation to start the science off. As in, you need to show an observation of the second law of thermodynamics being violated in the first instance. You can't just say it does. You need to show that it does. Can you do that?
Second law of thermodynamics. What is? Hold on.
Would you like me to get some scientists out to help you along this?
Second law also states that changes in entropy.
Oh, we got a Google Earth.
Yes, the other issue is you're also this second law, I understand that. You're acting like there's only a finite amount of gas on Earth. There's not a finite amount of gas. There is always new gas being put on the Earth.
Excuse me. Are you conceding that gas expands indefinitely?
Correct. Yes, gas does expand indefinitely.
Doesn't matter about the amount of gas, even if you're producing more. Gas expands indefinitely. You need to show gas not expanding indefinitely to violate
Correct. The
law.
issue is these gases are being held down by gravity.
Can you show that, being as we describe the law as gas expanding indefinitely? You're saying it doesn't expand indefinitely, which
It doesn't when it's being held down by gravity.
Finished, which is a violation of that law. Can you show it? I don't want you to say it.
Can I show that gas
Yes.
does not expand infinitely?
Yes, can you?
Yes. We can take a hydrogen balloon and just let it go.
Okay.
At a
That's
certain
not, sorry, you may have
Okay, go ahead.
noticed that the gas that inside the balloon is trying to expand because of the balloon. That's why there's fucking pressure. I'm asking you to show me gas not expanding.
Trash, trailer, trash, trailer, trash.
Who are you talking to,
Hold
Limo? Are you talking to me or Jedi?
Dude,
Oh my
you need
goodness
to show me
gracious.
gas not expanding. Can you do that?
Show you gas not expanding.
Yes, because that's what gas does. It expands indefinitely until it reaches the walls of its container. It presses on the walls of its container because it wants to fucking expand. You're saying that gas doesn't expand. Show me.
Under gravity. Yes.
Show me. Stop saying it.
Okay, how hold on, let me
Show
think right now. Hold on. I'm not even going to look at my computer. I'm going to think. How would I prove this? That
Yeah,
gas
how would I violate the second law of thermodynamics? How long would I wait until I got my Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, no, I wouldn't get a Nobel Peace Prize because gravity is the only thing. Because you're considering the Earth like a box.
No,
You're thinking the Earth is like a box that you can just that we just have all the gas in. No, we're making new gas all the time,
That
and
doesn't matter.
gravity's holding down all the gas that we already
Excuse
have.
me.
That's why green. Oh, here's the other issue too. If gas was
another issue.
Here's the other issue. If gas was not held down by gravity, then the ozone layer would not exist, and greenhouse gases wouldn't matter because they just float off into space.
Where's the gas produced on the Earth?
What do you mean? Which gas? Do you want nitrogen, oxygen? What are you talking about?
Oxygen.
It's produced by photosynthesis.
Phytoplankton in the sea, right? Produces
Yes,
oxygen.
photosynthesis, phytoplankton. Yeah, that's
Okay. Okay. The evaporation cycle. The sun comes out, heats the water turns to gas. Quick question. Which way does the gas go?
It goes up.
Oh.
You have to remember though,
it goes up.
it's pushing first off, it has to push all the other gas that's above it out of the way first.
So it's expanding.
Yes, but it's
Awesome stuff.
expanding, but the
Thank
problem
you.
is it's being held down by all the weight of all the other gas that's on top of it.
No. This is your belief. The law states that gas will expand into a volume. If you say up there is a volume for gas for gas to fill the space, then the gas will fill it as the law describes.
It would, and it would if there was no gravity on Earth. You'd be right if there was no such thing as gravity. So let me ask you this question. How are we being held down to the Earth right now?
This is non sequitur to my point. You're violating the law of nature with something that you have yet to define correctly.
I'm not violating this. You completely forget gravity.
And as I've tried to ask you, can you show me gas not filling space?
How can you actually claim this?
I need a big enough
when
container.
you don't
Yes.
even hang on.
Because wonder why? I can show you water. I can show you water doing the same thing. Water and gas are the same have the same principles.
No, they
Water
don't.
isn't gas,
Force
you
it.
idiot.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How are you so confidently making the claim that gravity is containing gases when you don't actually even understand what gravity is according to the globe today?
Because other flat earthers I've seen have this belief where they just believe the Earth is rising at 9.8.
That's not answering the question, dude.
Well, no, hold on.
Answering the question.
I'm making a point.
No.
Jedi. I'm making the point where
you're not going to make that point because that's not what
I'm showing. No, I'm asking. No.
Did I claim or Jedi claim the Earth is moving up at 9.8 meters per second?
No, it's some people claim that.
Exactly.
In the flat Earth community.
So we don't want to know what other people have to say off in fairyland. Yeah, we want you to answer the question that I just asked you. How do you have such a strong opinion on gravity holding gases to the Earth when you don't even understand what the claim of gravity is?
Mass attracts mass.
I'll ask you another question.
This is not
because
logical.
We want to talk about
This is not
gravity.
logical. Another question. No, you'll answer this, dude.
Okay, we'll answer this. Let's do it. Come on. What's the question?
He's asked you twice now. He's asked you twice because the first time you started rambling on about something that wasn't an answer to the question. He's then asked you again. You wasn't even listening. I thought you were supposed to be some kind of intellect, but this isn't going very well for you, is it?
How do I
spiral?
That's it.
Okay. Okay. The further you get from the surface, the lower the effective pressure is.
Okay, but that's still pressure. What's the definition of pressure?
Pressure is the amount of weight that is above an object.
No, pressure
down
isn't
upon
weight.
it.
No.
Pressure isn't weight.
No,
Pressure
weight is a measurement of how much an object
Excuse me,
has in it.
I asked you what pressure was. What's pressure? What's the definition of pressure?
Pressure. It is the force applied perpendicular to the surface of an object per unit area over which the force is distributed.
Okay, so you need a physical boundary for gas to press against.
Yes.
Awesome
A
stuff.
unit area.
So if the Earth is an open system without a physical boundary to press against, you're not going to have gas pressure, let alone a gas pressure gradient. You need a container for pressure.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Here's a couple of things. How does a propane tank work then? When I turn on the grill, why doesn't all the propane just fly out of the tank?
My God, dude, what are
Because
you
there's a
talking about?
pressure regulator that regulates the gas flow. If you were to just open the valve on the top, you would lose all of your gas in a few seconds.
Correct, but you don't lose it all immediately. It isn't an
Entropy. Oh my gosh, it's entropy. It's venting.
But here's the problem. You don't lose it all immediately. There is a... You know what?
Well, according to you, we don't even need a tank for your propane. You just go down and grab an armful of it and carry it back home to your barbecue.
Yes, if propane was in the air, we could theoretically do that. But propane doesn't exist naturally in nature like that.
We don't. If we want gases to stay in spaces, we contain them, because if we don't contain them, the gases fuck off. It's called entropy.
Correct, but I'm saying when you turn on the stove, I'm saying when you turn on the gas grill.
Dummy, you said that all of these laws had been debunked. You're incorrect. You just say, but the law applies. Free gas expansion indefinitely in all directions.
Let me ask you this question. I'm going to ask this just real quick. I got to ask you a question. Does air have mass?
Mass doesn't attract mass, sunshine. If it does, show me gas attracting gas.
There's a fucking planet called Jupiter. Look it up.
Excuse me. That would be your belief that up there's a sky vacuum. I'm asking you.
Then explain Jupiter. How does Jupiter exist if there is no how does Jupiter, Saturn,
I don't want to hear about your fairy tales about Jupiter, dude. Has nothing to do with what you were just...
Yes, it does, because those are gas planets.
No, it
They're
doesn't.
completely comprised of gas. So how do they exist?
How'd you know that?
Oh my gosh, because we've had not only 6 missions to each of these planets, respectively.
No, you haven't.
We also have satellites that tell us the composition of these planets.
No, you haven't. No, because this all exists in a vacuum. And according to the second law, if there's a space for gas to fill, the gas will fill it. Do you know who Swarther Eddington is? Astronomer Royal, about 150 years ago, compatriots with Einstein. He says this, and I quote, "If your theory is set to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can offer you nothing but to collapse in the deepest humiliation." That's what's happening now. You're collapsing in the deepest humiliation.
All right,
because you can't go against the second law of thermodynamics.
The person you quoted, does he believe in space?
No, because the quotation would violate the idea of space.
Did you look that up? What's his name?
Eddington, Astronomer Royal, over 150 years ago, explicitly talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Who cares, dude? Why are you jumping in? Why are you jumping in? Do you want me to school you as
Yeah, I
well?
was just sorry,
Okay,
I'll shut up. Sorry.
It's just
So
trying to get back
in
to
the
this.
chat, in the chat for where'd he go? Who were we just talking to actually?
Let me know when you're done with this though, because
Did he jump?
I have some fun.
I think so, AJ.
I was just going to point out that these gases have no attractive forces to each other. They have random, constant, straight line motion, have elastic collisions, but it's painful.
No, it's funny. All of these laws have been debunked, AJ, because gravity exists. Therefore, these laws have been debunked. Good luck with that.
You going to be around for Nathan's show?
Who, me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's expecting a stage tonight. So I've got to
is
go
he?
in and talk to him because we don't have a stage. Yeah, we've had issues with that this week.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to try and run it like a stage show anyway. Just
Okay, mate.
try and keep everybody else quiet. Let one person come up at a time, whether they put something in the chat. Or I think if someone intervenes, we just mute them and give them the next opportunity to speak. But try and maybe run it like that stage show.
Okay, mate.
I'm sorry. There was some guy supposed to like come into this Discord.
Yeah, shortly.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine.
You guys
maybe,
know you can put auto mute on for people who join, like you have to unmute them when they join.
Oh, it's all right. Wasn't we just leave them and see how they go? Otherwise, we won't know who really wants to speak if we can't keep up with the chat. But if they talk, I think if we just explain it and mute them, and then give whoever tried to speak the next opportunity to speak, say their piece. Just try and keep it to the one-on-one.
I just had a thought that like the guy who was supposed to be here was already here. I didn't follow.
Did you think it was the last guy that was talking, Mr.
No, not that guy. No. I just thought
He's
by
very
now
confident.
he was ready to join the channel. You know.
I think he's been in a few of those other flat Earth circles, you know.
All right. I mean, I can see why it's a difficult one to like, not negotiate, but to discuss, right?
Well, it is from the globe side, definitely. Because most of the time, all that's presented is logical fallacies.
The guy who's supposed to come on, or the last guy?
No. Most globers,
yeah.
Most people seem to get the structure of debate well enough, but what they don't get is the preponderance of evidence. And if they're in court, right, and we're saying there's strong evidence that you're lying, yeah, the response is not to turn around and go, well, you prove that you're telling the truth. Like, it doesn't work like that.
No, that's not an argument, right? You need to
Hey,
have
buddy.
arguments.
I think you got the wrong door. The Leather Club is 2 blocks down.
I think you should just put yourself back on mute, Crystal.
Why?
If you're referring to my compression gauntlets, it's a blood pressure issue thing that I do. It's not like a cosplay, but thanks.
time's Nathan usually get here? AJ, about 2:30?
Yeah, about 2:30. I haven't seen anything go out on Skype or anywhere yet, so.
Okay, man.
Yeah, so I had something fun to show you guys. Can you stream your screen on this VC?
What?
Can you stream your screen on this VC? Do you need permission for that? Or
You should be able to.
so maybe my phone is listening. I mean, it probably is, right? You guys probably experience this all the time. So this video popped up on my YouTube. It was pretty interesting. I thought we'd see it together. I wanted to stream this because I don't know anything about cameras or like barrel destruction. So this guy sent a hot air balloon up, and these are the specs. So you see the third camera, Mage narrow angle cam. That's what we'll see. And this guy's attached to strings, which are straight on, like right in front of the lens, right? So, so what do you think about this? This Firefly 8 SE camera? Like, are you guys fine with this?
Well, there's always going to be barrel distortion no matter the lens. And secondly, you're looking at a piece of string directly across the front of the camera out to a horizon that has atmospheric effects beyond that string.
Mm. Well, look, I want to just
So no, you're
skip
never
through
going
this video.
to barrel
Uncut,
distortion.
3-hour footage. It's an uncut 3-hour video. It's pretty cool. So I just want to show the start of it so that we see just the start, and then we can go up.
We've all seen it.
You've seen this?
Yeah, you've seen it, haven't you, Jedi?
Yeah, I don't like the music at the beginning. I remember that.
Well, I can. Does that really stop? I don't know. I've not seen this. But anyway, so then I'm assuming you see curvature eventually. So can I stop streaming, or you? Let me show it actually. Hold on. Let me see how high this guy goes. So this is feet, meters. Okay, 30,000 meters almost, and you see it's curved. So what do you guys think about this? It looks curved to me, right? What do you guys think about this? Is it like distortion or what?
Just
atmospheric effect? What's going on? And what's the black stuff?
Actually just answered.
What?
Actually just answered you.
Yeah, so what did you say? I'm going to stop streaming. I think my Wi-Fi can't handle this. So I found this very interesting. I thought it'd be fun to bring this up. What do you guys think about that footage?
Oh, you want to bring that to Nathan? Okay, good luck with that.
Oh yeah, I should. But anyway, so okay, the curve is distorted, sharp. I don't know. What's the black stuff? Hello.
Who cares? It's not showing Earth's curve. Earth is measured as flat.
So, I mean, okay, well, to the flat earthers who believe in the dome and the water above the dome, surely you must change your mind after that, right? There's no water up there.
You're asking us from a spinning video, what's the black in the spinning video?
Well, I could, okay, if you want to stream it again, there's parts of it where I'm sure it's not spinning. I guess 3 hours.
You tell us what the black is.
You tell us what the black is.
I think it's space. What do you guys think it is?
No idea. But if you're going to claim that's an available volume for gas to fill and the gas isn't filling it, you've got a problem.
Well, what's the black stuff, dude? What do you think it is? I gave you my best guess.
I don't know. Your best guess is silly, though.
If it is a container, then I'm presuming the container is black, right? Sorry. It must be a black container.
Or transparent.
Let me ask you a question about space, right? If we're meant to think about space, why is there no space in people's heads anymore for new ideas? It seems like they told you that 99% of the available universe's space is empty, and there's literally nothing that could possibly fill the space in your head that they've crammed in with everything that represents. So you've got like you've got 1% of the room left in your brain for anything else, and yet apparently that's the entire universe inverting the volumetric on you. Does that sound rational to you at all?
No, you're right. It's not rational. Let me ask you this: what do you think is the black stuff?
Absorption of light.
What's absorbing it?
Something that absorbs light, something that has the chemical structure to denote absorption of the entirety of the light wavelength, the white light wavelength, sorry. Like the reason that your eye is black, like the reason your pupil is black is so that it can absorb the entire light spectrum and then split it up and reorient the molecular wavelengths into color for your brain, for your senses. So yeah, it's not really black. It looks black to your eye because it's eating all the reference point that you have to have a reflection. If it's not reflecting, it's absorbing, so you can't technically discern any color or nature of it.
Right.
Look, it's a similar thing to trying to discern that the Earth is moving if you're in a hover car in a desert with unchanging features. How do you even know that you're moving? If you're in a contained environment, there's no friction on the surface because you're floating above it, and it's just an endless desert. There's no way to tell you're moving, right? I mean, the clouds are moving at different rates. You don't know if you're moving, and the cloud, you're like, are the clouds still, or are you moving? Are you still? There's no way to tell because there's no differential marker. So referencing the black field of space, it provides you zero information. It's like saying, here's a black chalkboard. I can now write any mathematical theory I want on it, and I have infinite space in which to make it apparent.
Can you use a gyroscope if you have it?
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I mean that's all. It just I thought so so again just for my clarity, so the curve is barrel distortion, right, and atmospheric effects.
It certainly doesn't appear anything like the challenge I provided to somebody earlier. Why can't I hold up a protractor in front of my face and see what I'm looking at mapping to any gradient inside the protractor? All right, you got the bottom of the protractor. That's a flat level. If I have a thick protractor and I turn that base to my eyes and I look through it, the horizon will enter one side and exit the other side at the exact same point. At no point can I put that protractor the right way up, hold it to the sky like I'd hold it to a piece of paper, and find the way that it conforms to the protractor. And you couldn't even do that in your video. Do you see my point? Like in your video, we're dealing with a vastly larger difference, and you're asserting that the curvature is more apparent. Yet if I watch that video with a protractor in front of my face, I doubt I'm going to be able to make a clear marker at where the horizon enters and exits at any kind of differential. It's going to be straight.
Well, the issue is perspective, right?
Or at least negligibly straight, right? Like not within even 1 degree. It might be like 0.3 of a degree, something that we can account for through optical like barreling or whatever you want to say. But protractors, man, think about them. Think about how they work so well on paper, and when you hold them in front of your eye at any altitude, you never see the conforming of the horizon to any change in the protractor.
Look, you would if the thing went up enough. Where I was in the video, it was around 20,000 meters. Right, the radius of the Earth is what? 6,000 meters. The radius of the Earth is 6,000 meters. You're about 20,000 meters away. Right, you can imagine that, right? Make a tennis ball and an observer in the same proportion, right? If the tennis ball had a 60 centimeter radius, and you have to imagine an observer that's 20 centimeters away from it, right? Imagine a microscopic observer 20 centimeters away from that 60 centimeter tennis ball. I don't think they would see much of a curvature, dude.
All right, I'm going to make an assertion to you based on you making a hypothetical assertion. Let me know if we're getting off topic, though. If I was like the size of an ant and I had an ant-sized protractor and I pointed it at the edge of the ball, it's going to conform to the curvature of my tiny protractor.
Hello, Minecraft users. How are you doing? Have you found
Well, I would disagree, and also even that might not be up to scale. You would be if we were to be perfectly up to scale, you would be more like a back. Even that might be too big. I don't know.
A Jedi 2, another
get what
hour
I'm
for
saying?
Nathan.
Say that again, mate.
Another hour for Nathan. Just
Okay,
checked.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go make myself some lunch, and I'll be around, man. But I'll definitely be back for that.
Why do you
I
guys
mean,
believe
I'll
this
try it.
flat, man?
I'll try it with a really giant protractor, right? Like the Sydney Harbour Bridge. It's a giant arch. Is there any distance that I can look through the bridge and map it to the horizon at any increment?
Probably, yeah, at some height, but I don't know what height that would be.
Well, it seems like if it would, that'd be a really popular photo and everyone would do it and we'd have a lookout set up at the exact distance for you to go, oh, look, the Harbour Bridge matches the horizon because it's a giant metal protractor. And I'm asserting that it never, ever will or can.
Well, I don't know, maybe someone should make into a photograph like that. It would have to be highly elevated. I don't know how much.
I know you got to be high on something to assert that on like a tiny piece of paper I can fit the known universe with numbers. Okay, fair enough. I know I smoke some stuff, man, but I don't smoke that high grade stuff.
I'm not sure what exactly that was supposed to make fun of. But yeah, I guess.
It means that all of these theoretical clowns, man, they're high on their own supply, and that supply is laughing at the very notion that they can just make it up as they go. It's a clown college, and you can see Brian Cox, he's the happy clown. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's the absurd clown. And Bill Nye is the clown who treats everyone like a child. It's a clown college called metaphysics.
What do you think? What's wrong with Brian Cox?
What's he always so happy about? What was he always smiling? Every single time I see him, he's smiling. The only other person who does that is a clown, literally. And it's like their minds, dude. They will mime out for you all of their theorems, all their mathematical theorems. Look, I studied acting when I was young. I studied clown theory and I studied mime theory, and I can tell you, if you synthesize those two together, you'll get these globocentric philosophers exactly to a T.
Wait, what's what's clown theory? Is that a curriculum? Did you go to clown school?
I went to acting school, and part of that was learning
Oh.
clown theory. Yeah, it's a really, really old school of acting. It's probably actually all acting is derived from clown theory. Something else you probably don't know about it.
Yeah, they used to make silent films, right? It's a lot of physical acting.
No, it's more about the way that like shamans and tribal masking turned into like storytelling, and that turned into being a character, not the person, right? So you have to put on a persona, and this idea of persona has grown and grown and grown through history and gone through iteration after iteration until we have the modern schools of clowning. And I'm telling you who they are.
Well, you think about it this way, right? Imagine we were living 2,500 years ago. Would you have thought about this? Let's say we were in Greece, and Aristotle, Plato, whoever, they were having these public lectures and discourses or whatever. You would probably say the same thing about them, right?
How do you know
I'd
they
bring
were
a
public
challenge,
lectures
right?
and discourses to begin with? Yeah, because if you seriously look into the history, these people were rejected for their claims and theories by the majority of the Greeks.
Well, at least what we're led to believe, right, is that you would go with a challenge to a philosopher and try to like get them to prove that they were smarter than you by answering something which cooks your noggin, you know? So it was really like you had two ideas in this particular time period. We could choose any time period, but let's stay here. We have the state-given religion, which tells us the cosmology and the creation story and our fate and our reasons, right? And then we have people who go, well, what if that isn't good enough for me? So then the school of philosophy was born, where they asked questions about reality instead of accepting what they were being told by, what did I call them before? The truth tellers. It's not okay to be a truth seeker and walk up to a truth teller and say, well, you're telling me something, you're not showing me how to seek it for myself. And that's what they realized in ancient Greece. They had to become truth seekers instead of truth acceptors by the truth tellers.
Yeah, but I'm sure any of these scientific personalities that you bring up, or any other person in academia,
It's not scientific
would
yet.
probably.
He just explained it to you. It's metaphysics. It's philosophy.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm sure Plato made claims about both science and metaphysics or whatever, right? Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm just giving you a psychological breakdown because I've also been to university for psychology. So, yeah, like I understand people's motivations more than I understand hyper complex volumetric data, right? So I can discern people's motivations easier than other people because I have a method, and once you have a method, you can repeat it and find that it's universal. These are things like forming empirical laws of science, not hyper postulating an empiricism based on the fact that you're asserting that it's empirical. You can't assert empiricism. It has to be independent of your assertion.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know how much of Brian Cox's material that you guys have seen. I've seen snippets on my YouTube shorts or whatever. He's mostly just talking about what he sees through their telescopes, right? He's talking about some star or something, like he's not. I don't know, when he brings up metaphysics, but he's mostly just talking about his work basically. And I'm sure he would tell you, if you were to talk to him, he would just tell you, look, you can look at these things yourself or whatever. I don't know. But I might be wrong. You might be right. I don't know. I don't know about these specific people. Like I just did high school physics, and that's why I have these beliefs.
Well, look, I don't have to know anything about the specific people. Like, knowing them personally is not required for me to deal with the persona that they've crafted carefully in order to present things which you have to take on faith. Right? They have to prepare you to be in that willing, receptive state. It's like when you go to the movies, you engage something called suspension of reality. This is why it's not just dumb for you to think that Neo bends over that way quick enough to dodge a bullet. You've suspended reality and created rules where that's allowable. This is how they train you to accept the things that you say. They know it because it predates cinema. It predates Shakespearean theatre. It goes into the core of what acting is about. It's about crafting a persona, and that comes directly from clown theory. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but it is true.
No, I don't dislike what you're saying. Look, I don't idolize these people. I don't know these people. I don't give a shit. I'm of a similar mindset of anything you see on TV, anyone who is on TV, they've gone through extensive vetting, through their processes or whatever. They know what they're producing, right? So of course, I'm not going to disagree with what you're saying.
You're far too trusting, D. What the fuck? No one's gone through some kind of special vetting. Bloody hell.
No. What I mean by vetting is like they train them, right? Like he's saying, like they, these people, they might be acting to some degree. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with it.
Right, just don't try to infer that I'm saying that you go to like a university and they say, okay, so here's what's really going on. We're actually going to teach you clown theory. No, they teach you like the physics and the metaphysics, but it's all presented through clown theory. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to tell you that. Most people would never work it out because most people have never studied it.
Well, I have a friend right now who's in Scotland. He's getting his PhD in quantum physics, quantum mechanics. Quantum computing. Sorry, that's what the specific thing is. I could ask him. Look, did they train you in acting in clown theory? I'm curious what he said.
Well, I mean, I think you just ignored what I qualified, But my point is, like, if you asked him to go and study clown theory and then compare it to the way the professors are always trying to keep you engaged by making everything so fun, then he might actually see what I'm saying. It's like I keep reiterating, it's not like they're telling you why they're doing it this way. It just serves their purposes to engender the suspension of reality. It's very important, not belief, not suspension of belief, suspension of reality. Because reality is where you'll find us. You'll find us in reality waiting for you to come back from the suspension to engage the hyper-postulations, and you'll come back to reality and find that none of it makes any sense.
Isn't that just effective teaching technique?
That's what's...
Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. It's the problem that it's all they ever do. It's all they ever do. Like, they all take from a different school of the same... I'm getting tired of going over it. Let's talk about something else.
Let's talk about something else. Because, I mean, what you're saying essentially is that if anyone wants to be a better communicator or teacher, you have to be proficient in clown theory, is what you're saying, basically.
No, man, no. If you want people to function off something that's not reality, then you have to prepare them to suspend reality in their minds. That's all I'm saying.
You get it, yeah?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I get what you're saying. I finally get it. So, okay. I think what you're talking about is like when in your physics class and the teacher says, oh, imagine you have a ball and there's no friction. You're talking about that stuff, right?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about movies, right? You see an ad for a movie, and the movie prepares you to suspend all these notions of reality. Let's think about tell me any movie at all that's not just so grounded that it's just people walking around. Star Wars, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so the suspension of reality that's given to you in the trailer before, so you can be prepared to accept what you're seeing, is that there's giant ships this big in space, lasers turn into swords, you can move things with your mind. That's all in the trailer, so that when you go in, you're not shocked and shocked out of your suspension of reality. So suddenly you're passing this giant ship against ships in the ocean and going, why is there an explosion in space? It ruins the experience. So to compare that to life being a movie, you've been trained into that suspension of reality by viewing the trailer consistently, believing that it makes you more intelligent, whereas all it's doing is concreting the preparation to suspend reality.
What if I don't watch the trailer and watch the movie?
Well, it's hard not to watch the trailer when you're grown up, educated through the school system with the movie trailer of life. Here's all the suspensions of reality that I need you to have to become an adult who lives in suspended reality, called the movie of life, that they've written, scripted, and chosen the actors to be the proponents of. It's media, dude. Everything is run and controlled by media. 6 organizations, 98% of the world's information. What's going on? Manufacturing consent.
Manufacturing consent has a very...
Are you Australian? Just curious.
Yep.
Yeah, mate.
An Australian flat earther is so crazy.
Why's that, dude?
Because, I mean, isn't it the case that they can't see the, what is it? The Polaris? The North Star?
Yeah. Yeah, they can't see a star. They can't see a star that's nowhere near them. Yeah.
Well, they should be able to if the Earth was...
Why? Why?
Why? Because it's over the North Pole.
Okay. Do you know how perspective works?
Yeah, things go smaller as they go away.
Not only that, things appear to go downwards with distance, things that are above your eye line. So like a corridor in a hotel, if you look down the corridor, it looks like the ceiling and the floor are getting closer together. It looks like the ceiling's going down and the floor's coming up. We know that's not actually true, don't we?
Yep.
Good. So when you say, I can't see Polaris from this position, that's because it's at its minimum elevation angle. It's not directly over your head as we measure 90 degrees. As we move away from it, it appears to go downwards. We measure this in degrees. 80 degrees, 75 degrees, 45 degrees as we keep moving south away from Polaris. Eventually, it'll be at 0 degrees, the minimum elevation angle. And then as we keep going, we can no longer see it because it's always already past our limit across the surface, our horizon.
What would be the degrees from Australia on flat Earth?
It's too far away.
No, but what's the degrees though? It's still up in the sky.
0. From Australia, you can't measure an angle. It's not in the sky for you.
Let me ask this then. Do you believe in the AE map?
If we agree, what?
Do you believe in the AE map?
Do I believe in a map?
Yeah.
Like, I believe in a map? No. Don't believe in a map.
But I just don't see how it's possible on a flat Earth. Or
on an AE map. On an AE map.
Yeah, if it's an AE map and Polaris is over the North Pole, yeah, right. Australia should be somewhere between the North Pole and the ice ring, so you should be able to see the North Star.
Hold on. What's the equator? Is that 0 degree?
I don't know the angles from the equator, but you should be able to see from the equator if you're north of the equator.
We do see these things north of the equator. It's how the equator's defined When we get to the equator, that would be the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, 0 degrees. Beyond that, where Australia is, of course, they can't see it. It's already gone beyond 0 degrees.
They go into negative degrees.
No, we can't measure it.
What about stars that are a little bit above Polaris?
Well, we can measure them.
Right.
90 degrees,
And they
82
keep going
degrees.
down.
Okay, that would be when you go south, and that's how we view the world. That's perspective. You don't actually think the floor and the ceiling are actually touching at the end of the corridor, do you?
I don't think the ceiling ever goes below the floor.
Do you think the star goes below the floor?
Star goes below the horizon, yeah.
Okay, do you see below the horizon?
No.
Okay, what's the horizon? What's the horizon to you?
Yeah, okay.
I'm asking you what the horizon is, dude. What do you think?
I'm not playing the game.
Yeah, okay. So do you want me to help you? The horizon is the curvature of the Earth, and it's getting in the way of Polaris. That's your claim, isn't it? No,
Not my
don't want
claim. Talk to the other guy.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand your viewpoint then. Okay, fair enough. Be a wuss.
So if they're not clowns, why are we always so funny? Like, do we sit here and crack jokes all day, or but people come in and they're ready to laugh because they've been prepared by the proponents that we're all a joke. But they're not clowns. They're not teaching you clown theory. They're just telling you how to make everything funny when it's reasonable and treat absurdities as a rationality. Is it sounding like clown theory yet?
I thought you wanted to stop talking about that.
I was, but it seems like people are just stuck on, like, literally going through what I was describing as, you know, less than 5 minutes has gone by. It's just the point sails over people, but whatever.
I want you to keep pointing it out. I find it quite interesting.
It's really, really dense, and the more that you look into it, you realize that you'd need to spend a couple of years studying the history of clowning to work out who's clowning who in the world. Politicians are great at it, and they probably trained all these other types that serve their agenda. Yeah. This is old as civilization, bro.
You spend 10 minutes in here.
That's the point.
So, as you guys were talking about clown theory, like, I just wanted to ask, like, if it's not too much, right? Like, are you, like, who are you
Well,
voting
dude,
for?
I'm the only person talking about it, so it's not fair to present a question to the room. And I've
Right.
given you most of my specific knowledge as it relates to what I'm saying about metaphysicists.
But I've been listening, right? I've been listening for hours at this point. Like, I just want to ask you guys if it's not too much, right? Like, who are you voting for? Like, it's not a malicious question. Like, I just wanna know. Like, I'm from Europe.
The majority of people that have been talking in the last few hours have been Australian and European. It's maybe about 3 people that are going to be in this room at the moment that are going to be voting in the American election.
It's pretty early, yeah. But there's a lot of North Americans.
I don't vote.
Yeah, most of us don't vote.
Yeah.
Most of us
Okay.
understand that it's the
Me neither.
two wings of the same bird, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Good.
I mean, if I could vote, I'd vote for self-governance, but it's not on the ballot.
How would that work? Self-governance.
You no longer get to tell me what to do, and you get to try to stop me if I'm doing something that you don't want me to do, essentially.
So
I don't generally go about conducting myself in a way that people would want to physically stop me. So what I'm allowed to do becomes defined on what, we're all agreeing to follow the rules.
I think most people are like that, right? You want to follow the rules, but still like look out for yourselves, right? Yourselves and family and friends, of course.
Really sounds like communism, really. That's basically what it is.
I mean, there's following the rules, and then there's like the code of silence on having a contention with what these philosophers tell you.
There are
What's up with that?
limits. Yeah.
And do you think there should be some kind of law enforcement or anything? Any laws at all?
Sorry, who was that directed at?
At you, the guy that thinks should be non. What was it? He said no governance.
I said for me personally, I think a lot of people need to be governed, but if you ask me who I'd want to vote for, it's whoever's going to allow me to self-govern, but it's not an option.
So in your model, well, if you're self-governing,
Okay,
let's say that happens, what do you think there should be laws?
I don't think it's important at all. I mean, yeah, I was just responding to a question which didn't have any bearing on the room to begin with, so.
No, that's my bad. I thought it was just over, pretty much. Like everyone was being silent. Like this is
24/7
what I've been
ever.
seeing is politics, right? This Discord server. So like maybe I'll just ask this question. I'm curious. I'm just fucking curious from Europe.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Politics Society.
Maybe Palmerson would like to discuss his Polaris altitude from multiple locations.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Well, even if you're from Australia, right? Like, who would you vote for? Because I'm from Europe, and I've got an answer. So like,
politics. AJ tried really hard to get us back onto the flat earth, but no, going to go down politics again. Bloody hell.
that's fair.
It's like AJ didn't say anything.
I'm just not going to answer him, so.
Let's try the picture I threw in side chat. I just took that picture about 20 minutes ago, and the thing that I noticed that as the sun started to rise or get higher, if you will, that arc, that rainbow started to get longer and longer, higher in the sky, if you will. It's almost like the sun interacting with some kind of dome structure, if you will, above it. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how that works, but interesting to observe nonetheless.
Or it's just the extent of the upper arc of the sun, or the lower arc of the sun inverting itself. We don't really know, but either one could be just as likely.
But the idea is like, what is if you claim the arc, right? Like, what is that interacting with? The last time I checked, in order for a light to propagate, it has to have something that it's shining against, right? It can't just be itself and beyond itself, can it?
Are you talking about how rainbows form?
Well, if you want to walk down that path, sure. How do rainbows form?
As far as I'm aware, they refract the light when there's a sufficient amount of density in that particular point of the atmosphere. Could be wrong about that, of course.
So it'd be fair to say that you'd be looking at the relative humidity on that day to determine what the precipitation would be.
Well, I mean, something like that. For everything that I'm aware of with rainbows, is generally some water vapor involved.
Which is interesting, because it hasn't rained here in where I'm at locally. check the relative.
Right, but if it's really hot, yeah, then there's going to be more water being absorbed and channeled upwards. So your incidence of rainbows would increase on hotter days, and also increase on very low pressure days where there's also a lot of condensation. There's two movements of water, and they're both possibly creating refractions at different levels.
Right, and what I'm attempting to do at this point in time is introduce to you the weather, right, to say, here are the numbers. So it's 13 degrees Celsius locally. Working on the humidity percentage now to see if, in fact, that would be the case.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've debated about uniformity of like weather before, and the general idea is that there's not enough weather stations to give you a total uniformity reading. So it's like, yeah, there is humidity around these stations where they're taking the readings. Is that relating to the space where the rainbow is forming? It's hard to determine.
I don't think that. Well, okay, hold on a minute here. So you're saying that you can't tell whether or not it's humid based on your local observation?
I'm saying you can't tell how uniform that humidity would be expressing from the point where they took the reading to the point where you're making the observation.
Right, but if I look up where I'm located and I look up what the humidity is of that municipality or township where I'm located, right, that gives me the relative humidity on that day or on that at that time, as well as the temperature, that should give me a sense as to what type of distortion will be present, right? Again, the relative.
Well, let me ask you a tangential question. Can they predict rainbows with any accuracy?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me either, but isn't it an apparent question that the meteorology should be able to field for us? Why doesn't it?
But remember, right, what I've just presented is based on an observation. This isn't a theory. This is something I'm seeing. So now, hold on a minute. I'm trying to walk out how I'm able to get to the observation that I'm seeing without theorizing the potentiality of whether the thing can be predicted. The bottom line is I'm seeing it. It's no longer a prediction. I'm seeing it. So now,
well, it seems to me that if they can predict the rate of humidity over the day and know from the observer where the sun would be and the angle incidence required to create a rainbow, they could predict it with 100% accuracy. I'm just wondering why they don't.
Well, I'm sure that they can predict when it will be cloudy, right, or humid. I'm sure they can predict those conditions that could lead to rainbows.
Well, my question then becomes, has anybody actually seen a rainbow on a humid day?
Sure.
No.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I live in North Queensland, so it's always humid, and I see huge rainbows covering one side of town to the other, full rainbows and double rainbows. It's crazy.
Right, and that's
look. Here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing you can do. You have a yard. You have a garden. You have a hose.
Yeah, bro. I got a lot of things. Got a lot of stuff.
If you have a hose that has the mist option, right? You have a mist option on your hose. You could just hold it sideways, right? And then you could just shine a bright light on it, and you see a rainbow.
Yeah, or we could go back to when I was 6 years old in Sunday school, and they told me that God flooded the world, and then he was sad, so he made a rainbow to say sorry. And we're dealing with all the same stuff. There's a high amount of water in the air. The sun comes through after this large period of inclement weather, and suddenly we get the rainbow phenomena. And it's there in creationism. But is that enough of a model to go by? God was sad, possibly not. But we're still accounting for the same phenomena thousands of years ago, so nothing's really changed. Just the manner by which we carry out the observation.
That's a pretty crummy straw, man. Rainbows appear up in the sky because God was sad?
No, I'm just trying to tell you that I had an explanation that was very similar to the ones we're going through when I was young, only the reasoning for that causation was slightly different, and it involved God's emotional state.
Well, okay, no, well, hold on a minute here. Again, that's a straw man. it's really an unfair representation of the entire thing. Like, do we go back to the observation of the flood?
Look, I wasn't trying to make a claim or disprove another claim. I was trying to show you the standards of evidence changes as we grow, you know, and like we integrate more ideas about the world and test them against other ideas about the world. So suddenly the idea that God was sad one day seems a little bit weak as a premise for why rainbows form. So we deal with different things like refraction and humidity and, you know, angular declination of the sun's ray, things like that, right? But I mean,
no, don't say
just like which way do you want the pie cut? You know,
you gonna stop talking or what? Because again, you're gonna talk about the emotion of God. I think it's disingenuous to speak to that without giving that explanation a fair foundation that it's due. You can't just say due to God's emotional state. Well, bro, let's talk about the actual event if you're going to then talk it down as, you know, the story that you got when you were 6 years old that it looks like you're having trouble actually believing. The whole idea of, in fact, this place being flooded, there being a thing called Noah's Ark, there being, you know, the promise of this earth never being flooded again with this apparition of a rainbow. These are the things that follow a succession of a story. If P, then Q. All of it's related. Now, if you choose not to believe one of those pieces of the story, then that's fine. That's up to you. But I would not discount the story due to God's emotional state. This is all I'm trying to show to you. Thank you.
that's fair. I think we got a little bit lost in the weeds in why I brought that up. But yeah, I don't have a contention with anything that you just said.
Well, I mean, if you're going to say God lost in the weeds, you're the one that talked about God's emotional state. So, yeah.
I'm saying what people told me when I was 6, okay? That's literally all I said about it.
Like, well, yes, right? But this is the situation when a conversation's being had, right? Somebody says something, and then nobody takes the time to keep that person accountable to the story that they're telling. If you're going to tell a story, build a solid...
It's not a story that I'm telling. It's a story that religion has told for thousands of years. And for a long time, that was good enough for people to form an understanding on what causes the rainbow phenomena. But it's not good enough for the modern world. So we developed other tools. Yeah. I mean, I'm really not making a claim. I'm just describing going from a kid to an adult.
Is there
It's
any
interesting
qualitative
if
evidence?
you... Sorry.
Did want to address Parmesan on what he placed in the chat, yeah, and I think he's run away now. Does anyone else have anything to say about what he placed in the chat at 56 minutes past the hour? Altitude from multiple locations on Earth. The angular altitude to Polaris approximately corresponds to the latitude of the observer.
Wouldn't one have to first measure the distance to Polaris before making that assumption?
Yeah, they're whatever this anti-flood Earth site is, they're making the correlation that an angle and altitude to Polaris are the same thing. See, the angle or altitude to Polaris approximately corresponds to the latitude.
I really don't understand this infographic and why the people in the right tile are all staring straight up on an angle that would be roughly like, I don't know, like north, not up.
I just want to know how many dumbasses have looked at that and go, oh, wow, you can get an angle off a curve. Fucking retards. Use your brains.
How does a sextant work with this? It doesn't seem to work.
You need
Probably more like
angles
the picture on the left.
off a flat baseline. You need an angle, not a curve. That's how they work.
Right?
Yeah, that website was one of the websites that convinced me that the Earth was flat.
It's taking on the idea of how you get that elevation angle to that celestial body. What is the instrument that you're using? What is the calibration required? Oh, it is in fact a flat baseline. Oh, it is in fact trigonometry. Oh my gosh, wow. 3 interior angles adding up to 180 degrees, which also match the horizon. Interesting.
When are we having the stage, guys? I'm looking forward to it.
The stage will be ready soon. They're just trying to get the curvature just right. It's got to be sent to a guitar factory first.
No globers in here. Everyone's taken off.
I'm a Glober, dude. Glober.
Who is that? Yeah, huge as. Yeah, at this
What's
point,
up,
I don't
dude?
even sort of recognise you near as the Glober. You're just in here all the time. I suppose you're just the resident Glober. I'm looking for new Globers. You're like old news.
I joined because an interesting video popped up on my YouTube, so I just thought I'd show it to you guys. What's up with this sextant, Jeff? What's the point of that?
Sextant.
Yeah, someone sent how a sextant works in the
Yeah,
science.
so when you have a sextant, yeah, you have a horizon mirror. So there's 2 mirrors in it, as you can see in the diagram. Mirror. What you're doing is you're first sighting the horizon, which is the horizontal line where the sky appears to meet the Earth. You're then sighting a star or a celestial body where you know the ground location of, and then you're measuring the degrees to that star. So the first thing you need to do is adjust your height of eye down to sea level so that the Earth is a horizontal reference plane out to the celestial body.
Mm-hmm.
The ground position, yeah. So you're creating a main triangle, a 90 degree at the ground position.
And this is why these
Well,
stars have a tangential relationship to the observer, right? Distance and height.
So do you guys have one of these?
Brother, no, it's not a question of if we have one. It doesn't matter if we have one or not. It's a question of if we understand the operating principle of the tool. Do you understand the operating principle of the tool that AJ just took the time to explain to you?
Yeah, I got it. I asked because if you had one of these, you could calculate the angle to the sun, and then with some very simple trigonometry, you could figure out how high the sun is.
No, you can't, because all of these celestial bodies, as Killen just stated, in an apparent location. We don't know that that's the actual location, yeah? We're just seeing the apparent location. So you're not going to obtain it, right?
Exactly. It's just I see Nathan Oakley's in the chat. And just as Matrix is aligned to me prior, when you're trying to figure out your location out at the ocean, you use your sextant, you look at 3 different celestial bodies, you draw your radius around those 3 celestial bodies to triangulate your location. And where those 3 circles intersect would be your location. Once you establish your location out at sea, you're then able to start doing your calculations using trigonometry, sine, cosine, tangent, SOHCAHTOA, in order to figure out how long you'll be at sea for, how long it's going to take you to get to your places.
You actually
Well, I don't think. Are you talking about like celestial navigation?
You actually use
Yes.
principles of trigonometry. You
I don't think you use triangulation in celestial navigation, bro. I don't think you use trigonometry.
I'm about to clarify.
You create circles of equal altitude
Okay.
based off your angle measurements that you've taken with the Earth as a horizontal reference plane.
Okay,
You need to create a 90 at the GP, ground position, something you don't have on a sphere. And hi, Nathan, how are you?
Can I clarify something?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so you don't use actual trigonometry, you use principles of it, because the elevation angles, you're not finding the height of the star. You're using elevation angles to find a linear distance. So you're using a right angle triangle, but you're not finding the height of the star like you would normally use elevation angles to find the height of something, like a mountain. So it's the principles of it. It's not.
Well, what if okay, so what?
Yeah, you would just
Okay,
use
well,
you would use the celestial bodies like they're in a certain position, or you could either say that they're an infinite distance away, or they're all the same distance away.
But hold on a second there, Flat C. So why are there degrees? Why is there a degree marker on the inside angle of the the degrees marked on the inside of the sextant?
Because those stars will always be at that same angle, no matter what elevation you're at. So it doesn't. The anomaly of the sky, or the celestial bodies in the sky, they act like they're either all an infinite distance away, or you could say they're all the same distance away. So you use them like you're not trying to find the height of them. You use the angle to them to find a linear distance.
Yeah, but that interior angle is used within sine, cosine, tangent, it being a tangent relationship. So you get that interior angle, which is the tangential number, which then gives you a reflection of the opposite adjacent line segment up to that body, and then the adjacent, which is the baseline of that line segment, along the line that you're observing through the sextant, right? That line out to the horizon line. So I thought, with all of that considered, that would give you your equation. Go ahead.
So I'm saying
You're
that you're
talking about for height, Killen.
Yeah, so I'm saying that you're not using elevation angle measurements like you would normally use. You're not using trigonometry at its fullest extent. You're using principles of it.
Fair enough. I thank you. Thanks so very much.
Right. That's what I was wondering. So thank you for clarifying that. But to my point, the point of the topic is, look, you can, using what I brought up earlier, was you can use a sextant, the GP, right? You can make a right triangle. You can get the height, right? But what I want to know is what factors in the vertical.
Who's talking?
Right. That's right. I'm getting to that. So hold on. So when I
No,
brought
no,
that up,
you
you
hold
guys
on.
said,
Well, back it up, Hugh.
yeah.
The first thing you said is we're going to obtain the height, yeah? We're not
Yeah,
obtaining any height.
I was recalling the
You
conversation.
understand that?
Look, yeah, dude, I know you said that already. That's what I was gonna say, right? So after I said that, you guys said that's not the actual height. That's just the apparent height, right? So
No,
my
nobody said
question
that.
then would be,
No, nobody said
didn't you guys
that.
say that that's the apparent
No.
height, or
Stop
is there really a
yammering,
difference?
or we correct you on what you said that was wrong, or do you want to just keep going? Nobody said you could get the height. Nobody said you were doing trig. As he just broke it down specifically. It's not trig. It's celestial navigation. Nobody's trying to get the height. Not useful, Hugh.
No. We were talking about this before the celestial navigation topic. We were talking about sextants, right? And so I brought up that if you had a sextant, then you could get the angle of elevation of the sun, right? That's what I was talking.
He's ignoring me.
He's ignored everybody so
Nobody's
far.
getting the height like you said 2 minutes ago. That's wrong. Nobody's doing trig. It's celestial navigation. You're trying to find the GP, so you can draw a circle of equal elevation. You're not trying to find the height of the star. That's what you just said. I had to correct you, point out that you ignored Flatsy. Now you're just saying it again. You're ignoring me now. Nobody needs the height of this. It's like he just doesn't want to listen to it. Say it again. Nobody needs the height of the star like Hugh just said. He's just wrong. He summarized something incorrectly. That makes me assume he's a globe believer because he's wrong and he won't accept it. He's not acknowledging it. He's ignored me twice. He's now talking while I'm pointing out how freaking wrong he is. So of course he's a globe believer. He's talking straight through the middle of me pointing out for the third time that he's ignored everybody that has just spoken to him completely. You stupid man, we don't need the height. You're going to acknowledge me, you stupid man. You ignored Flatsy, you're not going to ignore me. Dumb, we don't need the height. You said it twice. I corrected you 4 times. Acknowledge me. Dumb. Yes, you did. I'm recording this. Don't lie. Why is he now lying to me? 2 people corrected you. Both of us heard that you said you need the height of the star. That's what you said. Now you're ignoring it and lying about it.
Did I? Yeah, let's talk to the other people. Did I say the words? You need the height of the star for
did. Yes, you're going to keep talking. You ask about something that I've had to correct you. Flatsy's corrected you. I think someone else, AJ's corrected you. Now you're asking, did I say that? Why do you think we're having to correct you, stupid man? Did you say it? Yes, you did. You were wrong. Now you've got to acknowledge how stupid and wrong you were, Hugh, as we've had to drag this out. So you said it and you were wrong. Can you acknowledge that, please, rather than chanting through the end of my request? Try a second time.
Yeah.
You were wrong.
So,
you now admit that you're just going to chant through me asking you to admit that you were wrong. You're just going to chant through me, you little bitch. You're talking while I'm talking, you little bitch. Now the server mods removed you, Hugh. You're a prick. I'm having to raise my voice while I ask you to concede that which you put into this discussion, having ignored Flatsy completely. Yes, you did say it. Yes, you were wrong. You're a demonstrable moron who can't shut up when you're asked to concede something you said that was wrong. Now you're having to be removed. You wouldn't shut up while I asked you for the 5th time if you could concede that which you put in the discussion that was wrong. No, not
chance to speak, Hugh.
Session, are we? Again, waffling through my 6th attempt. You were wrong, Hugh. Can you admit that?
Yeah, I was wrong. So
shut up. Shut up. You don't have a place at this table. You're a dumbass. You don't know what you're talking about. You're getting things wrong. Now shut up. I mean, stop talking. Now I don't want to hear from you, Hugh, because you're a dumbass. I mean, close your frigging mic of your own volition. Stop adding to this conversation. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a stupid, dumb, globe-believing idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. Has to be corrected. And then goes, did I say that? Hey, you did, dumbass. Now I'm telling you to shut up and never speak again. Idiots that think they have a place at this table to discuss this subject when they don't know what they're talking about by their own admission. Did I say that? That's stupid idiocy that was wrong. Yes, you did, globe believer. rather than actually admitting it and then shutting up, sitting down. Now you've got to be put on server mute by a group of mods that don't want to hear you anymore. Fucking crap, spewing nonsense, being a globe believer in general. You don't like that. Idiocy. You idiot, Hugh Jass. You stupid man.
I'll step away for 5 minutes and all hell kicks. Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon, Nate.
Flatsy calmly explained to him what celestial navigation was. He entirely ignored every word she said and then started talking about acquiring the height. That's not part of the process.
Brilliant. Well done, Hugh.
Hello, Jedi. Hello, Nick.
Well done, Flatsy. While my wife walked in, I went, man, she knows exactly what she is talking about. And my wife looked at me with a knowing smile and nodded. She walked out the room. Hugh started talking and didn't acknowledge a single word you said. I was extremely impressed, Flatsy.
Why, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mic check.
You know.
Yeah, we got you.
I see we're going already, huh?
Yeah. So Nathan, just need to have a brief chat with you, if I can. We've had issues with the stage this week. We can't open the stage. We need one of politics moderators to do that for us, and we don't have someone to do that. So what we're going to do is try and run this room more like a staged event. So if anyone interrupts, they're going to be muted straight away, and they'll be the next called up to speak. If anybody in here does want to speak to Nathan, let us know in the chat. But it'll be a one-on-one conversation until Nathan's concluded with that one-on-one conversation. If that's all right with you, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be ideal if we were up on the stage, but that's fine for now. Hopefully it'll work for next week.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'd only just found out just prior. Send you a message about it anyway. Has to be in the.
May I ask one point of clarification?
Yeah.
So, are we supposed to keep the dialogue strictly to properties of the plane?
Yeah, it's pretty much always on the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, yeah.
I just didn't know if there was a slightly different structure for the Nathan show.
Yeah.
All good.
Just flat Earth debate. Just flat Earth debate. Something ancillary that you did want to discuss? Just asking.
Well, not right now. No, I'm good.
Fair enough. But I should be answering. This isn't my. I'm not running this. I'm gonna have a short temper when people just completely ignored it. It just annoys me on behalf of Flatsy in this instance, or whoever's talking. You're like, you've just done a really nice, concise explanation from someone who's obviously paid attention to how this works. Acknowledgement? No. Need the height. Yeah. No. Well, Earth measured flat. Was there acknowledgement for that? I mean, we're lucky to get conversation to carry on in the same subject matter. I mean, yes, complete ignorance of what Flatsy had said, let alone an acknowledgement that Earth was measured flat in the explanation. No acknowledgement by that. No, zero. Globe believers in here, we were just discussing how Earth was measured flat. Any concessions? Anybody change their mind about their stupid globe faith that they thought they were standing on? Do we describe how it's measured flat? How many of you changed your mind about your stupid globe religion after that discussion?
Yeah.
Sure, there's plenty of globe believers in here.
Yeah, I'm convinced. I just have an issue now. Is my
How
mic
can you
working?
be convinced and have an issue at the same time?
Well, because now that my worldview changed, some things have to adapt, right? I think that makes sense. So now I need a.
Everything, nothing changes. Everything was always measured flat.
Sure. Okay, now I need to know how to relearn CellNav, I think, because I learned everything wrong. So I needed to know the right way now.
Nothing changes as CellNav. It uses a Mercator projection.
So if I draw circles of equal altitude on the Mercator, the circles would intersect where I am?
Circles of equal elevation, wouldn't they?
Say that again?
You just started by asking me if I drew circles that are flat on a flat map. Yeah, what about it?
Yes. Are they going to intersect where I am?
Your SalNav. That's what SalNav uses, doesn't it?
No. People don't draw circles on the Mercator. Is that how you think it works?
You can draw circles of equal elevation on a Mercator.
You've ever seen anybody doing that?
No, I haven't actually witnessed anybody do it, no.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think that's a thing. That's not how celestial navigation works.
You use a map with a grid system on it, and you can draw and find your location with respect to stars that you get angles to. No different on a Mercator as far as I'm aware. Why would it be different?
Well, I tried that. That doesn't work, and nobody does that. So I don't think you're in the right place there.
What were the 3 stars that you used to plot onto the Mercator?
Say that again.
What were the 3 stars that you used when you attempted it?
Hang on a second.
What was the name of the boat?
I don't remember from the top of my head. Let me pick it up.
What was the boat that you were on? What was the name of the boat?
It wasn't my boat.
It wasn't your boat. Why were you lost?
No. Those are my readings.
You said you did this. It doesn't work on a Mercator. Yes. Okay, so presumably you've been lost at sea on a boat. You needed to find your position on a map, right? Tried it.
Wait, do you have to be lost to do celestial navigation? That's not why celestial navigation is used.
Excuse me. What is the point of celestial navigation? Tell me.
To fix a dead reckoning position in most cases.
Find your position?
Yeah. From your dead reckoning position, you're never lost.
Sorry, do you have to be lost? Do you want to just ask me again based on what you've just said?
Sorry, say that again?
Let's just start again. So you were lost on a boat and you needed to do celestial navigation on a map. You did it on the Mercator and it didn't work. Is that correct? Am I wrong?
Yes, you're wrong.
It seems like you're asking me why you'd be doing it if you would be lost, which is the sole purpose of this.
No, it's not. Almost none of the times where people use SalNav is because they're lost.
You aren't telling me when you did this and got it wrong on a Mercator. That's what you started with. That's where we're at. You said you did it and you didn't get it to work on a Mercator. That's what you said. Ben, how? Describe it to me. Which stars did you use? Why were you lost at sea?
Well, I tried several sets of readings, so let me pick just one as an example.
Which boat were you on? Why were you lost? Let's start there.
As I already said, those aren't my readings, so I wasn't in any boat.
So you did not
know the stars.
So you didn't do this. You said you did.
I did.
You lied. Sorry,
I just didn't do it with my readings.
They weren't your readings. You.
Why is that relevant?
Didn't. You want to just stop chatting through me while I'm trying to correct your lie? You said, and I quote, "I did it. It didn't work on a Mercator when I did it." That's what you told me. Now you're saying they're not my readings. Let's just get that clear. You didn't do this, did you?
Yeah, what I said I did was drawing circles on the Mercator.
Don't tell me again. Don't change history, Goebbels. Excuse me. Didn't do this. They're not your readings. You haven't done this, have you? Lying, aren't you?
Yeah, he is lying, Nathan. Just before we move forward, just to support what Nathan's stating here.
Can I just get him to say it?
Yeah.
Why did you lie about doing this? Gonna get an answer? Why did you lie?
No, he's deafened himself.
So rather than admitting that he just lied like a shit that he is, he's just going to go on server deafen rather than concede that he lied through his back teeth to make himself seem more credible in saying I'm wrong about something. Well, I didn't. I couldn't get it to work when I did it. When did you do it? What stars did you use? These aren't my readings. So you didn't fucking do it then, you lying shit globe-believing wanker. Fuck off.
Nothing I said imply I used my readings.
Fuck off.
Yeah, you said you did it yourself,
you fucking lying globe-believing bastard.
Yeah, but
you lied.
The thing I said I did was not taking...
I don't want to fucking talk to you. I don't want to fucking talk to you anymore, you lying shit.
And for Bacon and everyone in Discord, in our chat, under charts from Celestial Navigation Series, Ocean Navigator, there are many types of map projections: Mercator, Poly, Conic, Lambert, Conformal, Conic, Geonomic, and even something called the Lexamuthal. the type of projection we use the most often in marine navigation is the Mercator. So if you've done this in person, Bacon, and you couldn't do it, I would say you were doing it wrong.
Hasn't done it. He's a lying bastard. Made it seem like he knew what he was talking about by lying about something he hadn't done. He's a lying fucker. It's just that simple. You've got to lie to be a globe believer. I've said it does work with the Mercator projection. Well, I believe in a globe, but better tell everybody that the lying Glurf's way of doing things wouldn't have made it work. It wouldn't have worked when I did it. No, you're just a lying shit. You hear me?
Good evening,
How do my
gentlemen.
words
How on earth
taste,
are we?
lying shit? You're a lying shit.
He's got his fingers in his
Nathan,
ears
even
like
though
a
he's
little
lying,
child.
he's still trying to skip past the point that he's measured an elevation angle using sea level. Muppet.
Yeah, so to conclude, I mean, we had the waffled garbage bullshit from a globe believer where he lied about what he hasn't done. Meanwhile, we're measuring Earth flat. We're plotting out areas of equal elevation, circles of equal altitude. That's a flat Earth that we're describing, mapping, charting, using the angles for. What do we get from the globe believer? A lie about what he doesn't see. Lying bastards. Not a lie to be a globe believer. That's a fact. Just been demonstrated in the last 5 minutes. Lying Glurf scum.
Welcome to the room, Anglo Nazarene. You had something you wanted to say?
No, I was just saying, good evening, gentlemen. How on earth are we?
Very well.
Good, good.
On this flat earth, we're all fantastic.
Absolutely.
Zero cognitive dissonance over here.
So, Anglo, why did you join the channel today?
I always hop in here every now and again.
Okay, why today?
Just random. I saw Nathan's shows going on, so I thought, why not hop in and listen. My fellow based British bastard.
Cool.
So you're a flat
Yeah,
earther
I've
then?
never come in with any, was it glow
Yeah.
proof, innit?
I'm going to change my top as it's nice and quiet. In a sec.
They used to do with dip correction. Remember, they used to skip past the fact that they measured an elevation angle or argue about dip correction. And they'd already measured an elevation angle using a flat baseline of sea level. So they've already confirmed they're using the sea level for the elevation angle. They wanted to skip past that fact to talk about dip correction. Now they're making elevation angles using sea level and saying it doesn't work on the map they're using. But you've just already obtained an elevation angle from sea level, proving you live on a flat Earth. Cuckoo.
It don't work on their globe.
Get an elevation angle measurement from a globe.
Oh dear. Nathan, I missed that. Who was lying?
I don't know. I was literally just finishing off setting up, so I couldn't exactly see who I was talking to. Initially, it was huge ass.
Bacon.
But what did they lie about?
Bacon. We know Bacon's a lying shit, don't we?
Yeah, he's claiming a win in the chat.
Of course he is.
Oh,
A win?
AJ. Sorry, AJ. He's deafened himself. He's shown that he doesn't want to take part in the conversation. The rules dictate that he should be removed. Disconnect him, dude. If he's not going to take part in the... He's willfully putting his fingers in his ears. He can go away.
I dealt with Bacon
He's out
loads
of
of
the room.
times.
He's out of the room. We just
It's
need to
fine.
text suppress him.
Sorry.
For those that don't know, if you willfully put your fingers in your ears and choose not to participate in conversation, you will be removed from the room. It's childish, and we don't need that stupid behaviour now. So please choose wisely and enjoy your night, guys.
I don't want to have to shout and swear at you for lying. If you make a mistake, that's fine. When you start making stuff up, I've done it, it doesn't work. No, you haven't. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? Every word that you just spewed about what you have done was a lie. Why? Well, I know why. To undermine what I just said. That's why. Undermine what Flatsy said in the case of Hugh. That's why. The only way you can win when we're measuring Earth flat, misrepresent us and lie about what you've done. You'll feel ashamed. No one's stepping up going, look, right, I know these globe-believing lying scum just lied to you in quick succession. I'm not like that. I believe in a globe, and I'm not like that. I won't lie to you. These disgusting glurf scum that have lied to you twice in a row, they don't represent me. Who's stepping forward to say that? As it stands, that's just how globe Earth is being represented, by lying bastards. All happy with that, globe believers?
They have to lie, don't they? They have to lie about level being level, horizontal being horizontal. You know, this is where we are now with the conversation.
Didn't have to put up with it.
Sorry, gentlemen. It's okay. Hugh Jazz, I have unmuted you, and that's 15 minutes of quiet time. You've been listening to the conversation. I'll give you a chance to respond to what's been said, being as you've been listening for the last 15 minutes. Are you going to show some humility, or what's going to happen?
Yeah, no, what's been top? What are you guys been talking about?
Flatsy was telling you how we measure Earth flat, and then you babbled on about height incorrectly.
Well, yeah, look, I don't want to talk about that, but just to clarify, I never said anything about celestial navigation. I never even brought that topic up. So just to clarify that, now we can move on from that if we could.
The bit that you waffled on about getting height, when you said specifically about getting height, a bit, we should move on from how wrong. I haven't finished clarifying what you're suggesting we should move on from, and he's talking through me. What a shock. So what you're saying is, we'll move on from the garbage you inserted that was wrong, you ignored when it was corrected 4 times. You want to move on from how wrong you were about celestial navigation when you said acquiring the height of the star. You want to move on from how wrong you were, Hugh, correct?
The reason why I was talking about the height.
Didn't ask for a reason. I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked to clarify that you want to move on from how wrong you, a globe believer, were about acquisition of height of stars, as you very specifically said that. It's now the second attempt to clarify what you want to move on from. You're giving me reasons and justifications. I'm clarifying, 3rd time. You want to move on from how wrong you were about the height of the star, do you, Hugh?
Sure.
Oh, I don't. See, I want to labour the fact that you had to insert that garbage that was wrong because it's part of a strawman argument that has no bearing on measuring Earth flat in celestial navigation. I don't want to move on from your insertion from this garbage because it's the only thing you've got to refute the fact that we measure Earth flat with elevation angles, as was put to you by Flatsy. So no, I don't want to move on from your lie, your insertion of this garbage. It's what you, the globe believer, needed to do to strawman Flatsy. That's what you did. No, I don't think we will move on from it. You were just wrong, Hugh. Why did you insert this garbage when you're now disclaiming that you don't know much about celestial navigation? Why did you insert something that was wrong, just coincidentally a straw man that glurfs use against celestial navigation measuring Earth flat? Why did you do that?
Right. So Flatsy was correcting someone else.
I didn't ask what Flatsy did. I asked why you inserted something that was wrong. Don't talk about Flatsy. You didn't want to address her argument. You inserted some garbage that was wrong that you now want to move on from. I'm asking why.
Her argument had nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Stuttering much. Just tell me why you lied and inserted that garbage that was wrong that you now want to move on and forget about. Tell me.
Look, what I was talking about had nothing to do with celestial navigation. Like what
We're talking
happened
about
was,
acquiring the
I
height of the
went
star.
into
Now he's just
yeah.
lying to
Oh
me.
my
He was
god.
directly responding to Flatsy, who was specifically detailing what was done. He was directly responding to it with a straw man about heights of stars.
Yeah,
Now he's
Flatsy,
lying.
can you unmute?
Now he's
Can you tell us,
lying and
please?
yammering through me. What a shock. So when he uses the same exact lie, he starts talking through me and has to be muted by the server operators. Scumbag. You asked. You told me what you desired. I desire to move on from my garbage I lied about. Now I'm going to lie about knowing anything about celestial navigation. And then further to that, I'm going to say it wasn't to do with celestial navigation in spite of it being a direct response to Flatsy. Liar. So you're just going to continually lie then? Unless you can move on from your original lie, you'll just perpetually lie about what was happening. Justify your lie that you want to move on from. No. I'll stay right where we are and point out to the audience that this globe believer has no response to measuring Earth flat. So what does he do instead? Pretends we're not talking about celestial navigation. That was his most recent lie. Oh, were we not? I listened to what Flatsy told you and what you responded with. It was very specifically about celestial navigation. And heights of stars, that sounds kind of like celestial navigation. In response, it just isn't. You just made that shit up because you have no response to measuring Earth flat. I've asked why you made that shit up, and you're telling me we weren't talking about celestial navigation? Yeah, we were. You're just a liar, Hugh. Now I need a new answer. Why would you lie to me about the subject I was paying very close attention to your response with regard to? Why are you lying about that now?
Am I muted? Okay. Flatsy, if you could just please tell him how the conversation went. He joined later, so he's just,
Recording it. I don't want to hear about Flatsy. I haven't asked about Flatsy. I've asked about why he lied now about it being about celestial navigation. It was. I listened.
So here's.
Why did you lie?
So here's the chronology of the conversation, right? Someone posted a GIF in the general chat about how a sextant works, right? So I brought it up. So we were
That's
talking about
celestial navigation.
right?
So he's just told me he didn't think he was talking about celestial navigation. Now his justification starts with a tool used in celestial. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. If your justification, why I'm asking you, you'd lie about something that has no bearing on celestial navigation, is to start by explaining that you had a GIF about a tool used in
Who is
celestial navigation.
me? So
Then start bloody rumpusing me. Of course. You're just a liar, Hugh. You're just a liar. I asked why you would suggest it hadn't got anything to do with celestial navigation. Your answer is to say you saw a GIF about a sextant. That just makes you an outright, flat-out scumbag glurf liar. Don't want to talk to him anymore. It's just got nothing but lies.
Awesome. 20 minutes, 2 lies. Well done, Globe.
Oh, to conclude, that barrage of shite from a globe-believing liar. Earth's measured flat with celestial navigation. The tool he saw as a GIF is a tool that measures a horizontal plane of reference and a line of sight to a light in the sky. That's what that tool does that he saw in the GIF. It measures Earth flat. That's what was very specifically detailed when Flatsy was dealing with him originally. Oh, well, I didn't think we were talking about celestial navigation. Liar. You all happy with your globe responses so far? All the globe believers in this panel? You think you're being well represented? So far, it just seems like you're all liars. People who believe in the globe are just liars. That's how it's come across so far. That's your representation thus far. Well, you're all happy with that, right? Globe believers? Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. Loads of people tell me they love the Friday show. They really like the discussion on the politics server. I get so many positive comments. However, this morning I had to schedule a stream to go out in advance of this show just to make up the numbers that I know this show won't get. Because it will be heavily censored. It won't reach anybody. It'll be amongst the lowest viewed live streams of the week. There you go.
Why is that?
Because we're absolutely annihilating the globe position at its root and foundation. It's being destroyed here for globe believers to hear and witness. That can't reach lots of people, Flatsy, so it doesn't get advertised at all. Once the live stream finishes, if you go to my homepage and click on it, it won't load. You'll click on it and nothing will happen. You can't even click on it. Even if you found it and tried to click on it, it will not load. Until 18 hours later, when everyone's lost interest. And it'll load.
You think that's intentional by someone else?
Again, was that Nate?
You think that's intentional? Like an outside person's doing that?
It's by decree of Congress.
It's the AI, and TikTok does that too. I upload a video, and like within 5 seconds, it says, "Oh, not eligible for the For You page," and then I'll appeal it, and then like maybe 3 days later, they're like, "Okay, it's approved," but then they won't even put it on the FYP page, and then it only has like 12 views when I used to have thousands of followers. Like they didn't even see my video. It's like, dude, that they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. If there's devastating information that there's no way. Just listen to the last conversation that took place. Flat Earther calmly explains how Earth's measured flat. Globe believer lies about what celestial navigation is and then denies that he thought he was talking about celestial navigation, rather than conceding the very concise point that was put to him by Flatsy. That's what's just happened. Do you think normies need to hear this? No. We've won. That's the bottom line here. Anybody in this server that thinks the Earth's a globe, you've got another thing coming. Talk to me in today's session, you'll find out exactly how flat Earth is. No ifs, buts, or maybes anymore. We've got the measurements. You use them too for your globe. That's it. End of the argument. There wasn't really an argument to begin with. Globe inference came from flat Earth measurements. No ambiguity. Nothing's changed. It was always measured flat and still is.
Yeah, the reason why it popped up earlier is because someone said that you use trigonometry or triangulation, and I had to pop up then because I was like, no, actually, you use principal trigonometry and you use elevation angles in a different way. You don't use it for the height of the star, you use it for the angle and the linear distance.
No, I think you misheard me. I was saying that we had a 90-degree triangle. We had a 90-degree at the base under the star is what I was trying to say to him.
It wasn't you, AJ. It wasn't you that I was trying to give some clarification to. It was the Glober that we were talking to, Hugh, and it was also a flat earther that's a very good flat earther, Killian. Yeah, he was just needing some clarification also. So I was hearing it talked about from a flat earther to a globe earther incorrectly, so I wanted to step in and maybe give some clarification too.
Bacon stepped in with red herring, suggesting that the map wouldn't work.
What did you say, Nathan? Sorry.
And Bacon stepped in to throw another red herring in, suggest that the map, in that instance, the Mercator projection, wouldn't work. That's why he stepped in with. Again, sidelining the flat Earth measurements that you discussed that you wanted to bring clarity to.
Yeah, with the circles of equal elevation on a Mercator. I got you.
Exactly.
After the elevation angle had already been acquired.
Yeah. On AJ.
Yeah, his direct statement was no. You cannot use a Mercator map in celestial navigation as it does not work. I know this because I have done it myself.
Then I proceeded to ask him which stars he measured. We very quickly found out he was lying.
This is Bacon's latest stick. Now that I think that the Earth is flat, how do I do celestial navigation? Because when I measure flat Earth angles on the Mercator map, it doesn't work. He doesn't realise he's using the wrong map.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Verbatim?
Yeah, that's his latest stick. Yeah.
Angles on a map. What's he talking about?
He's talking about when he plots his coordinates on the map to get the location of the ground position of the stars. He's not finding the correct ground position of the star because he wants to know what formula he needs to use now that isn't the Haversine formula, now that he understands the Earth is flat.
doesn't convert anything with the Haversine formula. He's already using a globe projection, which is flat. What's he talking about? You don't convert anything with Haversine when you're doing celestial navigation. If you want to transpose it into hell because you've got a globe belief, you can. You can justify that with parallel light rays, but then we're not measuring angles in hell, are we? That's how it would work for him in a globe. Clearly, he doesn't understand this process if he's talking about Haversine conversion.
And that's where he's going to go, or would have wanted you to go, because we've had this conversation.
Haversine conversion.
Yeah.
We do that to produce the globe, to then project it onto a tube, to then cut it down the middle and roll it out flat.
Yes.
That comes long before anything to do with celestial. He just doesn't know what he's talking about then.
Yeah, I pointed this out to him the other day when he was trying to smuggle in his globe model. So this is where he wanted you to go today. He's got tactics, this man Bacon. This is what he's doing at the moment.
Tactics that start after we measure an angle off a flat Earth, and he talks about measuring an angle off a map. We don't measure angles off maps. We measure them with respect to the surface we're standing on that we're trying to navigate. Earth's flat when we take the very first measurement. That's it. Game over. Oh, well, afterwards, we use it on this map and it doesn't work. I'll blame the fact that it's taken from a globe projection that came from original flat Earth measurements also, the same measurements of the stars. Project it onto a globe, to project it onto a tube, to roll it out flat. Then say it doesn't work. Don't put it on a globe and then project it out flat. You won't have any distortions. We don't have that. Oh, well, that's not my problem, isn't it? I'm not telling the world we're on a bleeding globe, am I?
I was watching this video of this guy explaining like celestial navigation, how to do it, you know, like just giving the rundown, how to use the sextant and stuff. And I took screenshots because every time he would do something to get the angle to the stars or the celestial bodies, everything about it was straight lines. Of course, right? Because you're making angles to these things.
That's all it ever is, APOC.
Right.
This is what I was trying to point out with Bacon today, and I knew this is where he was trying to go with Nathan. There's a piece of magic that happens as a sleight of hand, and trying to figure out exactly where it is. And I think I might have pinpointed it. So when we use terrestrial objects to gain running fixes, if you heard me speak about running fixes, this is when you're going up a coastline, for example, and you're using objects along the coastline, measuring horizontal angles and elevation angles because you want to know the distance to them because you know the height of the lighthouse, for example. When you're doing these running fixes, it's absolutely fine to use this method of gaining distances with trigonometry and just the use of triangles and angles. Now, all of a sudden, when Bacon jumps to using celestial objects, this method that works for thousands of miles up and down coastlines now doesn't work. Now you have to make corrections because you're on a model. And I think this is where the magic takes place. The switch between, I don't know, using it practically, and then because we're on a ball, we have to correct and use formulas to correct for us being on a ball, or more specifically, some kind of map that is a projection of a ball, and use some type of formula to correct for the angles that we've measured from a flat Earth, whether they be terrestrial objects or celestial objects. Somewhere in there's a little magic trick, the little flip.
Yeah, that's where they do the like a bait and switch tactic sort of.
Yeah, I was talking to Bacon the other day. He was saying, no, the distances are too big. When we're doing celestial navigation, we're talking about thousands of miles, but we can navigate thousands of miles up and down coastlines just using terrestrial objects. It's called running fixes. All of the lines you're going to be drawing are going to be straight. Your bearing lines, all of your angles, everything's going to be straight, dude. You even use circles of equal elevation, just using running fixes as well. Don't draw the full circle, you just draw the arc. And where you've got two measurements of a circle, just draw the arc. And where it intersects, that's where you're going to be.
Exactly. That's what that guy did.
And you need to find the co-altitude angle to give you the distance. That's why you don't do trigonometry. You're not solving for the height of the triangle.
Debate live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, One Deck, Quantum Eraser, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. So after a really successful visit yesterday, last week to the politics server, unfortunately we can't get hold of an official politics server mob to put us up on what they call the stage, or a slightly more organised version of what we typically do. But hopefully we'll be back to that, although we only started it, then did it once, and now we're not doing it again. So we've only done it a couple of times. But hopefully next week we'll get into the rhythm and routine of doing it in that way, so that it's a lot more organised. Unfortunately for this week, we're just back to how we normally are in politics, which is just kind of a bit of a free-for-all, but with slightly more on-the-ball mods. Not that they're not on the ball anyway, but you know what I mean? They're a bit more conscious of the fact that there's going to be interruptions when people get triggered. There we go. So we're in the general populace in the peanut gallery of politics today. Hopefully, like I say, we'll return to the intended format next week. In the meantime, is there anybody with any questions? Feel free. You have to muscle your way in through the moderators. I'm sure they've got an eye on it. It's not quite as slick as having them actually raise their hand and ask a question, but we'll see how you guys do it. I don't know how you'll cope. We'll see. If not, there's going to be a lot of protracted silences in this particular show.
The one I got is interesting about how in the pre-show everyone's talking about celestial navigation, and until this is one of the things I've noticed. As soon as a flat Earth raised a topic, globalists will know nothing about it, and instantly they become an expert in it. Prior to 10th Man bringing up celestial navigation, globalists thought celestial navigation was something they saw in Star Trek, where Spock or whatever busted open the star charts and determined where the Enterprise was based on whatever positions these different stars were. And then all of a sudden 10th Man says, hey, look at the methods and practices used in celestial navigation. It can only work on the flat Earth. And suddenly every globalist is instantly an expert in a career, like a ship's navigator is like a six-figure salary position. And they're acting like they've known how to do it the whole time. It's like you never even heard of it before a flat earther said it.
They will have heard of it because Quantum Eraser had covered it, but in his usual high intellect manner, you'd have to paying attention rather than looking at the chat. Whereas when 10th did it, it's not that he dumbed it down, it's just he dragged it out to such an extent that it sunk into a lot more people. It was actually covered quite significantly prior to 10th Man covering it in a lot of detail, admittedly. He was the first to focus on it, just to get the terminology right, because otherwise it sort of means QE having covered it in many a presentation prior to that, which he had.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was thinking of the wildfire event. It was people have been talking about this since the beginning of time. All sorts of people have referenced. This is where I think, giving 10th Man the credit, where he basically brought it forefront. He really got the globalists to start questioning. And then rather than using the information and question their ideas and models, they just kind of waved a magic wand and instantly became an expert in it, and then decided that flat earthers can't do celestial navigation.
Right.
When they never heard of it prior to being part of this conversation.
10th was very smart in the way he did it. So as he was educating us in it, which is literally what he was doing, he chose to only do that in pre-shows. And typically, the pre-show will go out to members and be 10 days late on a second channel that's less subscribed to. So 10,000 subscribers rather than 22, 23 or whatever many this channel's got. 6 it might be. Anyway, the point is that he would get less listeners, and he did that intentionally. that by the time it was being discussed on the live show and argued about, everyone on the panel knew about it, was very well versed by the time the discussion starts. It kind of came across like you've just described to an audience, which is we start talking about celestial navigation. Actually, we'd been educated in it about 12 months prior in the pre-shows, a little bit at a time by 10th man. Then when it's like, here's celestial navigation, it proves Earth's flat, then suddenly the ballers with no background, no 10th man there dripping him the information on a daily basis, suddenly, as you put it, are experts. You're like, okay, all right, fair enough.
Round, mate.
Again?
The Earth is round.
Earth is round?
Do you think that the Earth is flat?
That's how it's measured. You're not keeping up with the discussion.
So round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny, round and flat LP, round and flat CD. Get it?
I understand that analogy.
It's not an analogy.
Regardless, Earth's measured flat, though, for navigation specifically. This instance.
Navigation, for sure, I understand that. But do you think the Earth is sphere?
No, obviously not. Make it a sphere. You start with those measurements of angles off a flat Earth, and then Kepler can infer sphericity and orbital motions and all the rest of the mathematical extrapolations that come from those flat Earth measurements. Definitely, Earth's not a sphere.
No, we don't think it either. We know it's not a sphere.
How it's measured to create the sphere. You can't even infer or reify that it's a sphere because you understand it violates the base measurement that you started with to create the sphere with.
So, do you think that the sun is a sphere?
Don't know what the sun is. Doesn't really have much to do with the ground unless you're navigating with it.
Do you think the moon is a sphere?
Don't know what the moon is either. I don't know. Again, if you're navigating with it, though, it's measured with respect to a flat Earth.
But you know that the Earth is flat.
Turkish prison.
How do you know if the Earth is flat if you don't know what the sun or the moon is?
Sorry, how do I know I'm driving a Ford Escort if you don't know what a Lexus is? Because we're driving a Ford Escort, because we're measuring Earth, the surface, flat. I said to you 3 times in response to your questions about the sun and moon, if we're measuring those items for navigation, we're measuring them with respect to a flat plane. Anything else?
Yeah, one more thing.
Go ahead.
Do you believe in planets?
Be careful, buddy, because you're asking people here if they believe something. We don't just blindly believe anything.
I'm talking about, does he believe in Mercury, Uranus, Saturn?
So we believe him. Is this
There's
some
no
sort of
belief involved, is there? You're describing lights in the sky that we can see, aren't you? Why would I have to believe in anything?
Do you think they're real? Their question.
Sorry, I just answered you. Just repeat back what I just said to you in reply, please.
We can see the lights in the sky.
Why would I need to believe in anything? I can see them.
So they're real in your eyes.
Are you having a laugh? I see them. You've named them. Don't need to believe in anything.
You the wrong wording. But do you think they're flat?
Did I say that they were flat? No. Okay. Do you appreciate that when you look at the stars, you only get a monocular vision to them? Do you appreciate what that means?
I appreciate that.
What does that mean?
Monocular vision of the stars? Is that what you said?
Yes. Do you appreciate we have a monocular vision to the stars and what that would mean?
Well, I know that mono means one.
Okay. Not binocular then. Monocular. As opposed to binocular.
Binocular, I'm assuming, means two. Because binocular has two eye holes.
Could you say I don't really know what you mean by what you're suggesting? Because you've said and suggested that you know what I mean by this. Because it's in direct response to your question, but you haven't clicked what my response means. So you could just say, I don't really know the connection between only having monocular vision and being asked if they are, quote, flat. You obviously don't see the connection, do you?
Connection.
You
That'd
look
be a
at
no.
one eye through a telescope. One eye sees them up close. Only one. Do you think that one eye can give you depth perception?
Binocular eyes give you depth perception.
And we don't have that to the stars, do we?
We don't have that for the stars.
I'm answering your frigging question about them being flat. It's like pulling teeth. Just need to say, no, we don't have stereoscopic vision to them. We don't have binocular vision to them. Monocular only, I understand, yes. And I'll say, so that then... Hello?
So...
Are you listening to me? I'm responding to your question. Are they flat? Flat. Monocular. Flat. Not three-dimensional. Flat. Yes. Flat. That answer your question? Yes, it does. You just don't seem to be acknowledging it.
So you believe that the Earth is flat?
Are you going to acknowledge me or ask me yet again what I bleed and believe? Acknowledge what I've just said. I've answered your question. You haven't acknowledged me. I've taken my time with your dumbass that doesn't understand what monocular means and how it would reference your question about them being flat. You haven't acknowledged that yet. You're asking me a new question about another belief. You, sir, hold many beliefs about these lights. Yeah, you do. Now, what you are doing is projecting the fact that you have beliefs about these lights onto me. As you ask your stupid questions that are inane about whether or not it's flat, and I answer you yes, monocular vision, you start asking a new question about a different belief, presumably projecting something else you have a belief about. You believe they're spherical. No evidence for that. None. Zero. Nada. But you're asking me about whether or not I believe they're spherical, three-dimensional, when we cannot perceive them in that way. We can't see them like that. We can only see them flat. Now, I'd like you to acknowledge that, given that you asked me about it, and I've taken my time to explain something that you clearly did not understand or comprehend. That would be monocular vision to the stars. Flat. Do you understand?
I understand you.
Do you have any other questions? Hopefully not about beliefs that I hold, because you've got some beliefs about some lights in the sky. It was lovely talking to you. It was lovely talking to you. Thank you for your questions about my beliefs that I don't hold and you do. Meanwhile, when we measure the celestial items to navigate with them, we measure with respect to a flat Earth. That's how all the maps and models were created.
I'm sorry?
That's flat. Anybody else?
Yeah.
That was quizzing me on my bleeding beliefs about three-dimensionality with the stars that we don't have. Oh, well, if there's a conclusion, I don't mind taking that air out and going, Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen, including but not limited to the use of angles off a flat Earth to create a sphere for a lot of you Muppets to believe in. Yeah, that's right, your sphere belief comes from flat Earth measurements. Isn't that shocking? Earth's measured flat for everyone.
Don't call me a Muppet.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't see myself as a Muppet, though.
Again, Nate?
I said I don't see myself as a Muppet, though.
Did you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved surface?
I'm not. I don't want to answer this.
Sorry, you don't feel like a Muppet, but when I ask you how a globe will give you an elevation angle, you don't want to answer. That's because you're a Muppet who believes that you can acquire flat Earth elevation angle measurements from a curved surface that you believe you're standing on, making you a Muppet, Nate. If you don't feel like one, if you don't feel like one while I get interrupted, I'm telling you why you are a Muppet. Because you can't answer me when we fundamentally require elevation angles to navigate the world, map the world, chart the world, fly over the world. We need these elevation angles off a flat Earth. When I ask you how they come from a curved surface, you don't want to take part. That just makes you, if it's clear now, a Muppet, Nate. Don't have to like that. It's a fact. Meanwhile, we do get elevation angle measurements. We measure them with respect to a flat Earth. To this day, they've always been made that way. And I mean, people can believe that you can use curved surfaces that won't be utilized with elevation angles. They'll be like on screen for my audience now, used in hell. In the center, on a plane, a flat plane in hell that we're not measuring angles from. When I say, how'd you get a measurement from the curved surface? You don't, and you don't use them that way if you pretend you're in a globe. That's why you can't answer, Muppet. If that's clear, Nate.
I'm just not an expert on it.
Didn't ask if you were. I clarified why you're a Muppet to believe you're on a globe after asking you if you could get an elevation angle from a curved surface. You can't. You wouldn't use it on a curved surface anyway, even if you retain your globe belief and project these angles measured off a flat plane in hell. Just told you quite a few details about what makes you a Muppet. You said you didn't want to take part. Kind of Muppet behaviour is that?
Do you have a degree in physics or anything similar
why
to
would you
that?
ask that? This isn't a physics subject. Celestial navigation's not physics.
Well, don't
Define
dodge the
physics for me,
question.
sir.
I'm
Define
just curious.
physics for me, please.
What? I asked the question first.
Physics for me. You're
I
asking
asked
me
the
if
very
I've got a degree
basic
in
and
physics. Now
straightforward
you're
question.
yammering
Now
through my
you're chanting
response.
through me,
Ask
and
me
you're
a
not
question,
correctly
and you're
answering.
still talking straight through the top of my response. You asked me, sir, do I have a degree in physics? I said it's non sequitur. It's not related to the subject. This isn't a physics subject. It's celestial navigation. That's not physics. Then I asked you, while you yammered through me, to define physics.
I asked the question first.
And I
That's
said
all
it's a
I'll say.
category error.
You can dodge the question, but I asked my.
Didn't dodge the question, you dumbass, Muppet, globe-believing idiot who can't listen. Category error. Discussing celestial navigation and asked if I got a degree in physics. Non sequitur. Category error. Third time. Repeat after me. Dumbass question. Category error. Not related to the subject being discussed. Dumbass. You. Here? Tell me I'm running from the question again, dumbass.
This isn't a very
Dumbass.
fruitful discussion.
Non sequitur. Category error, you stupid man. Don't tell me I'm dodging the question, you stupid idiot.
Here, Nate, if you knew what physics was, you wouldn't have to ask that question. That's what
Maybe you
Nathan.
could define it for us, like I asked him, and then we got this. Define physics, you dumbass.
That's a non sequitur.
It's the word you
asked me
use.
if I've got a physics degree. So when I ask you to define that, what you're asking if I have, you say it's non sequitur. That makes you a moron. You don't know what a non sequitur is. It's directly related to the specific word you used.
It's not related to what. It's not
And now
related to what
he's
you asked.
yammering through me because he's getting embarrassed with how stupid he is and how me, Nathan Oakley, is highlighting just how stupid this globe-believing Muppets question was. It was a category error, a non sequitur category error. And then when I point out that it's a category error and a non sequitur and ask him to define the word he asked me about, he tells me I'm using a non sequitur. Sounds like you're just repeating the coherent and concise rebuttal I gave you. You said I'd ignored and had run from. And now you're yammerizing through my summary. What a shock. Dumbo, a globe-believing Dumbo, you're getting a strip torn off you by a flat earther for your dumbass question. Hope that's clear.
It's funny. It's funny because the law of identity for logic, you need to identify this first.
One more chance, Nate. You going to answer the question?
What? Why am I the one being
Okay,
asked if I'm
let me
answering
clarify.
the
Yeah,
question?
We've got a physics degree. Now you're being asked to define what physics is, you stupid man. It's the 5th time.
Yeah, it's not non
It's
sequitur
non
at all,
sequitur again, you
Nate.
stupid idiot. Tell me that me asking you to define the word you asked me about is non sequitur, you stupid idiot. Go on.
Here, Nate, I'll throw you a lifeline.
Dumbo.
I don't
It's
think
non
this is going to
sequitur,
go
you
anywhere
stupid
with
man.
Nathan. So
Hey, Nate, let me throw
you can't go anywhere. That's because I've destroyed you. Destroyed your stupid non sequitur question about physics that you
right,
can't define.
you destroyed me by not answering the question. You're right.
Hey, Nate, let
Do
me
I have
throw
a
you
physics degree? Define what physics is.
Nate, let
Or
me
any
throw
other
you a lifeline here. Okay, let me throw you a preserver. You're drowning. Say physics is an object moving through a medium. Just a very junior high-ish response. Like day one, this is your day one in class. And then you'll be able to continue the conversation. Because at least you'll know what you're talking about. You know what you're asking.
I was curious of any degree, really, just anything.
Give
Nate.
him any help. He's
This
a
is
moron.
now turning into an ad hominem fallacy, isn't it? That's what's basically happening.
Yeah, he wants to know what your education level is.
Relevant. Ad
Righto,
hominem
Nate. We're going to give you one more chance. You asked Nathan a question. He clearly answered it. It was non sequitur to the discussion of celestial navigation. You've now raised that question. It's been answered, so now you've been asked to clarify. What is physics? Answer the question, or you're going to have to stay on mute.
Probably going to have to mute me though. So
you lost badly. You asked a stupid question.
No,
that was nonsense. The discussion. Now you're yammering. You're saying you don't want to take part, but you do want to talk through me because you started saying no as I started responding and taking up the sword I rightfully won, having chopped your head off with it. No, it was non sequitur to the measuring Earth flat that we were discussing. Non sequitur to the angle in hell that we were discussing. This isn't physics, the study of the physical and natural world. Something you couldn't define. Elevation angles aren't very natural. Shocking, isn't it? That's not physics, so we wouldn't need a physics degree. And what is it? Is it just me, or is this Muppet that's just been annihilated and had his head removed feel like he needs to talk when he's just removed
No,
himself?
we've got someone else butting in. Sorry, Nathan. He's
That was
on mute.
not
He can
me.
be next.
That's why we would be better on a stage, but obviously for the audience's benefit today, we just couldn't arrange it in that manner. But there's going to be white knights that don't like their compadres' heads coming off that are going to talk while I summarise that he can't take part in the discussion because the discussion was about measuring Earth flat. He needed to turn it into an ad hominem fallacy about my education status, didn't he? It's an ad hom. That's all it is.
Yeah, we
All right,
tried to do the stage thing. It was just we had some staff turnovers, and there was a little bit of a hiccup in the process. So we kind of dropped the ball. And I hear you. We really wanted to get the stage going again, but it just seemed like it was just too much flux, too many moving pieces going on this week to get it all the way to the goal line.
That's all right. AJ already explained it. It's fine. It's just one of those things. Hopefully next week it'll be on track for doing it that way because it's a change. We did it initially, then we did months of not doing it. Then I was like, can we go back to that? And we did it that way the last time we came. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a hitch to get it back on track that way permanently, hopefully.
Unacceptable.
No, we're guests here.
Huey.
You'll have to take it up with politics moderators. I'm sorry.
Huey's banned.
Go ahead. Go with those.
I said Huey is banned anyways.
Yeah, Kiwi, take it up with politics moderators.
Hopefully we'll get it sorted. For the now, this is it. It's fine. White knighting's just going to have to be the case.
Well, no,
just
I'll
again. I mean,
unmute
ultimately,
him.
that was a big fat non sequitur. As much as we've come to the conclusion with the guy that was an idiot asking a question out of context, ad hominem. Earth was being discussed as being measured flat. We were explaining how the globe came from those flat Earth measurements, and that if you're going to infer an angle that can't come from a curve works somehow with the globe, it'll be working in hell on a flat plane in hell, in the middle of the globe. It's what we were discussing before we had a non sequitur about my education status. So we're clear, we're talking about Earth being measured flat for the globe to exist. As I've been discussing it now, there's been lots of diagrams about the flat plane inside hell, with Earth as a glorified protractor, with a flat plane being measured to an angle to this star on screen for my audience. So we're back on track and not worried about my education status after he tried to ad hom me. Now we're back on track. Earth's measured flat.
Yep. And next up is Lava Girl, who has been the White Knight and been muted.
I don't appreciate you calling me a night night when I wasn't even gonna add to the conversation you having with the other guy. I don't appreciate that at all.
So you're just cheerleading, interjecting into the conversation.
No. The conversation's over. I was going to ask a simple question.
Okay.
Feel free, go ahead.
I think the conversation ended when he said that I would like to reply to your question. I wasn't there to write that, just so you understand.
You have a question though.
Yeah, I sure do.
Awesome. Go ahead.
So, would you advertise flat Earth to your kids?
We're in the next room. They can hear me.
All right. So, do you?
Did you hear my response?
Yeah. So, do you?
Can hear me. Can hear me.
Dude, if you're going to talk about kids and family and other off-topic issues, you can stay on
That's
server
fine.
mute.
He's
I'll
got
give
his
you one
answer.
chance.
He's got his answer. They can hear me talking about this stuff. I talk about it regularly around them. Yes.
Yeah, I can just hear in his voice and the way that he's questioning that he's going to try and make this some type of issue that it's not off top.
Do they believe your silly nonsense?
Hold on, let's just see if this guy actually does have a point to get to.
Are your kids smarter than you?
My kids.
Are your
I
kids
think
smarter than you?
Guys, I just want to. That guy might have just been laying a foundation. If that's the case, let's just see if it was the case that he's just trying to lay a foundation with that for a further question, rather than just assuming he's going to attack my kids, which he may not be doing. We don't know yet.
I've been unmuted.
Yeah. What? I assume you were just laying a foundation with that. Carry on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you homeschool your kids?
Yes. Sorry, can we not talk about my kids anymore? Is there a question about the subject of Earth being measured flat that you want to ask?
Sure. No, that's all I wanted to ask, bro. Love.
So are your kids smarter than you?
Can I ask you a question?
Are the kids smarter than you?
Yeah, go on. I'm still here.
Guy, can I ask you a question? Why are you so interested in my kids? In a flat Earth
I'm
debate
interested
server?
in the.
I'm not interested about your kids. I was just asking a question about how you.
There's two people talking while this guy's trying to talk to me. I want to hear him.
Are you talking to me or him? I understand.
Someone's interrupting
He's
you.
talking to you, Lava Girl.
You can't be heard. You're being talked through by someone else, and I'm asking the mods to stop that from happening so I can hear you, sir. I want to hear you. I'm asking, why are you so interested in what happens to my kids in a flat Earth debate Discord server? I'm asking you that.
That wasn't really about the Discord server. I just wanted to know, like, because obviously flat Earth and globe Earth. I mean, not flat Earth, sphere Earth and globe Earth. It's highly advertised in schools. So I just wanted to see your stance. If you are planning to have kids, sounds like you do have kids already.
These people.
And how you'd go about that. So I wanted to know. I was curious.
You want to know how I go about educating my kids? Okay, fine, I'll answer that. When it comes to the general education that most kids in the UK would receive, we have a structure from websites that are approved by government that give us the general structure of how to educate our kids. Do we educate my wife and I, our kids, about heliocentrism? Yes. We also disclaim to them that they are not within their rights to question other people's beliefs, of which heliocentrism is one. We teach them that is the accepted religion in the UK, and therefore it is not reasonable for them to start questioning beliefs of others. Why am I getting talked through while I'm answering this question? I don't know what's going on. It's not reasonable for them to question other people's beliefs. Heliocentrism being one. Hope that's clear.
I don't know what heliocentrism is.
Helios is a sun god. Helios center would mean sun at center, as in you're on a ball moving around the sun at the center of that system. Helios, sun at center. Like you're on a ball moving around the sun with the sun at the center. That's the religion that you were taught in school. Being on a ball moving around the sun, that's heliocentric.
I mean, I don't believe that sun is God.
Don't believe that's what it's called.
No, I don't believe that the sun is God in general.
That's the religion I'm not asking you if you believe in it or not. I don't care. It's just what you were taught in school in science class as being true. It's the Copernican model. It's the heliocentric, sun at centre, Earth as a ball moving around the sun that you were taught as being real in science class. It's not. The ideas come from measurements of an Earth that's flat to create those mathematics.
Not science either.
All right, bro. I mean, I don't see it as a religion.
Okay, it
Well-
came from the Roman Catholic Church. It factually is from Johannes Kepler and Copernicus. The Roman Catholic Church were in charge of all of the astronomies and all the observations and all the maths. It was done under their guidance. It's the Roman Catholic Church's religion. It's their methodology for better predicting where the stars will be. It's called heliocentrism. It has come from the Roman Catholic Church. It is your religion taught to you in Christian churches in the UK. You went to a Church of England school, didn't you, sir?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so you were taught this by the church. It's their religion. That you don't have to like that it is a religion. Being on a ball moving around the sun is a religion. You were taught in a church-based school in England from the Roman Catholic Church 500 years ago. It is a religion. You don't have to like it. Earth is factually measured flat. That's how Earth's measured. And those measurements are utilised by the church to create the ball that you believed you were on until about 25 seconds ago.
So can I ask, how do you practice the religion?
It's your religion, not mine. You practice it by coming here and telling me that you think you're on a ball. Or telling your kids that you believe that they're on a ball too. Telling your kids that they're moving around the sun. That's a religion that you'll teach your kids. I won't teach my kids religious beliefs. I'll teach them the belief as a religion and explain how it works, and then tell them that they're not allowed to prejudice other people for holding that belief about moving around the sun as you hold. That's your belief. Tell me how you practice it.
So would you prejudice people that believe the Earth is a globe?
Just made it clear that I teach my kids not to do that. Specifically not to do that. It's your belief. You're entitled to your belief. If you want to believe you're on a ball moving around the sun, you're entitled to that belief. You were taught by the church in the Church of England school you attended.
Cool. I remember the question I was going to ask before.
I'm a realist, though. To answer your question, no, I definitely don't believe Earth's anything. I know it's measured flat.
Yeah. I remember the question I was going to ask before I got muted, and I asked about your kids. Do you discuss this topic outside of Discord, like in real life, maybe like a debate parlor?
Yes, this is my job. This is what I do for a
Seriously?
living. It's my entire day. Yes, absolutely.
Like outside of Discord as well.
Yes.
You have rocks in your ears.
People say, "How's work,
Come on,
Nathan?"
what are we going to go on with this forever?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. He's allowed to take a time to digest these kinda to him crazy answers. Yes, when someone asks me how's work going, and my brother or sister asks me, they know specifically what I do for a living. Everybody I know knows what I do. That's not quite true. Some of the homeschool classes I take my kids to don't necessarily know what I do. I wouldn't want them to, unless they asked, and then I tell them.
Alright, cool, boss. It's been nice talking to you, man.
You too. You were misjudged. People assumed you were asking, rather than laying a foundation, that you were somehow going to ad hom my kids. You weren't, and I could detect that. So I'm glad you were very courteous. It was lovely chatting to you too.
Love, bro.
Just keep in mind that on this server we do offer a lot of charitable understanding of the way someone's approaching the conversation. So I mean, it might seem like a lot of anti-flat earthers seem to gravitate towards flat earth spaces. Generally, there's a lot more functionally normal people who are just curious and have like an epistemological or whatever, like a view of the topic. They want to know, hey, how is your world or your day different than mine? And they generally find out it's really not. It's really not that much different than anyone else's. Flat earthers just don't add in a curve and rotation.
Yeah, I don't like when they come in and first up and just start asking questions about what you teach your kids based on flat Earth. Yeah,
it's a little
9 times out of 10, I just want to give props to AJ. Right, 9 times out of 10, you'd have been absolutely spot on. I just detected from the way he was saying it that he wasn't going to go where you normally would have had the opponent go if you hadn't stopped them. So I'm not suggesting that you were doing something wrong. I'm not saying I literally said you called it wrong. I don't mean that by that. 99 times out of 100, you'd have been right there.
I'm happy to be wrong, yeah, but I just wanted to stop it before it got to the stage.
That was a
and
lovely
went
surprise.
out on the...
Right, it's
Can I
nice
say
to be
that?
wrong. Again, go ahead.
Can I say that I didn't know you had kids before I asked the question, which I should have
That's
asked.
why, and that's luckily because of the way you phrased it. That's how I knew you weren't just about to attack my two daughters. You were suggesting it in a way that if you were to have kids, because maybe you think I'm younger than I am, but yeah, I could detect that you weren't just about to go to something that you'd prearranged to attack my kids with. I could tell that was the case by the way you asked that question. Yes.
Are you saying you could detect? Are you saying that you could detect that he wasn't going in that direction?
I've said it enough times of a QE. Thanks a bunch. Yes, he's so subtle. Shout out to Uncle Ben. She says, cheers, Nathan.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, is there any scientific evidence for a globetrotting?
Ranch.
What was that, Zenny?
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate.
Hey, Chocolate.
We're just making greetings here, AJ. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, is there any scientific evidence for a globetrotting?
What causes globe?
Causes globe?
Is he asking for scientific evidence of a globe?
Is
Pretty
it
good
gravity?
answer. I've got to be honest. I had to digest it for a second. Does that make sense? Does that work? Yes, it does. What's the cause of globe? Yeah, that's a well-phrased way of demonstrating that you know exactly where the category error and inconsistency in the question lies. Well done. That was good. I like that a lot.
Yes, it was. Very good.
Very.
What's
Who
your
was
name?
that? Who said that? Deserve props. Who said AC. Well done. Well done.
What the Sigma?
They say I missed it.
Can you hear us all smiling? Right, that is the kind
Can
of
you please prove to me why the Earth is flat?
Somebody's triggered. Go ahead. Sorry, say again.
Yeah. What is beyond the ice wall?
Who claimed an ice wall?
I swear you flat earthers claim there's an ice wall.
Hold on, Huey, just 1 second. Let's just get some order. Who are we talking?
No.
Yeah, someone's hot micing.
No, there's an ice wall.
It's okay.
And there's like
A-Tone, we're trying to get some order. A-Tone, is that who was talking?
Yeah,
He's
he
gone.
left as soon as he got muted. He instantly disconnected.
Or is he just here to cause chaos?
Yeah, I think so. He had a really noisy, a lot of the background noise. It sounded like hot mic going on, but
Don't remember anybody claiming an ice wall, so I don't really know what he was on about. Maybe we'll find out if he returns.
He was on about a stereotype fallacy.
Yeah, I know that. I don't quite know how it's going to be arranged. If you do have a question, I'm sure there's a way of indicating that to the moderating team. Maybe it's just piping up. In the meantime, shout out to Duncan McLeod. Cognitive dissonance causes globe. Equally good, Duncan, but just a little bit later than the guy in the Discord server, as you'd expect as you're paying for it through a super chat. Excellent stuff, rolling in thick and fast. Cognitive dissonance causes globe. Love it.
I got a question about flat Earth. I got a question about flat Earth.
Perfect.
Why lie about this? Like, what's the point? Like, why would NASA and all these other professions lie about the Earth being flat, like being a globe? Like, what's the point?
Gotcha.
Why would they lie?
Let's just have a little quiz. I am going to answer your question. First, you can name that fallacy.
Appeal to motive.
Motive fallacy.
Boom! Kiwi got there first, Flatsy second. Appeal to motivation fallacy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just don't know why. Like, I mean, you can just call out some fallacies, but like, why lie about it?
We're not pulling out a fallacy. It is a fallacy.
Okay, if I approach it, let's just put it into context, because you maybe don't appreciate what that fallacy means. Yeah. If I'm trying to prove to you that you've got a cheating wife, yeah,
right,
and I show you pictures of her cheating,
mm-hmm.
You ask me, why would she cheat? Or do you just accept that she's cheating? Which do you do?
I would accept the fact that she's cheating.
So her motivation for cheating is irrelevant if we're trying to demonstrate that she's cheating, correct?
Yeah, right.
So the motivation is irrelevant. Earth's measured flat. So we're clear.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just what.
And I'm
Okay,
answering
but
your question, and there he is immediately chanting through my answer. So you've understood your fallacy that you've used. Now you can stop talking. The adults that don't use fallacy are now responding to your question. It's irrelevant and non sequitur. A fallacy. It's irrelevant. Is it just
So
me,
it's-
or am I getting hot mic straight through the
No,
top of my?
we got him. We got him. Sorry. Go ahead. It took a while to find him.
Of course, because it's painful. Why would they lie? Who cares? We measure Earth flat, and in order to create the globe that you believe in, you will use those flat Earth measurements. Why would they lie? I couldn't care less. Earth's measured flat.
Wrote a song about it.
Okay, but like it's still like a genuine question, is it not? Like,
No, it's an appeal to motivation fallacy.
can you at
It's
least
not
answer
an
my
argument.
question? No, but I'm just
So,
wondering. Well, like,
I must address your fallacious. Why am I getting bloody chanting assholes when I respond to this guy? I'll
It's
try that
him.
again, hopefully without a bunch of white knights. Immediately, someone's talking. Immediately. That's why I want to be on a stage, so that 25 assholes can't immediately interrupt me. No,
Nathan,
dumbass.
It's the guy you're
Dumb.
talking to.
Immediately,
He's
guy talking immediately.
yeah, Nathan.
It's
Listen,
the moderator talking to you, Nathan.
the guy you're talking
Yeah,
to is the
sorry.
one who's hot micing.
Thanks.
I'll give him another
may
chance.
I respond?
Shut up. You've appealed to motivation. That's a fallacy. You're now demanding that I address your fallacious reasoning. No, you stupid man. When I point out how fallacious your question is, you can either ask a new question, hopefully acknowledge your stupidity with your fallacious question, not demand I friggin' answer it. That just makes you retarded. I hope you understand that I'm pointing out how stupid it is to demand that I address a fallacious question when I've broken down with an example of your married cheating wife how fallacious it is and why it's fallacious. You now think I must answer it, do you, dumbass? No. Sit down, you're an idiot.
A question is not fallacious. A question is not an argument.
Not the same idiot.
No, that was somebody else. That was
I
Lava
got a
Girl.
question. No, it wasn't me
No, it
still,
was Lava
but I do
Girl.
have a
Sorry.
question. Yeah. So I just looked up your name on YouTube. Like, is this being recorded?
Does
Oh
your
my God.
does your name start with an N?
Wait. Were you the guy that debated Dave McKeegan?
No.
Is that a flat Earth question, or is that just you just want to talk to him about life and how it's going?
No, I just want to know, like, is he famous?
Well, like
Tell me
YouTube
a question
famous.
about
Yeah,
Earth.
yeah.
How flat it
You're
is.
being recorded.
It'll make you famous.
A question about Earth and how it's measured flat.
Look up his name on YouTube.
Let's remove this guy, please.
You looked up his name. Does it start with an N?
Anybody got any Earth-related questions?
Nathan, are you on your computer right now?
Right, Hugh, you're a liar. We don't want to talk to you anymore because you lie constantly. Have you got any
And
questions
answer your-
about the nature of Earth? Feel free.
Well, I was going to answer Lava Girl's question and just say, yeah, you're in the presence of royalty.
Call me King Nathan.
I would say that Lava Girl.
Royalty.
I would say that Lava Girl is a catfish because I would think that Lava Girl would be a girl, but it's clearly not.
It's racist.
Thank you. I was
Amazing.
thinking the same thing. You're amazing.
Lots of people just join on their wife's account. That's all that is.
We get it now.
Call me Paula.
I've seen so many weird names, I just
All right,
ignore them now.
Misrepresentation.
Love you, Paula.
Taxation without misrepresentation.
To try that once more. Has anybody got any Earth-related questions? Preferably on the subject of either globe belief or flat Earth measurements. That would be ideal.
Get out of it, Paula.
My bad.
We can give Zanny another chance. I think we.
Will
In
not
other words, Nathan is saying, does anybody have some curve? Any globers got curve? 'Cause to have a globe, you need some curve.
Yeah, we're
Any of you
looking.
guys got that?
We want to see demonstration of that drop over distance. Go ahead.
I was saying chocolate. We know they don't have that.
You're the flat earther that Flatsy was talking to earlier,
Right.
Killian.
Yes, sir. What's happening, Nathan?
Just didn't know to correct you and Flatsy were doing a really wonderful job. So much so that while you were chatting with each other, I was pointing it out to my wife. I'm like, this is not my server. Listen to these guys chatting. I know, obviously know Flatsy, but literally, I got a raised eyebrow from my wife as she was listening to you two discussing the stuff at the beginning of the show when I first joined. I'm like, should I join in and point out this has got nothing to do with Trig? And then Flatsy said it.
Well, I mean, without looking at understanding trigonometry, flat baselines, sextants, and angles, I was just taking that thinking and extending it further, but so very thankful for the likes of Flatsy and, of course, yourself that can keep us on the right track so that we can continue to figure out how celestial navigation continues to reinforce the idea of a flat baseline continuously.
It's required. Prerequisite for the measurement. Part of it.
So we look out our windowsill. We see that the level of our windowsill matches the horizon. And I just keep thinking to myself, the higher I go up, no matter the height of that story that or the height of that building that I'm in, whatever story I'm on, that windowsill continues to match the horizon line. So I'm still looking for the curve.
Be careful. Appears to match. Appears to. Does. You're not wrong.
How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
Again, QE.
How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
You don't.
You asked the group, Paula?
Okay, don't literally call me. My wife's name is Paula. I'm not on her account. It does say Nathan Oakley 1980 under my name. Although I quite like being called Paula.
How much slope does a zero slope if a zero slope could slope dope?
Excellent. Right, the slope intercept formula deals with the horizon on the globe, doesn't it?
So Nathan, I'm asking a question here. Maybe you can unpack this a little bit. So I went to the CN Tower a few years ago. I got in on the ground floor, and as I was going up the side of the CN Tower, they allow you to, you can see out the side through a window looking out. So as we're going up, the higher I went up, the further out that horizon line got from me. Could you possibly maybe explain how that would work on a curve, or if the surface in fact was curved?
It wouldn't. The fact is that the horizon itself is formed with the ground. Right? It's an optical dissolution point, but it's formed with the surface. It's the point where the ground or sea meets the sky, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we could be in a hallway, right? Oh, sorry.
As a matter of fact, when you rise up, you are rising above the surface. Ergo, the point where the surface appears to meet the sky, that optical dissolution point, is factually below you. Now, if you're navigating, you must account for that if you're using a tool that acquires horizontal from the horizon. If you're doing it in a dinghy and there's no correction, you're right on the surface of the water in that instance. If you're doing it in an aeroplane, then the horizon is below you, slightly. Right? The angle does widen as you raise an elevation, which pushes the horizon further out. You can see further with a wider angle. It doesn't change the fact that the ground is still factually below you. Therefore, that point is below you, just slightly. But it doesn't alter a factually true statement that the horizon does appear to rise to eye level.
So if we were in a hallway as an example, maybe like in a warehouse where we have an extremely long hallway. Say I decided to lie down in that hallway, so my chin is sitting right on the floor, and I observe off in the distance where the ceiling of that hallway meets the floor of the hallway, there's a line called the horizon, which we understand it to be.
Yep.
And
Great.
Pardon me?
Where you're going is excellent. Keep going.
Thank you, appreciate it. So then I stand up, right? I gain altitude, and all of a sudden that line of where the ceiling of the hallway meets the floor gets further out. I can see all of a sudden more doorways perhaps down that hallway. So effectively, what have I done? I've increased my viewing angle, angular resolution, I think, and wouldn't this also be Rayleigh's criterion showing itself? Nathan?
Yes, to a degree. Yeah, I mean, you might not in a hallway have a point of diffraction. Might not necessarily invoke the Rayleigh criterion, therefore, but your example still sounds perfectly in line with what I'm describing. As you lie on the floor with your eyes as close as you can get them to the floor, you will potentially form a horizon that would take into account the Rayleigh criterion. That is to say, your angle could be so limited you force the horizon to be much, 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 much closer because of the limited angle. Ergo, when you stand up, that point, ground that was right next to your eyeballs when you were lying down, is below you. And therefore, with the wider angle, yes, you can see further, you've pushed that point further out, and yes, it will still appear be parallel with you, but it isn't. The ground is below you, and that is what's forming that point in the distance in the hallway. And that's the same with the horizon. As you're lying on the ground looking at the horizon, you have a very limited angle to the horizon. As you widen the angle, it appears that's getting higher. It isn't. You're widening your view. As you raise an elevation, the ground's still below you. Therefore, there is something known as dip. When you use the horizon to establish a horizontal with a sextant, you will utilize the measurement you first took at port, which is how high are you when you make this measurement above the surface of the sea.
Well, you just mentioned sextant and then an elevation plane. Is that where a bubble sextant would come into play?
No. A bubble sextant eradicates the need to do dip correction because you're establishing a horizontal plane with the bubble. The only reason that functions is because once you establish a horizontal plane with the bubble, any angle measurement will be parallel with the ground. Ergo, the point that you're measuring, be it a GP or your eventual fix for your location, will be parallel with a flat plane below the horizontal plane you establish with the bubble.
Yeah, you would
Earth must be flat for that to work, in other words.
So just right quick, and I'll withdraw after this flat C. So just to be safe or clear here, when I'm on an elevated viewing plane, I would then use that bubble sextant to correct for that elevated plane that I'm standing.
No.
I've misunderstood.
If you're up in an elevated situation, what you need to correct for dip, that's how low the horizon is versus your position, is your height. You need your elevation from sea level to make that correction. If you don't have it, you can't make it. Now, it's not that you use a bubble to make the correction. When you use a bubble sextant, you don't need to make any correction because you've already established a horizontal plane of reference with the bubble. And when you measure an angle, let's say you're measuring an angle in an aeroplane, your horizontal plane is established with the bubble, the angle to the star is established with the tool. You then say mark, you then get the time, you write down the angle, you look it up in the almanac, right? Once you find the GP and distance to it, minus from 90 times by 60, that point in the distance, GP point below the star you just measured, is below or above the plane that you are trying to navigate. Because the plane you established, the horizontal plane of reference you established with the bubble is parallel with the ground. So there's no correction required. The point that you measure in space, that you measured with the bubble as the horizontal line, will have its GP in that instance directly above the exact same point on the ground because all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the surface of Earth.
Thank you for the explanation and correction.
It's not simple stuff. It's simple when you know how, but it isn't if you don't. And I can only concisely summarise it thanks to 18 months of 10th man dripping this information into me. Excellent questions, excellent examples, your hall especially. The
Can I
Horizon.
ask my question again?
Yeah, feel free.
Well, you never really answered my question. I mean, why lie about the shape of the Earth? Like, why would they lie about it?
Oh, because it's fallacious.
Why would your wife cheat? Who cares? You're getting divorced.
Oh,
She's
sure.
cheating on you. She's got another man inside her. Does it matter why?
Are you projecting? Yeah, it kind of does. So you get the
No,
root
it's
cause
just-
of it and probably fix your marriage.
No, it's a hypothetical example of an appeal to motivation fallacy.
Right, but like I think it's a fair question because I mean the main question is like why are they all doing this? Like okay, let's take
I understand. It's the third time you've asked the same question, regardless of the response you've had. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you that it's a fallacious question. You, sir, can ponder that all you like. That's for you to ponder. It won't really serve any interest. If you were in a hypothetical divorce court, it wouldn't matter why she did it. You'd still be getting divorced. So who cares?
I mean, at the end of the day, what you're asking is why do liars lie? I mean, why would you come to us for that? First of all, maybe you should go to the people that are lying.
I wouldn't suggest that either. I mean, that's kind of cuck behaviour. It's like going to the wife that's been caught cheating. Why did you cheat? Why did you do it to me? Why did you do it? You know what liars and cheaters do when they get caught out cheating and lying? They lie and cheat some more. If you ask them, the liar, why they did it, there's a good chance they'll just lie again. Cucks and idiots go to the liars and start questioning their motivations, regardless of how fallacious it is.
Yeah, Nathan, if I can ask this gentleman a question. If you have the evidence, right, you know hook, line, and sinker, whether it's maybe a video or a picture, right, you have the evidence, do you really still have to ask the motivation as to why? Really, brother? I'm gonna ask, this is the person that asked the question. Don't go quiet now. Don't run away. We're asking you the question.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, okay, I'm on mute. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Brother,
What was the question again?
you had the evidence, the photo, the video in your hands of the crime being committed, the person murdering or cheating, whatever. You're telling me that you still, from your place, your understanding, that you still want to understand the motivation as to the crime taking place. Is this correct?
Yeah, I would. If I had a wife, I'd want to know why she cheated on me.
Wow.
I mean, it seems like a very fair question to ask, is it not?
Okay, Zanny.
Thank you for your
Wouldn't
answer.
negate the
That's
fact
wonderful.
that she actually did cheat because you have the evidence in your hand. You viewed her doing it.
Well, no, to help me understand, so I could, probably not get cheated on in the future.
No, but it doesn't
It's
negate the fact
good to
that-
understand people's
Doesn't negate the fact that you have the evidence that she did it. Well, we have the evidence that the Earth is flat. It doesn't matter their motivations. You're only assuming why they could be lying to us, yeah? It's only based off an
Right,
assumption.
okay.
None of us can tell you why a liar would lie.
Okay, well, let's just take what you're saying as fact. Okay, I admit the Earth is flat. Okay, but I'm not allowed to ask why.
One of my panel
I can
wants to
tell
offer
you.
an answer. Hold on just one second. Is it Sunny? Me. Yeah, Brian wants to give you an answer. Feel free, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason they lie to you is because they know people like you will believe them. That's simple.
Right.
You're the problem. Yeah. So there's your answer. Your answer is you.
And your wife.
But there's no money. But it seems like they're spending a lot of money. They're spending all this money just so they can like pull one over us and like laugh at us. Haha. Is there any money or financial incentive that they're spending this
You
much
assume
money?
that. Sorry, is that your claim now?
Oh, I mean, it takes money to pay off people.
I heard you. I don't need you to shout through the top of me with a repetition of the same frigging thing. We heard. Yeah, they spend a lot of money. That's absolutely fascinating. You inserted a motivation of your own. You laugh at us, you said. Do you have evidence that they've lied to us about the shape of Earth to laugh at us? Have you got evidence of that? That becomes your claim. We didn't say that, you did. Do you have evidence of their motive? Which crystal ball did you look in to get that information?
The same one that the same crystal ball I looked in to find out that you are a cock. To find out that your wife's cheating on you.
It's not.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's the
Bye
ad hominem
now.
fallacy. We're pointing out your appeal to motivation fallacy, and you're suggesting that my hypothetical example means my wife is cheating on me. No, I'm happily married. She's currently schooling my kids in the next room. No, she's not cheating on me. Regardless, in that hypothetical scenario, reality is that ends in divorce. Doesn't matter the motivation, and if you appeal to the cheating wife for a motivation, there's a good chance she'll lie to you. That's the point. People who are cucks, they grovel at the feet of the cheating wife, don't they? Rather than getting the divorce. Because they don't want the divorce. So they appeal to the motivation. I'd be in a courtroom if my wife were to do that to me. I love her dearly. She loves me dearly. She's brought 2 children to me. She's educating them in the next room. It's just hypothetical, mate. But if you want to turn that into an outcome, you feel free. It's kind of pathetic.
Yeah, but I mean, he said it himself, right? He would go to the wife because he would want to understand why he was lied to. So he wants understanding from the same people that lied to him. But some people, that's what they want. Then go get it.
Yeah, go and
Go
appeal
ask
to
your
them.
wife.
Exactly. Go ask
That
them.
ain't our problem.
Go ask them so they can lie to you some more and we can laugh at you. Is he really going to go to the liars and ask them why they lied? Oh, I wonder what'll happen there.
Also, he said because they spend a lot of money. Was it their personal money that they're spending?
No.
By the way,
No, it's our money.
Well, I was just about to ask, isn't NASA making cash to a tune of 80 million a day or something to that effect?
To show you cartoons of a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. It's terrible.
Oh, they're using extorted money to lie to you. Way to point that out. Good job. Thanks, by the way.
Shout out to the flat out truth. Says the Earth is measured flat. Motivation is Narnia. Fair enough. Also, shout out to Rob McKenzie for the super sticker. He says, "Hey you, a little dancing looks like a pear." Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, is there any scientific evidence for a globe-tard?
Somebody's got to get this answer correct. My fingers
Somebody
are crossed.
did earlier.
We've got
I was
5 more
just-
minutes. We've actually run over the hour, so we'll take one more question if there is somebody that wants to have a question that's actually a question.
More minutes.
I'm adding 5 more minutes. We've already gone past the hour.
When is flat out debate starting?
When we get a question about the nature of Earth as opposed to about our kids.
I thought this was about homeschooling and divorce court.
Yep, exactly.
Nice one, Brian.
Come on, there's got to be a Earth-related question before we round out this live stream. Come on.
Hey, Baltards, how's that Deuce 7 offsuit working out for you? Go ahead and lay her, just lay her down. We're gonna make you lay it down. Okay?
I've decided I'm not playing the game. I'm going to stand up from the table and walk off with my cards.
Do a 3-star fix on a flat Earth.
One more time.
Do a 3-star fix on a flat Earth.
2 or 3 star fix. Flat Earth. That's great.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Can you do it?
Earth's fart. 2 or 3 star fix on a flat Earth. Yeah, that's correct. Thanks.
See how simple that is?
Anything else? That wasn't really a question. It was a statement of fact. Yes, you can acquire a
say-
2 or 3 star fix on a flat Earth. That's right.
Oh, he said,
do it
"Can you
without
do it?" He said, "Can you do it?" Yes.
Yes,
we can.
if need be. I haven't done it.
Oh, that's it. You're disqualified.
Well, shouldn't your question have been, could you do a 3-star fix on the globe?
No, you can't acquire an elevation angle off a curved surface. Duncan McLeod. Oh, I'm going to hand over to Brian. Duncan McLeod says, "And with pitch data, Nathan." Never better word spoken via a super chat. And do you want to do the honours?
Well, what? What do you want me to say?
Say Earth's flat. Pitch data proves it.
Oh, yeah. Earth is absolutely flat, proven by pitch data. Official NTSB airline pitch data. Proves the Earth is flat, as we knew it always would. And we already knew it was flat, but this is irrefutable proof. Can't be beaten. Unstoppable, flawless victory. It's over.
Can somebody post it in the wherever we're at in their
politics. We're in politics Discord server. It's on screen for my audience now. This is pitch data. So this was acquired from an airline disaster. I don't know if you call it a disaster. A fault with an airplane, an engine blowout in midair, and they had to land as an emergency
Nobody got
landing.
injured or died or anything. It was just
Nobody died.
One
Nobody
of
got
the
hurt.
engines failed.
I think to see here. That's
I
why
put-
it's been used.
I posted it in chat.
So it's not a disaster.
Okay, yeah, that's why well, okay.
A disaster would be a major incident.
Disaster
People
for the
had died.
Well,
It's just
imagine you're the
engine
pilot and you suddenly get your yoke shaking crazily and violent vibrations in the plane and you think you're going to die. At that moment,
Don't you ever appeal to my yoke.
at that moment, you can imagine, just for hypothetical scenarios, just to make what I said make sense, the pilot going, "Oh my God, this is disastrous." And it all turned out well in the end.
Show us the curve in the pitch data.
There's no curve in the pitch data.
That's all that
Perfect
matters.
timing. What Brian has done in this image, so I'm going to bring up a different image, right? This is us zooming in on the pitch data. And then below it, Brian's got two lines that he's drawn. One is a flat line that references 0. The other is a curved line that references a globe. Which one matches the distance? He's also got the difference in distance. You can just see it at the end of the picture. Oh, no, you can't. Let's just make this a tiny bit smaller.
No, you can't because I have it back to front because I had to reverse the bottom image to make it go left to right like the pitch data because the pitch data is going from left to right.
Fair enough. In either event, pitch data showing the nose above the horizontal plane of reference for 2 hours of flight. Perfect. Absolutely ideal. This is a flat Earth proof. There is no getting around it with a globe. It's game over.
The straight line at the bottom, the horizontal line at the bottom, matches the pitch data. I mean, that's what the plane is doing.
They have it in politics server. Can somebody post it in there?
Yeah, we got it here. Where do you want it, Master B?
No, we've already got it up on the screen for the audience. We just want your Discord participants to have access to this data. It's on screen for my audience. Hopefully it's posted in the Discord politics server for them to peruse. Just how flat Earth is. Reference to horizontal, nose up, no dip, not moving around a curve. Earth is flat. The last words before we can round out.
Yes,
People to
that is yes. There are last words. Clarifying. We don't want the link. You could put the link to the article in there, but we want them to see the actual graph from the flight recorder.
As
it's the PDF that they should get. The PDF.
Yeah, as I had up on screen.
Can someone put that in Master B for me?
I'm going to round out. I'm really sorry to talk over the moderators in Discord, but with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Hit me up on Coffee and PayPal and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video.
So like about a year ago, this guy made a video, and he took the data from this one of those like flight trackers. I forgot which one it was specifically, but you know how usually they have like the bird's eye view. They show all the planes flying across the United States from above. Well, there's a setting in this flight tracking software where it takes that same data, but it gives you the side view. Like if you're looking at it, from the ground, and it clearly demonstrates the planes go up, they go horizontal, they go down using the data. And this came out like a year ago, but like nobody really like was like, oh, check it out, because it's not like this data that like Brian's got with it's showing like, okay, there's no change in pitch, and like you can see it, like it's data. But take that data and put it in the software, you'll see that every flight across the United States, that's what's showing, that's what's being represented. But it's crazy that it never caught wind or never caught fire and like spread around like the way this is like demonstrably, like, dude, obviously. But I guess it's because it's data, not just a visual.
No. There's a controlled opposition narrative that's put in front of flat earthers instead, isn't there? Why aren't we talking about elevation angles? Why aren't we talking about charts and maps being made with those elevation angles? Why aren't we talking about Earth being measured flat? Why aren't we talking about pitch data referencing a horizontal plane? We're not, because we're talking about domes and ice walls. Geren's experiment. That's what we're supposed to talk about.
That's a good point. Yeah. Oh, by the way, when I put this video up on TikTok like a year ago, within 2 minutes they took it down.
You're being rumpus by QE Apocryphon. I'm really sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm at a loss. Geren's experiment. What are you talking about?
Firing lasers across a lake through little boards with holes in. Quote unquote experiment. Very interesting. End quote.
That's not an experiment.
No, I know it's not. But that's what we should be talking about instead of Earth being measured flat. That's what they want us to talk about.
Who's they?
They, whoever put it out on Netflix. They, whoever put it out on Flat Earth Society websites. They who promote the antithesis of what we should be talking about in anti-flat Earth rhetoric. They being anybody talking about this subject that doesn't cover Earth measurements and says or professes to talk about flat Earth when they don't. They talk about the globe. They talk about ice walls. They talk about 74,000-mile circumference walls around our perimeter. This kind of crap is the crap that's fed into our community to talk about.
And the much.
You mean two earthers?
Do you mind? I'm trying to non sequitur away from QE's question about who and talk about lots of things that aren't that to make it seem like I've answered him. Do you mind?
Doing a great job too.
Are you a trophy?
Right,
You're not a trophy.
Let me just make a quick announcement. We're going to stay in politics server for about 10 more minutes. So if anybody does want our particular attention for something, typically.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Stop the proceedings right now.
Yeah,
You're
we've been
fired.
2 hours is how long we will be staying, so that we don't wear out the mods, and they are keen to keep people, as they did during that live show, well and truly under control.
Let's ask the mods.
I was just going to say that.
I've
Ask the
decided.
mods.
I'm saying.
Mods, pipe up. Are you tired?
It's not the point. We're guests, and as polite hosts, they'll say, "Oh, you're welcome to stay indefinitely," or whatever they would as polite guests, hosts. But as polite guests, I'm going to say we're going to stay for about another 8 minutes. You've chewed up 2 of it with this discussion.
As a producer, I find this very, very, very wrong. The one time you stood for 10 hours, it was only one time.
I want to hear from the moderator.
Hugh Jass
hear the
is
moderator.
asking for another question, Nathan. If you'd like,
it's up to you. You feel
Just
free if you want to
because-
off mute.
Well, we'll
Did
see
he
how
put
he
a time
goes.
limit on the question?
We'll see how he goes. Righto, Hugh Jass.
Yeah. So Nathan, do you have your computer with you?
Oh, I'm running the show telepathically.
Oh
You have
man,
you have the VC on a screen, right?
I just got your name. Your name is a very funny, like, Hugh Jazz, and it's I just got it.
Yeah. Thank you. So before you leave, so I just wanted to show you something. If I could share my screen, is that fine? Will you show that? Just want to ask about that.
Post it in Discord and someone will stick it in Skype for me and I'll have a look at it.
Okay. So So this guy basically he captured
Hang on,
the
just drop the
sunrise.
link for me. Huge ass. Just drop
Yeah,
the link and I'll drop it across.
I'll send it. And I'll also send a timestamp, right? So this is the video. The timestamp is 2 minutes and 28 seconds, right? So this guy, he recorded a video of sunrise on Mount Everest, right? And what happens on Mount Everest is the shadow moves. The mountain is completely under a shadow, which then moves down to illuminate the mountain.
Everyone shut up. Everyone who's not
So
you, please mute.
So what's happening? So what's happening in the video is a smaller mountain is casting a shadow on Mount Everest, right? So what's so I'm just gonna send these 3 photos on the side chat so you guys can understand what I'm saying. So look, the first photo is what happens on a presumably flat Earth, right? Throughout the day, Mount Everest will be partly illuminated, right? Now, to explain what happens in the video, this would have to happen on the flat Earth. Just let me send this photo. To explain what's happening, to explain what's happening in the video, this would be where the sun would have to be, and this is the explanation on the globe Earth. Just let me send this last photo in the side chat.
Yeah. It's not an explanation. It's 2015 train wreck brought to you by Mr. Insensible Moron. We're going to train wreck you. Okay, Mr. Do 7?
Right. So this third photo is the explanation of the
So is it just me or is Hugh still talking? Is it just me or have we heard what Hugh had to offer and he's still talking? Response. We're going to train wreck you. It's a preface. It's a preface to us wrecking you. You're carrying on talking. What we'd like you to do now, Hugh, shut up and listen. Is that possible? Or should we just end the conversation now with you in defeat?
No, okay. I was talking because I wasn't done posting. I'm done posting now.
We heard you. Is there anything in addition to what you have said that you need to add? Go ahead.
Right. So the last photo that I posted is what happens on a globe Earth, which explains this completely.
You already heard that. That's not additional. I heard that, you stupid idiot. So you're dumb. You think we're deaf. We're not deaf. I heard you. Is there any... I'll slow down because he's stupid. Is there
nothing else
in
nothing
addition
nothing else.
to what you
nothing
have...
else.
Just me, or is he still talking through me? Is he still chanting through me so he puts some distance between his shit claim that we're about to take a giant steaming dump on? He's going to yammer through everything QE says, so I'm establishing if he's actually got anything to add. He's repeated something and I'm calling him a moron. We heard you, moron. Now I'm asking again for a third time. Is there anything in addition that you need to add before we take a giant shit on your 2015 garbage? Or are you going to shut the fuck up and listen to QE in response? Which is it? Something in addition or shut up and listen? Which is it?
To answer your question, which I did 5 times already, nothing else. Now start talking.
Shut up! Close your fucking mic and shut up. Go ahead, QE.
It's the claim.
Claim is there is a model claim of a globe that explains a shorter shadow from Everest's vantage point. He's then juxtaposed it with what he says in a separate image. It's not going to happen on a flat Earth.
So the top image that he's posted in Master B is what he claims would happen on a flat Earth. Second is what he believes would occur on a globe. And then the third is what he's stating happens in reality on the globe.
So what does the sun have, please? And what is the sun? I think to know those 2 things.
Question you got from Brian Hugh. What is the sun? What is its height?
Answer my observation, bitch. Don't dodge.
That's not your observation, bitch.
Sorry. Do you, the retard, think this is an observation? This is a cartoon. Do you, the retard, think this is an observation? This is also a cartoon. Is it just me, or is some asshole chanting through me as we point out that I am not going to explain any observations because he hasn't given me any? What a retard! Do you think that this cartoon is an observation? You unbelievable clown! You think you're going to tell me I'm a bitch because I'm not answering your observation? It isn't, you stupid idiot!
Doesn't matter if it is or it was. He still has to give a height.
I sent you.
Oh, get triggered. Get triggered. Call him a bitch again instead of answering his question about your
To be honest, you seem triggered, man.
diagrams. Being asked a question, are we not, Hugh? Is it just answer my question, bitch? Oh, we need some clarity about the position that you put to us with diagrams. Brian's asking about the height of the sun. It seems to have a particular position in your diagram. It's touching the horizon. In fact, it's overlapping it. Very weird. We need clarity about your shit diagrams that aren't observations. Not going to give him
Explain the video. You explain the video, bitch. I sent a video with a timestamp. You bitch.
I didn't get a video.
The video has nothing to do with anything. It's that if the video or
Just complete denial.
Doesn't matter. 1 second. Leave me a
Needs to
second.
be angry at
The
you. He's
diagram's
getting
not-
annihilated.
Yeah, if the diagrams match the video, that doesn't change anything. You still have to tell us what the sun is. That is, give us its composition and what it is, and tell us what height it is. Otherwise, your whole straw man is out the window. Now, there's more than that. There's way more than that I could add to that. That's only the tip of the iceberg. But that would be the first two things you'd have to do.
How does that observation make sense on a flat earth, dude? And Nathan is not answering. You are answering. So I guess I'm talking to you now.
You tell me what the height the sun is at and what its composition is. That would be the first two things you'd have to know. Because I have no idea what height the sun is or what composition it is. I have no idea. Celestial bodies don't allow us.
All that matters is that you think the sun is small and local. Do you think the sun is small and local?
He didn't say that. He asked you.
He asked you.
I don't think the sun is small and local. I'll tell you my position. I think that the sun is far away and that the rays are parallel, like in the third photo I said.
Wait, what's the size and distance?
Just give us the height and its composition.
Explain the observation. Stop dodging. This is called.
Good. He's having to be muted by the server operators because he's not having a coherent conversation back and forth. He's just chanting at us and calling us
He
bitches.
wants answers.
Right,
He
we're
wants
almost-
answers for the observations that he
Give him one
drew
last time.
that aren't observations.
He asked about the observation. What's the height of the sun according to the observation?
Huge sounds like he was getting emotional. Or to
Very
speed up
emotional.
talking.
Right, Hugh. Earth's measured flat.
You know, again, what's crazy is like he wants to show a 2 minute and 28 second video about what he's observing the sun does. But again, if we look at your windowsill is still level. So why are you looking past that to try to look up at the sky in order to prove the profile of the ground?
He's looking at a shadow and claiming that the shadow in an orthographic view would do something. His diagrams are orthographic.
But like sky stuff doesn't equal ground. Why does this keep happening? I'm so confused. I'm sorry.
He's too emotional to have a back and forth about what the sun is and what it's doing according to him in his false dichotomy.
Oh, I know. He's
Still on
looking
the height of the mountain.
towards.
Still on the height of the mountain above sea level, though.
Well, he's looking up towards the sun in order to hold back the tears. That's probably why.
We're going to disappear shortly, so I don't know if the server moderators can take Hugh off mute, and if everyone just
Yeah, I was just going to give him one more chance. Yeah, Hugh, you got one more chance.
You give us some historic data for the observation, please, Hugh. For example, how high are we, and how high is the sun?
How high is the sun? 93 million meters wide, away. How high is the person in the video? I don't know the specifics. All you can see in the video is that Mount Everest, that's what the focus of the video is on, the tallest mountain, has a shadow on it that goes down, right? So a smaller mountain has to have...
The sun is 93 million miles high, is what you're saying. Is that what you said?
Yes, he did.
Yep, and it's huge. That has a way...
Hold on a second, Hugh. Hugh, you were asked a question about its height. Told us 93 million miles. Thank you. Now Brian's going to continue. Hopefully you can calm down a little bit and just have a back and forth without getting triggered.
Okay, Hugh, who measured the 93 million mile height and how was it measured, please? Thank you.
I don't know why I'm getting questioned. This was Nathan Oakley. I present to him.
Because
To
it's your
clarify
claim, you're
your
bringing in these
claim.
diagrams with a sun on it, and we're asking you questions about your claim. Don't get angry at us. I mean, that's what you have to expect.
Look, just tell me what's happening in the video, dude.
So, did you not want to answer any questions about your claim that you're making about it being such a way on orthographic representation of a globe? You don't want to answer any questions about your claim. You just want to slap it down on the table and walk away without it being questioned, right?
Nope. Explain the observation. Yep. Explain.
We just need some
the observation.
just explained, and now you're talking still. We got that you wanted to explain the observation, but in order to do so, we need some measurements of stuff, don't we? If we're going to start explaining things, we need to start looking at them in detail. Now, it's your claim. We'd like to know the height. You've said 96 million miles.
The
Now,
height of-
is it just me or am I getting talked through? I'm clarifying Brian's question. You've given him an answer. Now we want to know how you acquired that number. If you can't tell us, we'll tell you.
I read it in my science book.
Oh, so you don't know where they derived 93 million miles from, or 96 million miles, as you said?
I don't know.
You don't?
Can you explain the observation?
But we'd need to know how high the sun was, wouldn't we?
Don't you know that?
No, don't you remember?
I know where you
that
got
whole-
93 million miles. You got it from Kepler and Huygens. It's a scale value taken by an assumption that Christopher Huygens made when he looked at Venus and arbitrarily decided that it would be the same radial value as Earth as a sphere. And Earth as a sphere is a derived radial value from angle measurements to Polaris. So Earth as a sphere has a flat Earth angle measurement to get the R value, and the 93 million mile distance to the Sun is an extrapolation of a scale taken from Kepler, and Huygens infers that Venus has the same spherical R value derived from a flat plane for Earth. Your 96 million miles is... Why am I getting talked through? You didn't know. You got it from a textbook. I'm telling you where its origins lie. They lie in flat Earth angle measurements to the stars. That's where that distance that Kepler inferred from a scale, Huygens inferred from a scale system that Kepler invented, taking its measurements from flat plane angles. That's where you got that distance.
Yeah, you remember.
Right.
You remember I told you that.
Hold on, Flatsy. Hold on.
Oh,
Right.
sorry.
So Earth is measured flat for that distance.
I'm gonna ask now for the 5th time.
Sorry,
Can you please
part of
explain
your
to me what's going
example.
on in the video?
So I don't need a new question. I need you to actually concede what you've just had put to you. You were asked about the height in your example. Height comes from a flat Earth measurement. You acknowledge that, please.
I acknowledge, I concede. Can you explain the video?
Part of the
But the video
claim.
means nothing.
Go ahead, Brian.
Just saying, the video means nothing without all the acquired data. If we don't know the height of the sun or its composition, and its composition, just to start off with, we can't make any deliberations. I can't say anything about the video because I don't know what the sun is, what height it is, how it does what it does. How can I give an explanation to the video?
So, okay, so you don't have an explanation. Okay, thank you.
But we can.
This is a tactic.
We can take his basis of his claim, which had a height, infer the historic data. 96 million miles would be the measurement that came from a flat Earth. I don't think we got an acknowledgement to that. We got a new question.
Oh no, I conceded to all of that. I just need you to explain to me what's happening in the video.
Thank
Like I
you.
asked about 6 times now.
Thank you. So you acknowledge Earth is measured flat for your distance to the Sun when you reify a sphere that you are not standing on, because we are measuring Earth flat for the angles make that distance inference. Welcome to Flat Earth. If you appreciate that distance came
I am a
from
flat earther. I
measurements,
concede.
it doesn't mean I need you to ramble through me. It just means I need to make my conclusion based on your standard of evidence in orthographic view when you ask us about what the sun's doing. When you start giving historic data for your side of this claim, it uses flat Earth measurements. Excellent. Welcome to Flat Earth. Earth would be measured flat for your distance inference. Wonderful being here, by the way, mods.
Explain what's happening in the video.
Right, we don't need to. It's your claim. When you attempted to, you used a flat Earth measurement. It's not our claim. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Your claim used flat Earth measurements, though. When you attempted to it, you called us bitches too, and we were asking you to qualify what your claim involved. It involved flat Earth measurements. Third time's a charm. You're not going to flip the burden. When you attempted to explain your claim, you used a flat Earth to do it. Hope that's clear. I want to thank the mods for having us. It's been an absolutely wonderful time. Hopefully we'll be in proper room next time. In this regard, thank you. It's been excellent. You've been really on the ball.
No problems. I'll let you know on Skype what's happening throughout the week, Nathan.
Wicked. And
Yep, good to have
obviously,
you guys. Well done.
in Discord in politics. We're a guest here, and we're very thank you that you've given us your ear and asked all your questions. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you for coming.
Take care, Nathan. Appreciate that. See you again next week.
Nathan. Thank you, Nathan, for showing up.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
What a fucking that bastard had the nerve to cry about getting called a bitch. What a fucking bitch.
Why are you trying to smuggle a model into
You guys saw how he treated me. You guys saw how and hold on. And Flatsy knows because Flatsy was lying too. Flatsy said she was correcting me and the flat earther. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. So stop. So please, I don't like that. I don't like this dishonesty, guys. What you saw, what happened was, I asked him 7 times. Can you please give us an explanation of what's happening in the video? Just deflection and cope.
You reverted back to the height of a celestial body just now. So I don't think you did grasp what I said, that you cannot attain the height of a celestial body. You can only get the angle from your the apparent position of it in the sky.
That's fine, but I didn't mention celestial navigation, and you know that, and you could have said that to him. But you didn't, and that's fine.
I did.
No, you didn't. It's all recorded, but that's fine. It's all right.
Yeah.
Any other person has an explanation as to how a mountain could cast a shadow on Mount Everest? Please go ahead. Because Nathan couldn't. I asked him 7 times. Anyone,
You sound
please.
very thick.
How is Eric shadow casting Mount Everest? Please.
You're very hard to understand, by the way, Hugh. So just make fix your mic.
Relax a little, dude. Relax. Take a few big deep breaths. It's all good. It's only flat Earth.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, it's just annoying, when people lie about what you said. That's all. I'm sorry about my conduct. I'm not Nathan Oakley. But still, I'm legitimately asking, why do you guys think that, at sunrise, in that video, Mount Everest seems to be completely under a shadow, which then goes down? What do you guys think is happening there?
What do we think a shadow is?
A shadow
is happening.
Being blocked.
Is it an
It's
angle?
light.
What do you guys think is happening?
Is a shadow an
There's
angle?
light happening.
Sorry. Is a shadow an angle?
Is the shadow an angle?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm not trying to measure that.
Shadow makes whatever shape that you put around the object, unless you distort it. So
hold on to what Flatsy's trying to go somewhere.
Okay.
Think about a shadow.
Mm-hmm.
A source of light. What would you measure a shadow as? Would you measure it as an angle from the source?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so can you attain an angle measurement from a curved surface?
Yeah, from the tangent.
That's not the surface, though, is it?
That's a tangent. Is
Well, our
it would be not the surface.
yeah, that's fine. Look, I don't know
Be
why
that
you guys
sweet spot. It'd be that sweet
look.
spot
The
right
only
out of,
way.
from the ball to space.
Look. What's the only situation in which the shadow that's casted on something is bigger than the object itself? Right? Think about that. And it's upwards, right?
Horse.
We
Think about that.
know.
The only way a shadow is cast upwards
We
by a
know.
small object is
We know.
if the object is below it, right?
No,
So you know,
horse.
We know.
Have you ever drawn anything to make it look realistic?
on a flat Earth.
I'm not even going to get into that. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine. He wants to smuggle his model in, and Nathan already demonstrated that his model comes from flat Earth measurements. He wants to smuggle this model in. As in his orthographic view, Nathan said that about 5-6 times. No one questioned what that was. As soon as you
Your
start
boy didn't answer my question.
as soon as you start trying to describe this by inserting a model, your model comes from a flat Earth measurement. You're talking about the sun and the angles that the sun is causing, putting your model in as a dichotomy.
Look, man, think about it. You guys believe in a flat plane, and the sun is 7 meters high, right? Which means presumably it's above the mountains, right? There's no possible way. There's no possible way that a mountain that's next to Mount Everest, presumably shorter than it, can cast a shadow that covers all of Mount Everest. Now think about it. Think about it, guys.
Think about your argument from ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
So please explain then. I asked Nathan Opie 8 times. No answer.
You got an answer. You just don't accept the answer.
You drew a picture in paint, by the way.
No. What he did was he asked me about how far away someone else actually. Not even him. Someone else asked me how far away the sun was. Completely irrelevant. And then he said something about Kepler and some shit.
Totally relevant.
Completely irrelevant. Stupid answer. Yeah.
Completely
I
relevant.
asked, and he went into
answer anything about. How's he meant to answer anything about what you've presented if he doesn't have any details?
All you need to see
I would say
is
the
a complete
questions are
shadow.
very relevant.
If he's going to, or anyone's going to attempt to explain this, we need more information.
You can tie it in your room, man. You can get a little light bulb. You can get 2 objects. You can think about it a lot. You can get a smaller object and a bigger object.
So not
You can
Mount
think about that.
Everest. Not Mount Everest, then.
What?
So not Mount Everest. But now you want to use light bulbs.
I'm just trying to help you guys, right? So you guys can do it. You get a toilet paper roll and a smaller toilet paper roll, right? And think about where the light has to be so that the smaller one can cast a shadow over all of the larger ones. Just do that, a couple times.
How far away is the sun?
According to you, it's small and local. According to you.
No, not according to us. The question was, how far away is the sun?
93 million miles.
Answering questions for us.
According to the basic
93 million miles.
trigonometry that Matthew Learns did, Matthew Learns is a glober, and he went to a flat Earth meetup, and he did some of those calculations and measurements, and he got a distance of, 3,441 miles Earth to the sun.
So there's that. You,
Oh, is
you
that
got a
is that the
Glober, you
number,
got a
guys?
Glober that did some calculations and went, oh shit, the sun might go a
So
little
how
cold. But
far
then
away
they
is
still
the
they double
sun?
back. They double
So
back
how
and they're
far
like,
away is the sun?
yeah,
Answer
how
it, man.
far?
So 3,400 miles. Is that the number we're going with?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Do you agree with that?
Oh, I definitely don't believe it's 93 million miles away. That's for sure.
Right. So it's a bit. So it's about. So what would you say? It's about in the 10,000 mile range. About that much.
I honestly could not tell you. Honestly,
What's your best guess, bro? How does it look? How does it look?
why would I just guess? That's not cool. That's not
You
productive.
think the sun is? You think the world is trying to trick you, bro? Trust your eyes, dude. What
Yeah,
about losing it? Am I right?
guessing is what led what led us to this fucking
Numbers in.
bullshit. Just guess. No,
It doesn't
stop
matter.
guessing.
It doesn't matter how far. The only way this observation makes sense is if the sun is large and far away, right? And the Earth is moving. That's the only way it makes sense. But you guys don't understand that.
You don't have any evidence of any of the things you just mentioned.
Movement of the Earth. A famous one of you guys actually proved that. Pretty famous.
Hence is when you put it in.
15 degrees is what you got.
What the stuff that you posted. Sorry, an angle. What an angle? What are you talking about?
Hey Hugh, are you there?
Yeah.
I'm here, buddy.
Something I want to share with you. Have you looked into that video, like zooming into the sun?
Nope.
Well, if you do so, you'll see that there's clouds way off in the distance. And if you were to take a light and you put it really far away from from you, and then you set up little mountains on the floor, and then you put something in the sky between you, where your mountains are, and the light you set up that is higher in elevation at a distance away, that if you were to put like a cardboard or something, the way the light would be shining from that sun really far away, that cardboard's going to make everything on the ground dark or shadowed, because it's clear that when you zoom in, you can see clouds, and those clouds would be blocking that. But what's not being blocked is the top of that mountain there. Just the top of it, just the ridge, which makes sense because those clouds are probably at a lower elevation than. So the light's going over the clouds and hitting the top. And as the sun gets closer and closer and closer, then the light can now be hitting. That's why it's the shadows going down, because as you bring the light closer, then more light can hit the bottom or towards, the middle and the bottom of the mountain, but it's the clouds that's casting the shadow. I think you should really go back to the drawing board and maybe test it out yourself, and you're going to see how the ground is all shadowed because those clouds, that's way beyond. Otherwise, if those clouds weren't there, I don't think you would get that shadow, that effect. Now, if you can do this on a day, or if this guy could climb Mount Everest or whatever it is, and then zoom in to show no clouds, and then show that, then I think, all right, yeah, then maybe you might have a point in something that you're not explaining or not understanding fully, and maybe we can look further into that. But at this point, take a screenshot, or I'll tell you what, I'll post it. Okay, so that way you could zoom it in yourself. Zoom in that photo that I posted on SideChat, and you'll see that cloud or that sun, it's surrounded by clouds, bro.
You're saying okay. So your claim is that you're saying that those clouds are why the Mount Everest is completely in a shadow, and that shadow moves. You can see it moving. It moves in a straight down direction, and there's a line in the shadow.
Right.
You're saying
Right.
that cloud made that definitive shadow.
Right. You don't
Now,
understand. Do you not? Okay, here's what you need to do. You could practice this yourself. Get a flashlight, right, or a light bulb, okay, and then just
Yes.
and then put a cardboard next to it, and then you could look at the ground, and you're gonna see like a line, okay, on the ground, because that cloud or your cardboard or a book or a blanket, whatever you want to use, and then move the lamp closer towards the mountains that you build with your dirty clothes that are sitting right next to you by your bed in your mom's basement, and pile them up so they have an elevation. And then as you bring the light closer, you'll see that because the cardboard or book that you have set up, that is what's blocking the light from hitting all of the ground.
This is great actually, because
Go look. Just try it out. I'll tell you what. Just try it. Before you talk shit, just do it. Before you talk shit, just do it.
How do you do it right now? How do you do it right now? Hold on. Well, so you're telling me that if I make things fuzzy between the light source, that if I put a little cardboard and then a pile of clothes, you're telling me this, and the sun is above both of the objects, right? The light source is above both of the objects, and if I put some fuzzy stuff under the light source, you are telling me that the shadow cast by the little cardboard in front of the pile of clothes is gonna darken the whole clothes. That's what you're telling me, right? I'm gonna do
Yes,
something right
bro.
now.
Yes,
I'm gonna do
bro.
something right now. I'm gonna do something right now. You dumbass.
That's
So just
exactly
ask
what I'm
yourself
saying.
this. Hold on. Let me say this, please. Just ask yourself this: do you think you would be able to replicate something on a small scale like that in the living room with two different size? I don't know, anything cylinder, anything circular, two different sizes,
I'm
at two
assembling it right
different
now.
angles.
Oh, you're retarded ass.
Listen. At two different angles, do you think you could replicate a shadow size with two different
right now. Doing it right now.
Listen, bro, you're missing the point here, bro. You're closed minded.
Let's test our game. Come on, let's do it.
Could you duplicate the same shadow coverage on a floor using whatever, a little flashlight, something covering it at one height that's farther away, bigger, and then one that's closer at more of a 180-degree type of angle? Do you think it's possible to duplicate something like that, or is it just not possible? There's only one angle, one height, one distance that you'd be able to get one result, right?
I'm gonna do it right now for your stupid ass.
Hey, I think what you have to understand is you're about all your name calling is fine, but I think I'm going to make some headway right now with you, and you're going to probably like blow. Your mind's going to blow, bro, because when you set it up, you're going to see. Oh, he left. It's okay. It's okay. I want him to go home, and he's going to set up a lamp. He's going to set up a board. He's going to set up some fake little mountains, and he's going to move the lamp away. It's going to be dark, right? And as he gets closer, he's going to see that the peak of that mountain that he creates in the room is going to get lit because the light's going to be going over the cardboard, which is represented by the clouds.
I can't open my video if there's more than 25 people here.
No. Just record it and then show us your findings later.
Yeah. I'll record
Leave
it.
the call. Yeah.
Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, good. And he's going to see that when the light is a distance away, and there's clouds around that light or a cardboard around that light, that the land below it is all going to be dark. Okay, and then anything that is a certain elevation, though, at a certain height, and the sun's a certain distance, as it gets closer, the ground's still going to be dark, and even part of that little built up of mountains that will be dark until the sun gets closer to where it's now over the cardboard and no longer, like the cardboard's not blocking it out like that. Then he's going to see that shadow drop from the top of that mountain all the way to the baseline. I'm glad, though. He's using his brain. He's going to use some, critical thinking. He's going to learn. So that's good. And anti-globalist, yes, you're right. The clouds that are way in the distance, same effects going on. Because those clouds are higher than the position of those other clouds that are blocking the light from everywhere. That's exactly why they're lit up too. It's just, I don't know, common sense, but whatever.
Yeah, there's also mountains in the background that are way smaller than Everest. Mr. Sensible said in the video the reason that the top of Everest is only lit is because it's much higher than the other mountain. You can see in the background clearly that other mountains, and it even looks like some of the ground's lit because it's not being blocked by those clouds that you mentioned.
Exactly.
Sunlight is able to make it through there.
Exactly. See, what they're doing is they're cherry picking this. I bet you this doesn't even happen every single day that the shadow goes from the top to the bottom. It only happens when there's clouds in the distance around the sun, which is going to block the fucking... See, here's the problem. These guys, they don't get that right away because they're so like, I'm convinced it's a globe. The Earth's shadow's blocking them. It's just, but we gotta like chip away at it, bro. I know I get really crazy sometimes and angry and frustrated, and I want to just reach through my phone and like shake them like Homer to Simpson, but to Bart, I mean. But like sometimes I wake up and I'm in a good mood, and I had a good time with God last night, so I'm in a decent mood right now, I feel nice, so I feel like I could just share some knowledge. Hopefully it clicks though when he like realizes what we're talking about is true. And I'm glad you pointed out that those smaller mountains way in the distance, they're lit up because you're right. The clouds, that angle, just like it's hitting them. They don't have to worry. Good point.
And he was saying also that you can't have a distinctive line, between which parts are being blocked by the cloud or not, but that's completely untrue. If you have a look at those time-lapse footage where you can see divergent rays like coming through clouds onto the mountains, you can see really distinctive hot spots from the sunlight hitting the mountains right next to dark spots.
Absolutely, especially like if the clouds sometimes they're like opaque and light
by the cloud or not, but that's completely untrue. If you have a look at those time-lapse footage where you can see divergent rays like coming through clouds onto the mountains, you can see really distinctive hot spots from the sunlight hitting the mountains right next to dark spots.
Absolutely, especially like if the clouds sometimes they're like opaque and light, like, dude, the sun's bright as hell, but you'll see like once a cloud it is moving and it blocks out the entire sun, and then like it's dark, like everyone's in the shadow, everyone's in the darkness, right? The sun's right above you and you're not lit up. Like, hello, like what does he think? And you can see that definitive line, that shadow on your house, even when the cloud goes by. You can see that shadow, like the top of your house, like have a whatchamacallit, a shadow on it, like a line. You're like, oh, dude, the clouds, like literally the shadow of the clouds on my house right now. It's very definitive. I don't know what he's talking about. It's really weird. I don't know.
Just upload
Oh,
the chat now. You can see
I'm hot
very,
micing.
very
My bad.
distinct.
I thought I was talking. Oh, it's rubbing against something. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, I have my headset on because my Bluetooth is charging, so I'll just mute up. My bad.
See those hot spots on the water in that GIF I just posted?
Maybe that wasn't me. Maybe that's time travel that's hot micing. Because I muted and it's still going on.
What the fuck was that shit, bro?
Let's see. Am I still hot micing? Check. 1 2 1 2. Was it him or me?
Still making that noise, man. Yeah.
Okay, it was me. That's all right. It's my headset. How about now? Is that better?
I don't hear it now.
Yeah, it's because I have my wired headset. My Bluetooths were, what are they called? The iPods or the Apple, whatever they're called, earpods. I don't know. They were charging. But we'll see if Hugh Jazz comes back with his evidence. Hopefully he gets it.
Oh, he's gonna find that magic tangent spot on the side of a sphere somewhere. Which I knew where that was. It's gonna be hard to find that spot when a globe don't got an edge. How do they make a tangent with a globe without an edge? Globes without an edge. There's no tangent ledge.
Yeah.
Just find it hilarious how emotional that guy is.
Well, you have to understand that he's conflicted because his brain is like trying to tell him one thing, but his heart's like, no, kind of like like when hate bringing up that example all the time of like your wife or your girlfriend cheating on you. You're like, I don't want to believe it. Maybe this guy's like about to lose his girl, his wife, the globe, and he's like, no, the globe can't be lying. I love the globe. He's about to lose it, so you know.
He should get a degree and stay on track. Don't sell drugs, sell plumbers crack. What? That's a fact.
I don't think that's why people get upset.
Why do you think they get upset then, Brenda?
Crack? Brenda buys a lot of plumbers crack. And she believes the hype. She calls them back again so they can lay the pipe. That's crazy, Brenda.
I only said that I don't think that's why people get upset.
Why do you think Hugh is so upset? What's your opinion?
They get frustrated at the lies and the deception from flat earthers.
So Brenda, do you think it's a lie or deceptive to say that the reason why the tops of a mountain is lit up is not because the earth is curved, but because the clouds in the distance that's blocking the rays from hitting the entirety at one time as it's coming up upon us? Do you think that's a lie or deceptive, or do you think that's logical and most likely the case?
It's not logical. The reason that the earth is in shadow is because the sun hasn't risen for them yet.
So then why do the other mountains and clouds and land far away to its right, why is that lit up then?
Because it's higher.
Oh, it's lower. Look in the picture in the side chat. Brenda, look at the picture I just posted in the side chat. Mountains in the background aren't Everest. They're clearly much lower. They're nearly entirely lit from what we can see.
See, this is the problem,
Yeah,
Brenda.
they're high
You're
enough.
no, they're not higher than the highest mountain in the world.
I didn't say they were higher than the Everest. I said they're high enough to
Well,
catch
wouldn't
the
that
light.
make Everest high enough then to be lit up the same way? Like, come on, Brenda, you're just okay. So, Brenda, here's the point. Okay, there's a shadow on that mountain that they're standing on, and only the peak of it is lit up. But then the lower mountains that are to their right are lit up, and they're lower. Make that make sense if you think they're on a curved ball. Go ahead.
They're high enough to see the rising sun.
Oh my God. I feel like we just ran into a wall and you were driving right now.
No, it's
okay.
It's like if you can see a skyscraper in the early morning, and the top half of it is lit by the sun. The bottom half can't see the sun because it's blocked by the curve of the earth.
Brenda, every morning here in LA, right, the shadow on the buildings where they go like from the top all the way down is because the sun is coming around the mountain when she comes. And it's the mountain that's blocking it. So, with that same logic, when there's clouds that are high up in the sky and the sun's way far away, coming around the clouds when she comes, then there will be times, if there was no mountains and it's flat in your city and it's crazy and there's all this stuff going on, there'll be times when there's going to be a shadow that's being casted from the cloud that's really, really far away, the sun far away, because that's how it would work, right? Logically, Brenda, if you have a light, there's
No.
something blocking. Oh, you don't think so?
The cloud would only cast a shadow close to the cloud locally. You're very far.
No. Okay, yeah, you're not understanding. Okay.
Yeah, you're not in the shadow of the cloud.
How far does light travel? How far?
Infinite.
Okay, so infinitely, as long as the cloud is next to the light, the sun, the source, then infinitely at the right angle, everything beneath that altitude is going to be in its shadow. Yes or no, Brenda?
Yeah, I can answer your question. I just recorded all of it, so I'll post it here.
Oh, good. I hope you did it correctly too. Not with your.
Clouds aren't actually close to the sun; they're far away.
You're not.
No, on the flat Earth, they are close to the sun because that's how it looks.
I don't think you're
They
grasping.
aren't. You claim that huge ass.
Yes.
You don't claim that the clouds are close to the sun.
The sun is far away.
Wait, okay, okay, let me see let's see here. I'm gonna watch the video real quick.
I want to know when the Earth curve is blocking the sun when it's up in the air above like 50,000 observers all staring up at it. When's the Earth curve in between it and them? Never. And when is the sun dropping vertically down between two observers? When it comes from behind one, goes past their head, goes over the second, goes past the third, goes past and they're all looking up at it. When did it come down vertically at any of them? Never? Huh. Talk about the center of mass. Did you hear that, Apocryphon? Did you know that?
He's in a call right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said be right back.
Oh, okay. But the center of mass, right? I feel like it's debunked. I feel like I debunked it because how do you get the center of mass of a hollow object? Like I take a pipe, it's got air in it, something in there, but it's air. It's not the actual material of the pipe. But the very center of that object would be in the focal point of the center of the pipe where there's nothing at. So if I throw the pipe, where's the center of mass? The center, like if I throw a ball of jello with the lead weight in it, the lead weight will proceed to go in front of the ball of jello or leave it at a point in time when it hits, right? So the center of mass is supposed to leave the other object the same way it's supposed to enter the other object for mass attracting mass towards the center of mass. But we've never seen that happen. And the only part that hits another object is the surface. So if the surface or the part of the eye, like if I throw a bat at you, the only part, like, or throw it at myself, the only part that touches me is the only force I'm going to feel. I'm not going to feel the center of that mass. So, like, at what fucking point in time can you calculate the center of something's mass when it's hollow? That's my question. And moving. And then we have all these hollow things on Earth, right? Geo rock, hollow in the center, dirt, rock on the outside. Where's the center of mass for that? It'd be the outside surface. It'd be the edge of the rock. And if I throw something, now the center of mass isn't in the center anymore. It's on the outside edge from the force imparted from the center to the outside edge. And I doubt there was a force. I think the force is just carried by the object, weight to the edge, the part that's going to hit you. You know? So like if you stand in that thing at the fair, the Gravitron, you stand in the center, you're not affected. You stand on the edge, you get crushed. So if the center of mass is the most dense thing that's getting affected and getting crushed, that's a damn lie. It's the opposite. It's always the opposite.
The center of mass of a hollow ball is at the center of the ball.
So show us something, find its way to that, and stay there. Show us another object, find its way to the center of that mass. And then we'll believe gravity, Brenda.
The center of mass and center of gravity of a thing are two different things. But for that ball, they would be the same, yeah.
Yeah, where's the center of mass in a geo rock? And I want to prove it with it because the only thing that can find the center of mass supposedly is other objects that are smarter than every human of a globe descent. So we'll need some material to find the center of mass for us. So, Brenda, what material do I need to let go by the geo rock for the other material to enter the center of it? What do we got to do?
Yeah, your question doesn't even make sense.
So there's no center of mass and you can't demonstrate that. Thank you.
Yeah, the center of mass of any object is the sum, the cumulative sum of all the points of the object at a single
That didn't
point.
make any fucking sense. So you weigh a ball. What's that mean? Where's the center of it? I only want the center of mass. I don't want the whole ball. Stupid.
Yeah, you're just not understanding anything.
No, you're not understanding. So if I cut a marble in half, which part's more denser now? What's the center of mass? Now the center of mass magically, David Copperfield it apart and became, now it jumped into half of that one and
That's
half
right.
of that one?
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you
that's
stupid?
right. Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
So now the part that was supposedly the center of mass isn't the center of mass anymore. It's not that anymore. It's not the most dense part
Yeah.
anymore. It magically just
cut-
became not that. How?
If you cut a ball in half, then the center of mass.
Geo rock.
If you cut a ball in half, a solid ball, right, then the center of mass will be
What's that?
a ball that's solid all the way through,
Like what?
like a baseball.
And you think so? If I take one material of gold, it's all gold. Now you think the inside's more dense than the right side or the left side of the top piece, or any more of the gold in there that I flake off? You think it's just a different material in the center?
Gold is
So
the
it's not
same
more dense
density
in the
all the
center.
way through. The gold
So
would
the
be the
mass
same
isn't
density.
concentrated in the center.
The center of mass
There's
is
no
the
center of
cosmos.
mass, right?
Yes, there is.
Well, where's it at in the georock?
At the center.
And prove it. Show something, go there.
Why
If
does
mass
something have to go
attracts
there?
fucking mass, it's
Mass doesn't attract mass. Mass is not a gravity is not a force. So mass doesn't attract mass.
Mass doesn't attract mass.
No, it doesn't.
Of
Uh-oh,
course
he's
it does.
going the globe story.
Did you just throw Cavendish under the bus, Brenda?
No, I didn't.
That's exactly what Brenda just did. And now Brenda's going to sit here and deny it.
Well, then tell us, why do the Troy bars move? Why does the helium move?
well, what about the center of a helium balloon and the gravitron? The center of mass can't be the center of gravitron where you're not affected, Brenda.
I don't know what you mean. Center of mass is a calculation.
I know. There's a lot you don't know. That's why we're teaching you, Brenda.
Center of mass is a calculation.
So it's an imagination. You just got to believe it.
Calculations aren't imaginary.
Point to the center of mass and put something in there and make it stay there. Then in a georock or the
Yeah,
center
that's
of a
not how
basketball or something. Prove your fucking claim that mass enters the center of mass. Stupid. Can you
Yeah,
do
that's
that,
not our claim.
Dumbo?
That's not our claim.
So what's your claim?
That the center of mass is a calculation.
Yeah, an imagination. All your calculations are imaginated.
No, those
That's what that
calculations
means. That means not direct, indirect. I figure this. I hope that.
No, calculations are not imaginary.
Then show me. Grab the fucking center of gravity and put it on the scale for me. Grab the center of
That's not
mass
how.
from the
That's not how things
georock
work.
and put it on the scale. If it's physical, let's touch it. If it's not physical, shut the fuck up. It's imaginated. Pretty simple, stupid.
You don't.
Let's keep
You
it
just
simple,
don't understand. Right? The center of mass is a calculation.
Can you grab it? Let's grab where you're calculating from.
It's just a
Grab
calculation.
the center of mass out of the beach ball. We'll wait. Show the kids what it looks like and how it weighs different than the other parts. And how the center is more dense.
Yeah, that's
Retarded
not how.
ass Brenda.
That's not how objects work.
That's not how calculations work. We know. So you
No, it's
shouldn't
not how.
calculate. You shouldn't
It's not
calculate
how.
that way if it doesn't work that way. Right?
It's not. It's not how
So
things
tell
work.
everybody you're a liar and you have no clue what you're talking about. And you should stop calculating shit you don't know.
No, the center of mass is a calculation, but
Bring me the
calculations.
center of something's mass. And we'll
Yeah, that's
compare it
not
to
how.
the rest of the material, please. Are you going to do that or not, dumb shit?
That's not how
We
things
want
work.
some real material here. We don't want a story. Which
That's not how
material?
the world works. That's not how the world works.
Yeah, that. What world? A calculated world that's not real, dumb hoe?
The world of objects and things.
Objects. Calculations aren't objects, are they? Is your calculation an object? I'll take that as a no. Thank you, Brenda. So you're not dealing with real shit. Sorry for being rude.
You're just not understanding how objects work.
Show me when you can get hit with the center of mass. We'll wait.
That's not what we mean by the center of mass. The center of mass is a place. you calculate where it is.
No, it's not. Put something there.
Yeah, it's a
Grab
plate.
that spot and bring it to us, or put something there and let us see it. Put something in the center of a beach ball. It
That's
should
not
just
how
hold
things
itself
work.
there according to you and your fucking stuff, holding stuff in the center of stuff, going to the center of other stuff. That's where it's supposed to be going, to the center of mass, not to the outside edge, stupid.
No,
Stuff
that's
ain't
not
supposed
how.
to stop on the dirt to prove your point of center.
That's not how things work, Democ. Any evidence of flatness yet? Measurements of flat. You just had Nathan in here for 2 hours explaining that Earth is measured flat, but nobody can show how Earth is measured flat? That's weird.
Where is the Apocryphon? Did he leave?
He was on the
I
phone,
made
I heard. He was on the
I made
phone.
a video for him, man.
He was on the phone.
So you've been around long enough, Brenda, to know how Earth is measured flat. Don't pretend you don't know.
It's not measured flat, though.
Yes, you know how it's measured flat. Celestial navigation is one.
Nathan doesn't know how to
GPS
do
is
celestial
another.
navigation.
I know that's your claim, but yeah.
Yeah, the procedure he shows is not how you do celestial navigation. He has no idea.
Well, he learned from 10th Man. So did I guess. So did most of the people on the panel. On his panel,
Yeah.
learned it from 10th Man, who had a boat and a sextant, used to use it all the time. And
So
explain it, how it was done, and spent thousands of dollars on books about the subject.
Which he couldn't understand.
No, he understood it really well.
Well,
And no one else did.
if that's the case, if